The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are two new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Air Angle and Limit. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Air Angle. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. artificial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, AirAngle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms at floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Suvin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
It is now week number 3, the final week, do or die situation for most of these teams. I'm Tash Bunny, your host for today, and welcome to the PMSL PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia 2023. Now, behind me, I have a very famous team here. It's going to be Genesis Esports. So let's see if Ichi is around. Ichi, are you here? Oh, there we go. He's having a conversation. But you want to talk to me today? You want to talk to me? Come on. Talk to me. Yes, sir. I love it when players hang out with me today. So, now for Ichi from Genesis. First of all, hi, how are you doing today for week number 3?
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah. Good.
He's so shy.
Yeah.
He's very shy.
Yeah, we are fine.
We're fine.
Yeah.
But is he shy though?
Yeah, kind of.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Don't be scared. Okay, so now let's talk about week number 3.
Yeah,
because we are at the final week, and now GE is currently one of the 2 teams at number 15 and 16.
Yeah, for
so how do you feel about your condition today?
Yeah, ငါတို့ဒီနေ့ရတဲ့မကြခင်မှာ with 3 day 1 ဆော့တော့မယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးငါတို့ရဲ့ feeling ဘယ်လိုနေလဲတဲ့
ကျွန်တော်တို့ခံစိတ်ခံရကြတော့ကောင်းပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကောင်းသုံးပြင်ဆင်လာပါတယ်တော့ကောင်းသုံးပုံစံနဲ့ပဲချပြတော့မှာ
Yeah, we feeling good today. We feel that this is the chance for our time, so we are really happy to play for it. Yeah.
All right, they're very excited, very happy to be here. So let's talk about your trends. You guys are in a good trend performance in the last 2 weeks. Especially last week, you guys got a lot of points. So do you guys have the confidence to continue playing as aggressively or as good as you were last week and achieving a higher rank for PMSL SEA Spring League before the finals?
Yeah, so ငါတို့ကတဲ့ပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ဒီweek 2မှာပေါ့နော်အားလုံးအောင်စရာကောင်းလောက်တဲ့အထိ performance ကိုငါတို့ပြောင်းလဲထားနိုင်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့အခုလာမယ့်ဒီ week 3 final ပွဲမတိုင်ခင်ဒီပွဲမှာရောငါတို့ဘယ်လောက်ထိ confident ဆက်ရှိနေသေးလဲပေါ့နော်ပြီးတော့ဆက်ပြီးထိန်းထားနိုင်အောင်မလားဒါမှမဟုတ်ပိုကောင်းတဲ့ရလဒ်တွေနဲ့ပိုဆော့နိုင်မလားပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ချက်ပြောပြပေးပါတဲ့
ကျွန်တော်တို့ V3 ကစိတ်ဝင်စားဖို့ကောင်းပါတယ်ဘာမှမဆိုလဲဖြစ်သွားနိုင်ပါတယ်အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကောင်းသောပုံစံနဲ့ပဲဆော့သွားမှာပါ
Yeah, this week is really interesting week 1. So everything could be anything. So we will do our best, yeah.
I'd say, first of all, I love how you guys are so close with each other. Are you guys the best friends?
Yeah, actually not. We are like brotherhood.
Oh, I love that brotherhood. Okay, so I have a final question for you guys here. So as we all know, this week will be the final week for all the teams to grab the chance to make it into the top 16. And you've only gotten 1 chicken dinner.
Yeah.
So have you guys made any adjustments or preparations to change that?
Yeah. So with 3မှာပေါ့နော်ငါတို့အားလုံးတည်ထားတဲ့အတိုင်းပါပဲတဲ့တော်တော်များအတင်းကုန်လုံးကလည်းဒီ top 60တဲ့ဝင်ဖို့ကိုတော်တော်စော့ကြမှာဖြစ်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ငါတို့ကိုယ်တိုင်ကလည်းပြီးခဲ့တဲ့ week 2မှာ winner chicken dinner တပွဲကိုရယူထားနိုင်တဲ့အတင်းလည်းဖြစ်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ငါတို့ဒီအတင်းတင်းအနေနဲ့ပေါ့နော်ဘာတွေပြောင်းလဲမှုလုပ်ထားတာရှိလဲဘာတွေပြင်ဆင်ထားတာရှိလဲအဲ့ဒါတွေချက်ပြောပြပေးပါတဲ့
ကျွန်တော်ဒီ week မှာ plan ABCD ဆိုပြီးတော့ plan ပြင်ဆင်လာပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘယ်လိုခက်ခဲပဲကြုံတာပြင်ဆင်ထားသလိုပဲကျွန်တော်အကောင်းဆုံးရင်ဆိုင်သွားမှာပါ
Yeah, we already planned as plan A B C D. Yeah, so we will solve every condition whatever is come. Yeah.
All right, really excited to see that. So before we go, do you guys have anything to say to your fans?
Yeah. So ငါတို့ရဲ့ဒီ supporters တွေပေါ့နော်ဒီ point by share supporters တွေကိုဘာတွေပြောချင်ပါလဲတဲ့
ဟိုမြန်မာပြည်မှာရှိရဲ့အပိတ်နေရဲ့ပြည်သက်တယောက်ချင်းစီတိုင်းကိုကျွန်တော်နဲ့တူတူရတာတဲ့ယက်တိပေးဖို့ပြောချင်ပါတယ်
Yeah, to the supporter in Myanmar, we just want to say about that. We all need to be together. If we together, we all are Genetics.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Thank you guys so much. Good luck for your upcoming game. Hope to see you guys going to the grand final. See you later. Bye, guys.
Yeah, see you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so now we're done talking to Genesis. I love seeing the brotherhood within them, but let's talk about another team that I really, really want to talk about here, and it's going to be BTR. And as we all know, BTR has had one of their biggest years back in 2019. Let's ask them how they feel about making this year be one of their biggest years. Hello, BTR, are you here? Swavel, my man. Come on, let's have a chat. All right. So for Swavel, first of all, how are you doing today? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good today.
You're feeling really good? I love to hear that we're feeling good. We had a chat earlier and we're currently best friends, so I love this. So let's talk about rankings. So as you know that you are one of the teams currently at number 15 and 16, and you guys are almost on borderline being eliminated. So how do you feel in terms of confidence? Do you guys think that you'll have a better performance and make it to the top 10 by this week?
Yeah, we must confidence this week because we have a bounce back to secure we can play in grand final.
Right, so he says that they're feeling really confident, they're having a good week, and they're very confident they'll be going to the grand finals. So this week is the last week, and we all know that for you guys have only gotten 2 chicken dinners. So in week number 1 and 2. So last week, your performance was kind of inconsistent. Do you guys think that you guys are going to be making any adjustments this week to achieve better scores?
Yeah, we learned a lot from week 1 and week 2, so we have some preparation. And we ready for this week.
Right, so they learned a lot from week number 1 and number 2, which I'm really excited to hear. And they are definitely ready for this week. So, maybe we'll see one of the most interesting things, which is the Raja comeback. That was when I first joined PUBG Mobile. That was the most that everyone talked about, Raja comeback, BTR Raja comeback. So can we see that happening this week?
Yeah, wait and see. We will prove it today.
Ooh, love to hear that. Now, before we go, do you guys have anything you guys want to tell your fans over in Indonesia?
Over team in Indonesia or all team in here?
Okay, you know what? All teams.
Okay. For all team, good luck and Bigatron coming up to you.
Oh, all teams, you good luck. Bigatron coming back to you. So that is going to be the end of my interview. Thank you guys so much for watching. And now we're going to send it back to the main stage. BTR, good luck, and I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Yeah, I think you need to restart, but refresh. But
Yeah.
yep. Anyway, we're just waiting for the audio to come back, but it should be all right now. Yes, gentlemen, apologies. I know it's the first day, so everything is starting back up again. But hopefully we'll get to enjoy the rest of the show all well and all a-okay. But yes, so get Slovin Torres, two players that we'll be looking forward to today.
Yeah, but we did mention before that between Gatslow and Torres, Hill do have one of the best team, or arguably up there. And when inside of phase, they haven't scored them so when it comes to weekly best performance team. But to see just flashback when it comes to week 1, week 2, now we're going into final week 3. When it comes to week 1, the best performing team was Vampire. The second best performing team week 2 was Hill. Now I'm waiting, will FaZe actually make it for all every single week? So far has been taken on by the Thai side when it comes to best performing team. Now we do know for a fact a lot of Thais having better teamwork compared to the other regions. That's why they're super strong. But when it comes to Terminator, it's going to be a different story. Yes, Mela, when it comes to week number 1, he got himself from FaZe to get that one Terminator on week number 1. But when it comes to week 2, the Indonesians start to rise up. We do see Boom, which one of the top teams out here when it comes to week number 2. Yummy actually secured that one. I'm surprised it's actually not coming up from Alter Ego, which is going to be Rosemary. But you know what? Yummy is arguably one of the best out there. So I'm waiting to see if week 3 are going to be different names entirely, or will it be a different team entirely. But is it going to be again Thai teams coming up for the best performing team week 3?
Yes, and here are today's matches. Well, no changes. We'll still be playing these 6 matches as usual. So we're going to start it off in San, and then 3 rounds in Erangel and 2 rounds in Marama. In case you just joined us this week, well, where were you guys were at the last 2 weeks? You guys missed a lot of action. So yeah, only one sign out today, and sign always a very wonky circle. Well, we will be looking forward to it as viewers, but the players will be looking forward to it.
But for our top Sunhawk performance, now we do know for a fact we're going to play only Sunhawk once a day. And it's going to be only 5 Sunhawk per week. For Vampire, Boom, Baker, and Procedure Evil, surprisingly, it's only just the Thais and the nations so far dominating in Sunhawk for today.
Yeah, so we'll be looking to see if the Vampires can still get that number 1 spot. It'll be a big question mark. Or can the Indonesians or even another region come back? So yes, Sunhawk, ladies and gentlemen, will be very, very interesting. But also one thing that we will be looking forward to is whether finally DBD can get the chicken dinner or not. The only team to still not yet get a chicken dinner still.
Yep, this is going to be the drag of second week down to the third week here. Can they actually finally score? The only team across the board in any week at all, not even scoring any chicken dinner, is going to be coming out from the side of DBD. And also, speaking of which, don't have Group B playing, which is going to be Procedure, Evil's, Kickslate, D-Savers, and Void Esport for today. So DBD might actually do have a shot here, since Procedure Evil's one of the most aggressive group last week, or team last week. They're actually trying to conquer all around of any map. So this is actually a good call for them to, not having that sort of suppression come up from all the team like a Procedure Evils today for the side of DBD.
Yes, so maybe opportunity for them. Well, we don't know yet. It's up to them really. And there's this one question whether Mosgoku will be playing or not for DBD. Considering that their first 2 weeks performance isn't that great, so they ended up in the bottom 4. So whether he will be in here this week or not. So I kind of did ask him like, hey, are you going to play? Because iShots did it, and then like, week 4. Okay, so week 4 meaning the grand finals if they do get through. So maybe that's a surprise waiting for us then. But they have to get through week 3. That will be the key for this week.
Yeah, I agree. But before that, you guys that are watching right now, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Super League. How do I say it? PUBG Mobile Super Southeast Asia, very long name. And this is going to be the final week of all 3 weeks league. Then we head on to the grand finals within next week. If I'm not mistaken, just within 3 days of sprint. I'm Chichu and this is your host and your casters for today. Not really host. We do have Tash for the host. We're going to be your analyst and also your casters here today. And speaking of today, like Cloud mentioned before, DBD haven't scored any sort of chicken coming up from the side. The only team that actually did secured any chicken so far. We did had an interview before with GE as well as BTR. And so far I'm loving how GE actually, you know what, did you actually listen to that, Cloud, just now, and how he actually saying the motto coming up from Genesis Esports?
Yeah, I was multitasking, so
okay.
Yeah, gotta fill me in there.
Yeah, he just mentioned about regarding it's not just about the players, it's not just about competition, it's about how the support coming up and working as a family for the side of Genesis. That is Genesis Esports. Now everything is like somebody connected everywhere. Yeah, the support mean a lot for them as well. It's all about a family. But when it comes to BTR, we did have several interview just now. They are in a shaky position, we don't deny. Coming from BTR, they are not safe either. I'm just looking over the ranking right now. We do know for a fact that Genesis Esports and BTR are pretty much at 15 and 16 place. And Box Gaming, DBD, Playboy Esports and Team Secret are pretty much in a shaky zone now. We do know for a fact they are in the red zone critical area. Especially coming up from Team Secret. Is this going to be the first time ever they actually not make it to play final? Not really the first, but it feels like a trend since the past few seasons. PBE, DBD and Box Gaming. All these names are hardly actually getting in, except for Box Gaming, very close by to Genesis Esports. They just need to have a better placement. I did mention earlier when I think there's a bit of a tech issue before regarding, I feel like the minimum score when it comes to this week to get themselves in the top 16 might be 20 to 25. They need to secure that much to be from 16 and above in that case.
Yeah, so that means that we still have that couple of teams that is currently in danger, including big names like what you mentioned, Team Secret's one of it. BTR also another big team brand at least that is in danger zone. So this is the week that they will need to really perform. For some of the videos that we see here, Genesis Esports, I'll be looking forward to see could this be an escape for them, because week number 1 they were at number 20 and week 2 not too bad for them. They managed to get 10 bonus points. So this week they just need to, well, if they could maintain somewhere in the middle, they might be able to escape from the bottom 4.
Yeah, coming from teams like Hill, the Ties on the other hand are doing great. We're talking about top 4 right now are the Ties. The only top 5 of Malaysian is going to be Udo Lions. The rest of them will be different countries. But CJ Evos RRQ are pretty close at 6 and 7. The Ties on the other hand are very dominating. We do know for a fact they're going to get into the grand finals anyway. And you did mention about the bottom 3, the bottom 4 before. It's all down to that for today. Mostly we'll be looking at who will be relegated by end of week 3.
Yeah, so that is going to be the key here. Yeah, it's great to celebrate who gets number 1. That's awesome. But who will be the bottom 4? That will be the key by the end of this week. So these teams will be pumped up. As usual, we will be playing in the round robin group, and today there will be a group that's not playing, and that's going to be Group B. So Group B, Persija, EVOS, Geekslate, Xavier Void, they're going to take a break today. The rest of them, they're going to play. And, well, we'll see. Can't wait to see what happens in Sandhawk. Will Team Secret, who's playing today, get their Langkawi? Or it's going to be challenged by Hale Esports.
Yeah, Laka will be one of the places will be hot drops here, including Paradise Resort, including Brick Camp, if they see any sort of disruption there. Because we do know for a fact today is starting off the final week number 3. If anything needs to happen, if there's a clash, if there's a force to get themselves in the up to overall ranking board, this is the time for them to push it, to just clash it out and duke it till the last minute. You guys been watching, I do know for a fact a lot of GE fans out there shouting out for GE. I'm a big fan for them myself. I want to see them actually make it for the side of wildcard, we don't have PBR, but they can still push it, including GE. But for the others, on the other hand, where are they, including the Malaysian DBD Team Secret? We're looking at them. Will they force themselves in the Sunhawk? Do put your comment below, or whatever you're watching right now, and tell us your favorite teams and give them your extra support. It will boost their morale.
Yes, give them all your support, ladies and gentlemen, because you never know if we might see the Great Escape, whether it's from Team Secret, PBE, DBD, Boss Gaming, or any other team who can come out of the bottom 4 by the end of this week. But of course, without further ado, let's begin week number 3, game number 1, inside of Sunhawk. Here we go.
We are back for week 3, day 1, starting off with Sunhawk today. Are you guys ready? Buckle up, because there's going to be a lot of action going on with this sort of flight path, more towards the side of the right side. It's going to be coming up from Bantai up to Mong Nai, cutting across another than Quarry. We're going to have to wait and see whether the circle will be on top of half team. Is it going to be Cam Alpha Circle? If it is, it's going to be a long journey for these guys.
Oh yeah, it is. Whenever the circle is onto Camp Alpha, it's always very tough, especially for those who don't drop inside Camp Alpha, and whoever who takes that Alpha mountain has the prime position. So yeah, it's gonna be the circle goes there. Circle has always been wonky inside the Sunhawk, so it's I don't think we've really a really comfortable circle inside the PMSL just yet. I'm just looking at where so because Team Secret and Hale Esports, they're the same group, so someone like go Lakawi, and looks like Team Secret letting it go, give it to Hale Esports. They're gonna contest that, but we're gonna zoom in onto this potential fight here between PBE and FaZe Clan.
Not just that, on the side of Bantai, you might actually have RQ and SLD, but on the side of Paradise Resort, it's going to be heated one. But the one the circle actually favor is going to be on the side of Quarry, PBE, GE. Definitely one of the places. It's going to be a hot drop here. PBE and FaZe on the other end do have another scuffle again. So PBE is pretty much everywhere, not just on the top of the circle of Quarry. It's going to be against GE. Feels like they're splitting all their members into 1-1-1-1 formation on the side of PBE. They're having themselves as their own survival.
Oh yeah, just like Monboy right now. And he doesn't have anything, any utilities at all. And oh no, this is bad news for him. The rest of FaZe Clan, they know that someone's in the building. He doesn't have much with him though. He only has DBS, but that is going to be it. The first knockdown and the first blood. Pick number 3 going to be given to FaZe Clan.
Feels like PB the one that really needed a point, but right now they're giving it away more willingly, and they're supposed to actually keep it for themselves. Bacon Time, on the other hand, having a very quiet start. We don't have too much of a forced fight early on. So far, it has been super quiet. Now, we did mention about RRQ and SLD before on top of Bantai, but it feels like they're not willing to engage so much as how PBE portrayed just now. Gonna have to wait and see until something happens. It's gonna be a peaceful round Sunhawk so far.
Yeah, because I guess at this moment it's like for them it's to hold their ground and try to get information. That's the circle is still within somewhere of their reach, and they're within the circle anyway. So it's a matter of, okay, they go and take that next prime position. No rush for them since they're in it. Saw SLD passing by, so they know that, okay, if SLD can pass by clear, that means that mountain is clear, and they didn't really stop there. So that's okay for them. They know that they can head to that direction. As for Hale, a big spread for Hale, as right now see one of them just by the side of Quarry. I would assume that the others, they're still looting in the campo, in the areas of Quarry. So Flash, because he's all alone and he's in the middle of the circle, he will be the one to give information to his team.
Regarding information, will be on time. There's another question here. Due to how far apart they are amongst each other on the side of VPE, you do have them splitting for a bit just for looting. Not too far though, they're still within their reach. from each other in case they need a backup. Newsy so far have been very quiet. We do know for a fact Newsy has been playing a lot of support role these days, coming up from the flanks, coming up from the back lines that are going as the entry fragate, like how it used to be back then with another team, an entirely different one, which is going to be Infinity. But for the side of Schwabs, we have seen a lot of them. I do want to see these teams really show us what they have to offer, but some of them will not show as much due to they want to save it during the grand finals. So I know for a fact, as long as you're qualified, everything has to be kept as secret for the strategies, and we gotta get to see it only when it was the grand finals. Side of 79 Hartin is not where the circle will be. We do know for a fact it's going to be on the a bit on the southeast side, so they have to figure out how to get there in time. It's all about timing here, really. When it comes to this level, this caliber of play, of all the teams, one of the best, pretty much one of the best in the world, and as well as the best of the best in South Asia. The only thing that's going to be separating them with the others is going to be all about the calling of timing. Including how Persian, the timing is perfect and fire on, just missed the last minute. Both of them a minute to counter fire. And not even exchange of one, no trade. He didn't get any value coming up from SLD Persian. It's going to be really desperating of how Mott and the others it can easily just finish off. Goosey and Trongs is just too far. Exas with a DBS. A bit of a trading done by FaZe and a side of Boom. 2 knocks on Miller and Ventures. And Miller got finished off straight away, down to only Pombi to call it. He almost clutched this. The last player come up from FaZe, and you need to do it with just behind him. Make it 2 right now. The Sonson's playing here today, not MR5. And here's the last member. He's got a 1v1 between Pombit. He managed to retrieve on Yumi May. Onzens on the other hand have to clutch it by himself solo. Yeah, but it's kind of true. I think it's around 200 meters apart for him to get himself those shots. But you do lines, try to shut down Box. Levy in the smoke. And you look, trying to stand up, hoping the smoke will actually not be spotted by the rest of Box at the ones that behind. We do have another skirmish, which is going to be Bacon time against Boom. Boom just done with FaZe. And now the Thai team's taking over this compound as well. FaZe on there still have members behind there. And while GE climbing up on the other side, Bacon just trying to run them down with those vehicles, forcing them to keep on throwing those utils. taken one knock at GE Smart, making sure Shirty couldn't stand up. On the side of GE, they splitted themselves into two different angles. Now they're losing more man than they can actually count. On Master Ichi, never mind, they didn't lose any of them, man. They're actually surrounded. All of them actually go for a retreat. They just pull back, trying to stay smart, and finally got finished off. They should have split it into 2-2 in this situation, but surprisingly, maybe because there's somebody else behind, they have to be aware in forming triangle mode. But on the side of Box against Yudu Lions, it's not done yet. They're trying to force out Box, but Levy managed to secure flags with those DBS. Oh man, those DBS. Oh, dude. I feel like he now needs a bit of a help for Liquid. Just slide himself inside of a cave. Gonna have to win. See, he is within reach to be rescued, but SLD spotted out. And what's happening on side of BTR? Definitely Chun-Chi want to go for a bit of a scouting work to do. Maybe on side of RIQ. He definitely heard the shots coming out from BTR. Maybe he's one of the players actually pushing those bullets to the side of BTR. They lost Peregrine early on. Now the circle will shrink again. Those actually play inside of a blue zone still have BTR and RIQ just tailing each other at the southern side. But coming out from the side of Bond, there's not many teams out there. Definitely Box have a clear path, but coming into the next circle is going to be a bit tricky, a bit dicey for them. There's so many teams on the right half of the circuit. Not many teams coming from the side of Bootcamp. Oh. Wait. Wait a minute. It's going to be PBE stealing away from a father. It's going to be really tricky. GE definitely wants to get those SLD. But look at Raimon. The hard work coming up from the side of GE, taken away under their noses by the side of PBE from the back line. They must be devastated right now. The side of this three-way war, it will not end anywhere soon due to they are inside of a circle. We do know for a fact it was right the first pop of the circle on top of Query. Now it's just not really right in the center, but they need to make a move. But the only way for them to actually make a move is to force a fight. Now I'm looking. Thank you so much, Ruska, for reminding us. Please cast the team. Don't overpraise any of the team. I get it. Maybe we're jinxing it. You know what? Thanks for the reminder. We needed that, so we try to not to overpraise the players or team because we do know for a fact the caster's curse is real, right? When you start praising certain teams, it start to go down. And in this case, we didn't praise anybody just yet, and at least on my side. I'm not sure about Sir Cloud, but FaZe definitely, that's not our fault. Singers for you, the Lions. Yep, I'm waiting for something extraordinary here to happen. We're talking about how desperate these guys can get. But in the case of PBE, surprisingly, they survived longer than we thought they would be. I'm like, no discredit for them because they're so separated. We know that for a fact when it's start of the day, it's just been picked off one by one. But on the other hand, the last member of FaZe managed to squeeze in the center. Following behind is going to be Bacon Town on the right side. GE is just nearby too. It's going to be Boom come on right side as well. Nobody comes straight on the north except for Team Secret and maybe possibly Alter Ego. They might actually have a clash there because the distance is like what, less than 300 meters apart, so they definitely can see each other out and can hear any sort of movement coming up from that side. Bacon Eyes taking on the side of GE. It feels like GE, they're trying to take it slow. I don't think slow is working out quite right for them. We saw GE, they are way better and longer duration of survivability if they actually force a fight. But Box and PBE have it a go. Another team being wiped out there, a bit overcommitted on side of PBE, and side of Box definitely have themselves a huge win with 7 eliminations by now. Hill on the other hand, trying to finish and wrap things up with Bacon Time. Caxo being knocked again. It seems like a bit of a trading from both teams here. Do have their values, but the value will be really valuable if they actually translate into 1 point here. Bacon Time Ice trying to find themselves the best position without being tagged down, but at the same time trying to toss donate from a different angle. But Tiger on the other end will actually have the space to reset himself. Noise still not being finished off, but they start to see touch because Noise is just in front of them. There's a rock in between, making it so hard for Noise to beat Rage out by the side of Hill. Team Secret these days not playing so much of a blues and change their tactical. Alter Ego Octa knockdown by the side of Sam 9. Team Secret couldn't steal that because they were proning down, worried if they got tagged for the heads instead. And the potato finish on with Micro Uzi. 1-2-1. Micro Uzis versus DBS. Definitely DBS win that round. DBD again. I have to say we have to keep those logo up though when it comes to our prediction. Or is it our prediction? Making sure they can't land any chicken. That's going to be a different story. It's going to be a clear story. A very dark story. But when it comes to the overall ranking, say for 10 elimination on the side of Box, they are running and gunning down. Getting on all those eliminations instead of, you know what, we don't care about our position, we don't care about our survivability, as long as we get those double-digit elimination. It might be just finished one more in the hands of Box. It's gonna be BTR. They've been waiting 2 teams now. Make it almost 3, 1 more player to just secure 3 squad just by themselves. I'm loving how Zai... Never mind. You know what? I did not praise yet. That's not my fault again. It's going to GE with 2 eliminations. Places themselves at 8, but at least they secure those last minute. I mean, like Zai, even though he's one-man army, he'll try to get those eliminations as much as he can get. But he did valiant effort there. At least they don't go empty-handed, just like how SLD ended up way too early on. I think that's the only team that actually going to score a 0 for now in this map. It's going to be SLD. The others, at least they got themselves a couple of eliminations to work with. On the side of Hill, It's not too far off from for the circle. Vampires, I have a feeling if nobody actually trying to intercept them on the southern part, they definitely have a full score advantage plus a clear path carved straight into the center of the circle. On the side of Empire, they are trying to hunting from the back line instead. They go in bulldozing from the back line instead of gatekeeping at the front. Coming up from off angle, RRQ managed to shut down Vampire's run. Coming up from the back line here. That's going to save Hill and just stall them a bit long time. Well, Boom trying to close in on different angles. Trying to corner them on a different side entirely. It's going to be everywhere shooting aside of these Thai teams. You're talking about Vampires and Hill. Both in the same boat right now as RRQ. Gatekeeping on the other end. They can see through exactly a clear line of sight the moment they try to push forward. And the Pekka and the others not willing to leave this combat anytime soon. They have so many good spots to view on, to hold those angles if they just stay. But at the same time is not on their side. We're talking about blue circle, blue and the blue zone and the circle will shift again after this. Sort of RRQ, they definitely try to figure out how to get out from there. They are gatekeeping Vampires, but at the same time, due to this gunshot early on, and they're not in the circle, the moment they step in, it will be gunned up by the side of Sam9, due to how much information giving away for the past couple of circle. And now Sam9 heard the shots coming out. This is what I mentioned early on. Knows exactly where to pinpoint those crosshair. We're talking about Loyu. Just 2-2 formation. They got heavily to the side of Empires. Plus RQ is going to be a big win for Sam9. And they can actually score this quite big. On the other end of the northern, another 2 players of Sam9 going to go over Alter Ego. Sam9 feels like they're having the most out of the circle. They're gonna feel like this is gonna some nice game here, but how they trying to approach slowly, going for attack team, but in the meantime the players are closing on their end first. Alter Ego Rosemary knocked down by Dap. Fnatic slither of health remains, with Boom guarded heavily by the side of Prime Putra. Sam9 back up to their 4 members again. They got themselves 8 elimination on the side of Boom, and Alter Ego got quite a number as well, but on the side of Sam9, the only one that can shut them down are the ones that actually in the blue zone. In this case, it's going to be Razy. But Razy need to push. Ooh, Loyu managed to save by... Oh, never mind. I think the players are just going to kill him now. There's no way Dap can revive Loyu. The players are just keeping on their side. Boom, Pombet taking on Alter Ego. Finish on Rosemary. What a swing coming from Pombet. He just casually turns over that side. And you know what? I got another one. Casually turns down. What a clean execution. Also have Sam9. They still managed to build up the momentum again and got themselves revived. Prime Putra with the DBS playing Ring Around Rosie. There's only one rock in between. And now it's going to be Sam9. What a crossfire. Scored themselves the first chicken of the final week. the same time, for the side 7-9, I think this is a very good start, a good mindset for them. Like we mentioned before, they are not really in a critical zone like you compare how those teams are actually in the red zone right now. But for the side of DAP, he dished so much damage, but he only secures 1 elimination. I mean, like, this guy supposed to be one of the best Terminator in MY region as well. He just came back from a hiatus, comeback really strong this time. Just shows he never stopped. But at the same time, the numbers don't really tally up. I just wish he got more justified with those eliminations instead. When it comes to distance, SEM9 not having the furthest away, but they do know for a fact exactly how to play alongside with the terrain, with the hills just now. They split into 2-2 formation, and there was a good call coming up from IGL. If not, they might have lost that. Oh, but speaking of bots, right, I'm loving how they actually bring this aggressiveness in the first map. They definitely show a different side of them that we've been waiting to see for a longest time, because they actually do have the firepower. If only they actually execute this way, like early on week number 1, it's going to be a different story. But right now, they're being forced, they're only being forced to do so. When they're cornered, only they perform their best. And this is where they're best at. They got themselves the only team with double digit, if I'm not mistaken, just now. They compare with all the others. Box, they're running wild, they're running rampant. I love it. But it's just, can they bring the momentum the entire week? Because we do know, if you're trying to force the aggressiveness day after day, it's going to be super exhausting. And this guy, do they have the stamina to keep this going the entire week if they want to make it for the top 16? Yeah, that what I mentioned, when they were trying to being knocked down by the other teams, they were securing those points at a double-digit elimination instead of have any care in the world about their rank and positions, because the contribution on the side of elimination, you cannot deny it anymore. It's just so huge. It's just tremendous impact when it comes to overall rankings later. And when it comes to SEM9, pretty much they balance out both. For eliminations and rank, they were not as aggressive, but when it comes to securing and controlling the last few circle, they know exactly what to do. When it's critical, they know how to call the judgment, to call and judge the situation during that time. Instead of our top performer this time, it's going to be Lavi, Pumbit, Prime Putra, and Loyu. A lot of SEM9 players up here. We do have Boom and also Box Gaming players. So far, Lavi have been superb in that map just now with 1,000 over damage just by himself.
Yeah, wow, 1,000 over, 8 eliminations out of 11 for Box Gaming. That is a lot there. Wow, this guy has been contributing to majority of the eliminations for Box Gaming. But now, next matches. Okay, so that's done and dusted. The only Sandhawk that we will play inside of the day in this day. So we're gonna get on to Erangel match number 2. 3 Erangels back to back. And so far, our Erangel rounds have been really wonky. Like, expect maybe even, like, let's say, military-based circle again.
How about just don't expect anything at this point? Just go whatever circuit there is to being offered. But for our top Erangel performance, do have Hale, Yido Lions, FaZe, and Prestigia EVOS. Prestigia EVOS is not playing here today, so you might actually have a different contender when it comes to the top 4 later by end of day number 1 final week here. And so far, when it comes to eliminations, feels like Yido Lions do have the aggressiveness, but it's just sometimes a bit difficult for them to be consistent every single round, because they can put a huge number up there. For some teams that have really strong firepower, they have really strong numbers when it comes to performing that one singular round. But the problem is to maintain the consistency when things are not constant, plus to have this boom round again where they have double digit elimination and getting a 0 point after the other. It's just so hard for them to, you know, maintain the volume of their scores. So this is one of the reasons why you do Lions, yes, they are in the top 5, but they couldn't be on the top 3 if you compare it with the Thais.
Yeah, the Thais have been really dominating in the past 2 weeks, so that's why they are on top right now. Top 4 belongs to Thais, basically. So what can we say, right? But we'll still be looking forward to see if any other region can actually take them down in terms of, at least for the bonus points, so that when we start off the grand finals, it will be a little bit more variable, or they will continue on from this top 4 ties and then grand finals. I don't know, top 4 ties again. That would be insane. That will be a crazy finish there. Judo Alliance definitely does need some level of consistency. So yeah, looking forward to that. This round so far, first team to be eliminated with only 1 point from their own elimination. Man, it's just I wouldn't say it's worrying, because we'll definitely see them in the grand finals, but it will not be a good start for them in the grand finals later on.
I mean, for the teams that actually got themselves in the top 5, maybe top 8 here, maybe they're trying to experiment some stuff, because they do know for a fact they already secured themselves the playoffs. So I have a feeling the top 5 teams or top 8 teams, if they have a bit of how do I say, experimental / errors made during this process of the entire week 3, it's forgivable, because they need to find something new to be to prepare something in the grand finals too. So it's not unusual to see them getting those how do I say, mistakes done. But the teams that actually do know that these teams are experimenting, especially the teams down there, they can take advantage of this situation here. They can get those eliminations freely, knowing for a fact that these teams, their rotation a bit weird, a bit awkward. It feels like they are doing something new. So they might actually take advantage of that and getting those elimination points, because they still can push up there. But the one actually cannot afford to do anything at all except for getting better and maintain their consistency will be the teams coming up from, I think, possibly from the 11th place to 16. Nobody is safe, especially the 14th and maybe 15 and 16 places.
Yeah, and that if you kind of think about it, right, would it affect the motivation, like, for those teams? And if it does, then teams like on top, like Judo Alliance or whoever, will take advantage of it. Like, okay, we know that their motivation is low. We'll take out their points. We'll take their points from them. So that's going to be quite worrying, and that's going to be the big challenge here in the final week for some of those teams. To really pump themselves up to say that, okay, we could still do this. We could still somehow create that great escape by the end of the week. And for some of those teams, it's a matter of the season for them. If not, it's going to be a break until the next PMPL.
Well, gladly, it's still the first half of the year, so we do have another by the end of this year. Hopefully we do. But when it comes to the teams, yeah, it's going to be a long pause coming out from them. And I hate to break it, like, this is a competition. This is the manner of competition, right? It's always about teams who will be relegated. But I just wish the gap is not too big. Like, week number 2 was so obvious. It's just no suspense, nothing. It's just one-sided map, one-sided game. A lot of the times always up there. I want to see something. I mean, like, no discredit coming up from the times. Yeah, they're super strong. But you know what? You want something to have a sort of refreshing turn. Like, you know, yeah, we do know. Everybody knows Thai is the strongest region right now in South Asia. But we want a new challenger. We want somebody that bring a different perspective and give a bit of a shake up there to have more excitement for us, you know, to look for about the other regions. We don't know this season who are going to take it, and this season feels like Thai all over again. Might as well feels like a PMSL for Thais.
Yeah, we're looking at you guys from the wildcard region, you know, to come up with a surprise. For them to get that top 4 at this point, well, yeah, it's very, very unlikely. But maybe the grand finals, yeah, it will be nice to see a surprise coming in from a different region, or maybe from a different region, but how should I put it? Maybe like from a region that we have seen before, like for example, like maybe Vietnam or maybe Indonesia, but from an entirely different team. So for example, like Voin, for example, or maybe like SLD, for example, to be really at the top by the grand finals. Right now, it's hard to challenge the Thais because of the overall rankings. How is it? But we'll look forward for the performances of the other teams in the grand finals.
Yeah, I just want something new, something fresh, and something extraordinary for the. I do have my standards high up there. I mean, like, we're living and breathe with PUBG Mobile since the birth of its esport, 5 years. How it has been progressing, the evolution of PUBG Mobile. Back then, it was 25 chicken dinner point. Nowadays, not so much. It was like 15 points difference since the PMCO days down to the PMSL days. Such a huge difference. Back then, day one when it started off esport, no subs whatsoever, not even coaches for these guys. But now we do have analysts, managers, even some of them therapists. And so it's a good thing. But I want to see more of something extraordinary. You guys have been blessed if you just entered with PMSL. You have been blessed if you're not in the start of a dawn of PUBG Mobile eSport, because it's so structured these days. But I want to see those extraordinary coming out of players push themselves up. You know what? We're not being provided with this privilege. We're starting off with a nobody, but we're somebody now because we're starting a clean slate in PMSL. Big teams, oh no, we don't care. They know what their focus are. They want to get those number one. I want to see that kind of drive from this play, especially like PBE and GE.
Yeah, the wildcard teams, it's been a while. The last time we saw them was the last time we saw a wildcard team really doing well is Orange Esports back in the PMCO days. But if you're expecting something out of the ordinary, well, we can expect the Circle maybe later on, because the Circle inside Erangel, something has been happening inside of the PMSL Erangel Circle. It's always really tricky. Like whether it's in military base or it's somewhere 50-50 between military base and the main peninsula, or it's always sliced at the top between like the shooting range area and also the Rosal area, and that's also always very tricky. Yeah, well, we did get some nice circles like in the middle, like inside Pachinki or maybe in school area, but there are just so many times that we have seen those kind of wonky circles. So I guess those teams, they'll be prepared for this. We've seen even like it's military based circle again and again, but we can see that how teams really adapt to each and every one of that circle. So it's like sometimes they change their rotations to be a little bit slower, a little bit faster, depending on how they're comfortable with, and they really try to adapt. But that also means that all the other teams around them adapts as well. So it's all about like anticipating your teams 2 steps ahead, and that's going to be the toughest part to do.
Now, speaking of the pro teams, that's why they're so different. They have to adapt. This is their lifeline. We're talking about the adaptation is their lifeline. They have to know for a fact they don't have much time to morph into something else as well. They need to get on form as fast as they can, because right now we're heading towards the OG map. You do know this map we played the most important map. Everybody stretching out, everybody have a bit of a jiggly and wiggle going on, because right now we're heading to our best map, that is Erangel.
Well, you said it right. It's the most important map because it will be the map that will be played the most in the entire PMSL. This is Erangel. We're going to start off with the flight path at the bottom. So it's going to milk that power all the way to the left. So Novo, Yudo Alliance will have a good drop there. Milta Power will be PBE. Will have a good drop as well. Team Secret will have a good drop into military base, so they're going to have a good fast one. But then again, if the circle moves all the way up north, then they better be faster than that.
I saw down to circle and how fast this player can adapt themselves. We've seen so much of south side of circle, and now these days you just want to climb one for these guys, but at the same time not too slow either. Because we do know when it comes to elimination, it's going to be a bit share of the overall board here. Instead of those chickens, yes, those chickens will play a big part when it comes to those chicken prize pool. But if you compare with the standings, the teams down there, it's best for them to actually go all out. They have nothing else to lose and just prove themselves can squeeze in the top 16 in the last minute, and they need to make it going right off the bat of week number 3 here. We do have Lipovka occupied by Alter Ego and Sam9 at the same time, while PBE is spreading out, but feels like you might ended up as just Naya Circle.
I was looking over at the mini screen where Lo almost got it, but Rosemary, he's not equipped at all. And that comes by, and Rosemary goes down. The most important player for Alter Ego goes out, and that's obviously not looking good for Alter Ego. His other teammates really need to step up this round.
Razy, ring around Rosie with Shunas. There you go, got nothing on him. If only Razy hops onto the buggy, it's gonna be funny as heck. That's gonna be comical, honestly speaking. But Shunas almost stopped it. Almost ran down. Minute. It's gonna be a long time here. This is hilarious. Finally, Hexars arrived, and Razy will be taking a bit of attack with side of Hexars, and they decided to part ways since both teams not having any sort of weaponries on them. But at least they got quite a number of eliminations, and they know for a fact there's gonna be entirety of boom for that side. Once they got looted up and built up their gears, if they want to fight or not, it's up to them and their IGL after this.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to revenge with each other later on. So that's going to be an interesting sight to see. And I do notice one thing as well, because today Void isn't playing and PB is, but hang that thought for a second. FaZe Clan, wait, the road rage is not stopping yet. Now it's going to be FaZe Clan getting it over GE, and I mean the team that really needs the points, GE again. Losing one player very, very early.
FaZe looks like a boss now. There's double angle covered by side of FaZe with one driving at the same time. Apparently gets on one. Don't have a care in the world. Trying to find those vehicles going on side of box levy, definitely giving away with those shots. But at the same time, didn't secure any sort of elimination, didn't have value except for you giving so much information for the enemy team. And whenever you open fire, you have to put in the fact that you give away your position too. You want to have something in exchange of value. Yeah, you got some information about the teams moving, but can you shoot them down? Because the moment you shoot it down, then that's where your value really gonna translate something else into the team. Now, if you're shooting something and not getting anything, you're just giving away something freely, that's going to be intel for the other team.
Or maybe that's going to be a decoy for them. It's like, okay, we make some noise there, and then we quickly move to somewhere else, and other teams will be like wondering, oh, okay, are they still there? Have they moved around? Have they moved to somewhere else? Or, you know, we should be careful of that area, or something like that, right? So maybe it could be a decoy situation for them. Can't say the same for Team Secret, because naturally inside a military base, if by default we don't see that many teams, and even if it's the closest team to them, it's going to be Novo. It's quite a far bit for between Team Secret and Udo Alliance. Definitely no decoy needed there.
Vampires taking around Primorsk, I think. And right now they have to go way more on the north and a bit to the east side. BTR not letting any of the twins playing today. We do have Ryzen, Gemforce, Liquid, and U-High playing. Oh, sorry, that was Procedure Evos. Sorry, we have to go back to Procedure Evos. But so far, U-High and Ryzen are both playing. I feel like starting last week here, at the second half of the week, they realized they have better performance when these two are playing. Or maybe this is their main roster when it comes to the grand finals. Gotta wait and see for now. Basji is playing for ROQ. You haven't seen him any sort of a glimpse on Basji when it comes to the first week. Starting off last few days or last few maps of last week, week number 2, Bass start to play alongside with the lineup of ROQ.
Yeah, in the absence of Mort this time, so at least we will have a lesser confusion of like, okay, it's Voldemort, it's Mort, and then now we have SG, so it's like, okay. At least for viewers' sake, right? I'm sure that's a tactical decision to that. But is it like really going to be impactful? Well, we need a few more games to really see like level of consistency, and how we've talked about consistency in the PMSL is so important. Let's fight them. Yeah, we'll definitely see them in the next round. Yeah, sure. But I'm sure they want to be the team that, you know, comes up with a surprise and take down one of the Thai teams, especially later on in the grand finals. So maybe this is also could be like what you say, right? Teams starting to really try things out this week because they know that they've already qualified to the next round. So this is where they really see, okay, you've been sitting on the bench for quite a while. Why don't you play a longer term and let's see how it goes. And if they can prove themselves, they can perform well, then they might secure their own personal slot in the team later on.
Depends on how they perform, really. So much that we can talk about, but in the end of the day, it's down to the players what they really want and how desperate they want this to happen as well. So the FaZe taking a bit slower, not crossing the bridge yet. Just gonna go the other side. They're not going from the northern, they're definitely just gonna cut across here. Onzen, MN05 seems like a bit of swapping. The only swap that happens on the side of FaZe Clear, MN05 not playing today. I don't know what's the rotation coming from FaZe, depending on what. But BATR rising, empty out the entire magazine, trying to gatekeep Team Secret from passing through.
Yeah, normally we'll see Gigslate doing this, but this time it's going to be BTR doing it on the Team Secret. And none of the members from Team Secret managed to get across yet. Or maybe just one on the left. Probably Zoom passed by and now he's A-OK, but he's not in a position to help his teammates. If he comes any closer to BTR, he'll definitely be shot down. I mean, we're talking about BTR here. But for the rest of Team Secret, Kid still has 4 first aids, so he should be able to tank out the blue for a bit. But how long is he going to hold this position? Now, we're going to get an aerial view here. BTR, 2 of them leaving the compound or leaving the bridge. But for Deuce, he decided to stay back, and this is going to be a big trouble for Team Secret.
Oh, it's going to be trouble for BTR as well if they overextend themselves here. You do know for a fact that you don't want to stay too much in the blue zone, especially in this final week, because the team's going to get crazy for those eliminations. When it comes to BTR and TS, a boy actually make through that. He squeezed himself right across BTR. If this not being careful, not being treaded carefully with side of BTR, they might actually outcornered by side of Team Secret because our boy's right in the front. But depending on how the rotation of the rest of Team Secret, can they actually make it on time if our boy is calling for her because it's just too far apart. The next circle will be the Medusa intersection. We do know for a fact it's going to be a tough one. Due to having open planes, there is with open street. In the meantime, never mind, our boy straight away being finished off by BTR, and that's going to be their eyes shut down. Team Secret have to go in blind now.
Yeah, I was keeping my eye on our boy's position, and really BTR, because they want to get out of the bottom 4 too, so I do understand why they try to take out Team Secret as well. Unfortunately, our boy had to be the one to be eliminated early. It's going to be Kid and Izane, Team Secret. We still have Jumper though, so not too sure where he's at. Maybe he's taking a different route. Hopefully he'll be A-OK as the circle is still somewhere up north and they're still tanking the blue overall.
Alright, Kid taking the high grounds. We've seen this circle many times, frequently. But at the end of the day, it's down to who got into the circle first. Box, they stopped their rampage mode just now. They got no points so far, playing a bit safer when it compared to the last Sunhawk map. Secured those 11 eliminations just by themselves without any rank point as well. There's a huge one coming up from the Vietnam team. We haven't seen a lot of the X, which not been playing yet today. Maybe we got to see them when it comes to the final week. But so far, the only 2 Vietnam team, and make it 3, sorry, including SLD. I want to see them doing all out here. All cylinders out when it comes to the final week. Basti spotted our FaZe who is trying to cut across, trying to transition himself. But will they actually try to stop? And making sure their FaZe cannot get where they want to be as Bast starts spraying moment. He managed to get there unscathed.
Yeah, so stage 2, still a lot of space to play with. Doesn't look like FaZe Clan will be interested for now. They're not really desperate for this position that RRQ is at. So it's going to be okay for them to pick their compound that they just parked themselves. A little bit spread out, but that's alright. We're still at stage number 2, so they're just trying to open up the parameters. They're trying to get into positions where they can gather information while they make their decision for the next round. While for RRQ, they'll be happy with this area too. I can see Vampire Esports kind of close by with FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they're still moving around. I think they want to rendezvous somewhere. It's just a matter of like sending the scout out at front, trying to find where exactly is going to be good for them, and that's where they will park themselves at.
Vampires on the other hand, BTR, they just shut down the side of Team Secret players, which was a boy. The scout in front. And now they spotted out the rest of the other team. BTR, Vampire, UD Alliance, PBE, Hill and TS moving straight in the line of the southern part. Now, only 2 teams max will survive this sort of transition coming up from the southern part. Nobody coming up from north, surprisingly. Only Sam9 just dropped himself a bit on the northeast side, coming across the sniper. Yeah, now speaking of this, coming out from the south, here we go. PBE exchange fire with more than 1 team at the same time.
Ooh, and PBE, again, another early knockdown for them, and it's not likely for them to save rank it. There you go. Euro Alliance will take it. Unless it's stolen away though. But Euro Alliance wants to secure that point. They're moving in, and it's by the rim of the circle, so that's going to be an okay position for them. Going to be a quick elimination there with the splat from Kenny. That takes out Rankit, and PB again not a good start. But Euro Alliance, they have BTR as their neighbors, the unwanted neighbors. BTR doesn't seem to be interested to take this fight too.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely saturated circle. We talk about heavily crowding circle due to 16 teams still in there, almost at the 4th stage. Not even 1 team being eliminated early on. This is just going to be too hectic the moment we step into the circle. Too many teams. It's not enough for 16 teams to be in the center as well. Euro Alliance very separated just to make sure that nobody's scouting them from behind in case they're being backstabbed here. We do know for a fact so many teams love to play the third party. In this case, it's the best case scenario. Due to the radial circles super small for 16 teams to be in, a lot of teams would take advantage just being the third party. Kenny knocked down Team Secret on the other hand, barely touching the circle still, but Euro Alliance will try to execute them from pushing in. They deny their entrance entirely with Flax taking on Ken. That's going to be really paralyzes the rest of Team Secret right now. They only have 2 to work with. Here comes the rush with Euro Alliance.
Oh, here we go. They still have the advantage because of the knockdown. So now you're going to go up against Team Secret with Jumper tossing a nade across the smoke, but will not connect onto Adit Luke as Kid will be eliminated. Jumper knocked down as well. Beautiful nade there by Adit Luke. It's going to be Aizen all alone in this compound. Euro Alliance, they want to recover from their Sandhawk round by taking out Team Secret, and 3 points for them in the bag. But Aizen, he has a DBS, so he's going to be ready to use it.
But PBE start to shoot on their side as well. These 2 teams have no clue in the museum how surrounded they are from the outside. PBE as well as another team. I think it's going to be Hill on the other side. PBE coming in very late, but only 1 player at the one actually stayed behind. But the rest of us start to push forward. Well, he'll stop every single person coming up from south. We do have the circle shifted again on the southeast side. SLD at SM9 DBD coming up from the top side. The one that actually gonna got over the side of the southern has not been determined yet. Waiting for either Hail Flash or even PBE make it first. They can gatekeep this one. But TS and Euro Alliance, I hate to break it, but they both gonna lose this one out.
Yeah, unless Shamil gets away, or Kid or Aizen can connect the shots onto Shamil. They need to scope it out. Shamil still hoping he can reach Flax, but Aizen shot him by PBE on the other side. Oh man, shot by PBE. That kind of stopped him at his tracks there. And does he have enough time? No, he does not. But anyway, the point is denied by the zone.
Team Secret once more. I'm not sure how they're feeling right now. Honestly speaking, they are the 20th place for across 2 weeks in a row now. And now they need to come back when it comes to final week. They're having this start, they cannot afford to even make a mistake since day 1. That's just how punishing their position is right now. Side of Hill on the other end, they do have quite a reign there. Talking about getting the ties in the top 4 and top 5 and overall across the board of all 2 and make it even 3 weeks in a row. I'm not surprised anymore. Anza's taking on Euro Alliance with a run with those vehicles. SLD taking against another fight. Box start to move. BTR being crammed into a corner.
Oh, the next target for FaZe is going to be PBE as Mela. Oh, Mela loses it. But Momon is there on the flanks, on an off angle to take down PBE. And now PBE, the rest of them still within the circle. FaZe Clan will be interested to take them out. But look at the minimap. There's another team close by. And let's not forget about Shamil. Shamil can shoot from behind.
It's going to be GE as well as Hill. Compressing two different angles with FaZe in between. Same goes for the side of PBE there. You do a line stuck. So many teams in this dicey predicament right now. Nowhere to go out from here. Tiger Axe finish off Vintorius. He's actually smiles, taking it away from taking it away from the side of Hill.
This is where we shouldn't forget about Shamil. Oh no, but Shamil's forced out into the blue right now. The blue will put pressure on Shamil. Shamil tries to get away with the buggy. But he's going to go past by FaZe Clan, hoping that he'll be able to get into the circle at least. And so far, so good for him, but he's not out of danger yet.
Definitely still in the woods for the side of Shamil. Hill, on the other hand, slowly creeping in, while FaZe just take a bit of a detour, just going a bit of a U-turn and go on the side of PBE instead, and trying to avoid these fights if not necessary. But right now they're being forced to do so. Momboy clipped down. Those vehicles almost on fire, and that's another explosion on straight on the ground alongside with Mela. That's going to be the last of FaZe. They place themselves at, I think, 14th spot for now, but at least they got themselves 3 eliminations by far.
Oh, okay. What seemed to be a good start for FaZe ended up in a difficult round for them. Eliminated at number 14. Now within this compound, that's going to be Yasnaya. It's very likely that the circle will move away, and that means that 3 teams in there needs to move. But hey, you know what? They still have part of the circle, so it's not too bad for them.
Blue is shrink now for the teams that are actually staying outside. We talk about here, we talk about Udo Lions, even PBE. They don't have vehicle, only one Daisy if I'm not mistaken. The Tiger Axe on the other hand, trying to find Udo Alliance last player, but couldn't have a glimpse on it. I think he saw that one. He wants to make a bit of a U-turn, try to find structures in between. If you need to go down here, there you go. You definitely spot out Shamil. Here comes the spray coming in across that bug, and that's it. Tiger Axe. Such persistence.
Oh yeah, that's like what? Okay, 2 eliminations, but how they crash into FaZe Clan, how they take out Shamil, they're just showing confidence that despite they could be overexposed, but they have the information in hand, so they're confident. And now RRQ has information onto Hill as Flash gets closer and closer to RRQ, but being shot at by Nepeko. That should stop that track since Hill do not have a full squad. Maybe right now they'll play a little bit chiller, a little bit safer, since they're already in the circle anyway.
Trying to chill is not an option here. They do know for a fact they got themselves a pet. They have to pray now nobody toss any sort of mollies or hand grenades on this side. RRQ definitely have a couple of smokes left. Only vegetations and the terrain on this side, slightly a bump on that hill, will cover them temporarily. On the side of the hill, same goes for them. They are in the center, in the middle of the road as well. And compressed by 2 angles, different side. But DBD, we're already starting off really hard for them. With Sunhawk eliminated early on, they cannot afford to lose here as well. So they force the fight against Bacon Time. Echo want to go for the push against Ice. They want to be denied by the blue zone, but at the same time, the blue zone will hurt. We're talking about stage number 5 here. So Echo make a big U-turn to get back up into the center of the zone as soon as possible.
Oh no, Echo been tapped away by Kwang Ji from afar, but he somehow still survives. He needs to reset quickly because Bacon Time is close by. Bacon Time could have gotten that signal and they would have known that Echo is there, but a nade from Octa behind. It's going to be Alter Ego. That knockdown could be a push for Alter Ego, but now Octa needs to take down 3 touch before he can go on, but Octa focusing on to reset. At the same time, Echo unfortunately out, so it's another round for DBD without a chicken.
I swear to God, Alter Ego Potato especially, with 1 more bullet to knock him down. They are so thankful. There's so many eyes watching on that side. Bacon Time being eliminated by 2 teams back to back. Vampires on the other, Shrubs will be revived. They are splitting into 2 formation. Coming up, there's guarding on the west, the other 2 guarding on the east side, where it will be the most team coming up from there. Across the street is where they'll be staying. At Montboy, it's going to last off PB. Another one eliminated. We're down to 8, but 24 players still remain.
Okay, Circle. This will kind of determine whether the players inside of Yasnaya will need to come out. You can see that 7-9, they're kind of busy inside of Yasnaya, but Vampire busy with Hale at the same time. And yes, it's a confirmation, it will move away entirely from Yasnaya, Polyana. And we can see the elimination feed running as 7-9 defending their ground against Boom.
Razy, 20% of HP left with that DPS in hand. Well, that trying to finish off those eliminations and save his teammate at the same time. Razy coming up from behind. He managed to reset. Now play a bit of ring around. Razy, that goes down. Dap clutched that for the team. Running out his UMP magazine, but they're not done yet. We do have one more team, which is going to be Box, taking advantage. The housekeeping team is here. Box start to go rampant again.
You talk about the third partying, and now Box Gaming is just showing how it's done. Beautiful play, beautiful timing there by Box Gaming, and now they should have a clear exit out of Yasnaya Polyana into the circle. But speaking about into the circle, we got a couple of teams inside of there, and they're really close to each other, just hoping for the terrains to not expose themselves, especially for Flash. It's just next to Alter Ego on the right.
Oh, I have a feeling Circle will favor Vampires here. One of those three, is it going to be the west or is it going to be the east side? Is it going to be left or the right side? But the most teams just standing on the ground right now is going to be on the right side. Circle always favor the team that, the land where the least team is standing, and that's going to be Vampires. The Box will be gatekeeper side of Vampires across that side. It's going to be Newsy and Stone on top of this rooftop. Now while waiting for the Circle to shrink again, they were not willing to leave. Vampire and the rest of the teammate getting themselves such strong compared, maybe the strongest there is out here. As we talk about open field and flat playing, there's a set. If you're standing up, you'll definitely be discovered by the teams up there.
Ooh, yeah. But how is he going to get out? Alright, he's still stuck on the outside of the zone though. So it's going to be tough for him. And it's such an open area right in front. Where Vampire, because he shot onto him, so it's a signal that he's being watched. So for Vampire, they got a couple of, they got other angles to take care of. But we've seen as well multiple times that this kind of circle will be somewhere like in the middle of the road, and it will kind of be like 50-50 there. So that could be the possibility too. But looking at the possibility for Box Gaming to survive this, if that moves towards the middle of the road, oh man, the possibility is low.
Outside of Stone, I'm waiting for the SLR to work wonderfully well for him. In this case, where he got himself quite a few compared to the others. Box barely make it in, squeezing into the northern side, just a small side of land there, and then it's going to be open street. While SLD try to push on their side, RQ on there then be squeezed by the Blues. And now the next circle will determine who will be favoured across this street, which divided the map into two parts entirely. Octa and the rest of them coming up from the right side of the circle have to cut across this small hill. They have to hike up to see what's going on the other end. For Vampires, the only compound there is in this entire circle. They took it. They work around it. They're splitting into 2-2 formation as well. Box Gaming, they have a tree, so they form a triangle. Same goes for SLD, going for 2-2, but spotted out by Levy. There goes one. One more to knock down on the side of SLD. That's going to be paralyzing one side for them. Box, many teams eyes onto them. Same goes for SLD. The ones winning this big is going to be Vampires.
And so happened that the majority of the circle moves towards the right. So Vampire, they still have a little bit of the circle, but at some point they definitely need to move across. Now we can see that RQ is going in. Fnatic is the one that's still active. Fnatic, 50% health. That off-angle shot came in from the Beko. And that means Alter Ego. They have been eliminated at number 63 elimination points. But now SLD needs to come into the circle, spotted out by Vampire from afar, keeping eyes onto them. They're playing with that terrain. Capone, still taken away by Stone, not denied by anything.
Less than 300 meters apart from these players to see each other out. You definitely can see everything going on. It's going to be Stone trying to tap into those vacant smoke for now. News is spotted out the rest of SLD. Knock on one is going to be Tony K taking on Quan Chi. Shrubs and the others trying to follow up with those eliminations, those knockdowns. quite a view still coming up from Vampires. They got barely small side of a circle, but still work more than enough space for them due to the rooftop. SLD trying to shut down on RRQ, but definitely with spotted out Vampires. They have to pick their points and know exactly the timing for their picks. Vampires don't want to waste any more time. They're trying to push as much as they can. They know for a fact that they don't want to have to cross the street in the last minute if that's the worst case scenario for them. But Flash will be the bane for Vampires.
Oh, Vampire, they have to leave the comfort of their rooftop now. But look at the current scenario. Vampire is the only one on the other side, meaning that they can wait for these teams to duke it out and they can come in later on as the third party. Let's see what happens between SLD and RRQ. The unwanted neighbors. The name will be tossed onto SLD, but SLD still by the rim of the circle is still going to be okay for them now. But in 5 seconds, that can change.
Look at how responsive RRQ is right now. They are opening up their positions there. They got themselves the circle even now. All they need to do is hold this ground. Those angles force out of RRQ. That's all they need to do. But Flash uphill. Spotted out by the rest of Vampires. Nowhere to run. RRQ got it. It's going to be more finishing uphill instead of Vampires.
Oh, that was a beautiful nade from downtown. Right now we can see Vampires. They just need to wait for the fight to start, or maybe for the fight to end, and then they can move in. Third partying. We've seen it time and time again. Vampire, they're good at that. And now SLD, they're the first one to be forced to move because they're by the edge of the circle and they're the furthest away by the circle. Vampire still keeping eye on them, tapping it away. It's Tony K with a mini 14. Tries to hear the go through, but will not be able to do so. Now Vampire. Oh man, everyone needs to time this really, really well as the zone is closing. But RRQ, they are comfortable in the circle. They just need to hold their ground.
For SLD, they choose their poison here. It's going to be Vampires for their next contender. They know exactly where they stand instead of RRQ. They know there's one team across them, but they haven't seen any of the players yet. So they go for the things that they certainly know of. It's going to be absolute faith to jump and cross the street coming up from the side of SLD, but Vampires start to take initiative as well. They start to push forwards bit by bit with those bridge smoke, and now with their vehicle as well as LD. The moment they close in the gap, that's where Vampires try to keep the distance. And RRQ spot that now take this towards their advantage.
Oh, Mort almost got Tony K there. Now the Molly will toss that. Mort has nowhere to go. And Mort will need to show inside. Now Tony K, can he get a double down? Now yes, he can. Beautiful spray by Tony K. Nicely done. And now RRQ, they're losing men. Only down to Voldemort.
That's not great for RRQ. They had it going before. Voldemort to save Mort is just too far. And Tony K's finished off with another elimination. He secured himself 6 out of 9 for the entire team. And RRQ being eliminated entirely for now. It's going to be SLD versus the Vampires. Now, can Tony K break the record? Not so, because the most we got is 10. The only he can have in his hands right now is going to be 9. But for Tony K, he definitely wants to go for the kill. He's going for the hunt.
Oh yeah, they can get a maximum of 12 now if they can eliminate the entire SLD. Let's see if SLD can actually overcome this. Now the name from Tony K. That should open up if they can get a knockdown. So it looks like spray coming in from Parajin. He will get one for himself. Now Vampire Esports, when they had the man advantage, now they're down to 2.
SLD on the other hand, trying to fight against the blue stone knockdown. That's a big one for SLD. Ghosted done it again. Impeccable spray come out from Ghosted, just knowing his hunch in the smoke, but it's not going to be enough. 1-to-1 trade. Here comes Persian. Spotted out Tony K and SLD secure that one out, even though the odds against them just now being compressed. 2 angle between the crossfire of Vampire and RRQ before they made it through. It was not a chicken that easily gotten in the hands of SLD. It was well deserving, hardly fought, and putting a lot of effort for SLD. This chicken will push them quite high up there.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, you want to see a team from the Vietnamese region actually doing well. They immediately responded with a chicken dinner, and it came from SLD. Wow, and it was against Vampire Esports. Considering that Vampire Esports, they had the man advantage at first, But SLD, they overcome it, and they got this chicken dinner. Beautiful, beautiful play. And it's going to be Parajin again. His long range shots. Such a chef's kiss. 5 eliminations, and what a beautiful damage number, 1010. This is in programming language, they call it binary number.
Beautiful numbers coming up from Parajin. I agree. 1,000 over damage just by this guy. 5 eliminations. Tony K got quite a number of eliminations, but when it comes to MVP as a team, this is going to be it coming up from Parajin. The chicken don't lie here. You work yourself well in a team. It's all down to teamwork when it comes to getting those chicken. And SLD, their full squad time is lesser. They're starting off lesser against Vampire. But Vampires, on the other hand, took a toll on them when they fight against RQ early on. And Hill again squeezing in. Now, can we get our whole day flag waving different this time around, Cloud? So far, we have Malaysia in the first map. Second, it was coming up from Vietnam. Can we get even PBE or even GE waving, and Thais and Indonesia for the last few? If that can happen, it'll be a great story to ending our day 1 and final week.
Oh yeah, we almost got that last week, so yeah, we're hoping for that to happen too. That'll be pretty nice. And considering, okay, so we already got one from we already got one from the Malaysia region, which is M9. So I don't know, it's going to be a torn moment again, right? Whether you want DVD to get it, or whether you want the different or variety of regions to get it. So we'll leave that discussion for the second half of the day, because the last time we talked about that, we almost got it. We almost got a multiple region, but still sadly for DVD, no chicken dinner yet.
Yeah, and so far I'm loving how SLD push in the last minute. I'm not sure about the others. Box doing the same thing here. Feels like when it comes to last minute progression, I feel like Vietnam really have it all going. We're talking about stepping up the occasion. They're stepping up the game here with 10 points eliminations. It's going to be total up for 20 points coming out from S side of SLD. The only 2 teams that get themselves double digit for total points is going to be just Vampires and SLD for now. The others not so much. Quite a gap here. Now this is going to be a bit of a stretch for our first day start, as RQ just secured 9, 7 on the side of Hill. Nobody ended up with a 0 at least this time.
Oh yeah, okay, it's a rare sight to see that everyone gets something at least from this round. But is that something enough for some of these teams? We just look at the bottom 5. So we got DBD, Team Secret, PBE, BTR, GE. All these teams at the bottom 5 this round needs points. They are desperate for points. They don't want to be in the bottom 4 at the end of the week. Oh man, it's gonna be a very tight race. I can predict this. It's gonna be a tight race up until Sunday.
And when it comes to having a really good start and balancing out eliminations and rank points, it's going to be definitely 7-9. If you compare with the others, they got themselves 13 eliminations, one of the highest, including Box, who got himself 14. But Box, the problem is they're not going to go for those rank. They're just going to go for eliminations. They don't care about the rank points. So far, we have gone through 2 maps in a row now. They only secured 3, the least amount of rank point in all the top 8 down there. But when it comes to our best frag in the last map, it's going to be between Tony K and Parajin. Damage wise, definitely on the side of Tony K, but look at how much Parajin using his nades, using those smokes away. It's 19 just by this guy.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a lot. And I did notice that the overall utilities used by our top 4 teams, it was definitely SLD that used a lot of it, despite them not traveling that much. But I think it was during the compound fight that's where they really tried to find those angles, and naturally you use a lot of utilities. If FaZe Clan got the chicken dinner, then that will definitely go to Tony K based on that stat. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be SLD. So now, from Malaysian region, from Vietnamese region, all done. Let's see if it happens. Let's see if it's going to be, what kind of trend is it going to be in match number 3.
I feel like before heading into the break, it's going to be ties. Usually, it depends. So it depends on the teams, because FaZe just now almost secured that chicken. It's just one person away from it. They don't have enough firepower in the last minute, and definitely having a bit of a problem to have a different side of a view. Not enough throwables when it comes to the last minute as well. But when it comes to next map, I have a feeling it all down to circles. So we did have Medusa intersection just now, like we mentioned before. When it comes to this intersection happening in the last few circuits, it's going to be an open plane in the last minute. That's what really the case in that last map just now. Vampires, they definitely scored themselves quite a number of eliminations, yes, but because of the circle not really favoring them last minute, they have to cross the street. It was like, what, 5 teams across that street the moment they stepped in there, so they took their time for a bit. But it just shows that the ties, including FaZe and Vampires, they're so consistent when it comes to Erangel. Always in the top 5 in the last few, they always make it in Erangel. It's down to just closing it.
Yeah, you're right. Putting aside who gets the chicken dinner, right? Like, the Thai teams are definitely very consistent so far, and Erangel is definitely one of their favorite maps in general. And looking at the current case of like Vampire Esports, they could have gone out earlier because the circle was like on the other side of the road, majority of it at least. But somehow they still managed to get a second place finish, which is great. You get extra rank points, so why not, right? So yeah, I mean, looking at how they still are even in week 3, like how is the Thai region going to be denied from the top spot, whether it's in the whether it's in the bonus rankings or whether maybe in the grand finals? It's going to be a big challenge for the other regions now.
Now I feel like the only thing that you can actually do for the other regions is dare to take up the challenge to contest on mid-circle, because that's where the Thai teams always will be concentrating themselves on frequently. Now we saw every single map. It's so hard to see the Thai teams being left out in the blue zone. That's so rare. I mean, like, it happened before for the side of hill, but that's the case where the circle are just too far from them, or they happen to be across a different island entirely. In this specific case, it's going to be usually Erangel because of how the main and the southern part is always like split it halfway through. But the thing is, if they want to take up a challenge in the mid-circle, can they hold their gunfire? Because we do know the Thais hardly miss. You saw how Tony K execute just now. The moment they see something, they will never miss. Now, can they actually pull that off? Including the teams like GE and PBE, they have to step up now. I mean, like, it's great that you'll be the best in the region, but not so if you compare to be. What's the point of being best in the region, but you can't be the best in the world? They have to start exercising every map is for the globals as well.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, besides how good they are at shooting, they're also very good at the third party. They know exactly when to come in. Like the moment like a fight ends, sometimes it'll be like, okay, there'll be a gap and then only the team comes in. But like in general, we're talking about it, right? Like for the Thai teams, it's like the moment the fight ends, it's like they're already as if like they're halfway traveling to that site where the fight is happening. And when everything ends, there's no time for any of those teams who just ended the fight to reset themselves. And when they come in, it's just bam, finish, just like that, just in the blink of an eye. So their timing is just impeccable, I must say. So like what you say, yeah, you can try to challenge the Thai teams in the middle, which they normally like to play, but can you really hold the ground there? Winning the fight is number one. Second thing, can you hold the ground if any other third party comes in?
I agree. I think there's going to be a new set of mindset for the players, or a new strategy they have to come up for themselves. Like the moment they saw the HP go less than 50%, they need to just put themselves as a priority first. Just heal up in case that happens, because even though you won that fight, you might actually not have any time to reset. That's how to counter the third party in the first place. They have to play tag team. It cannot be one person to just keep it going, that fight as the front line. They have to go back and forth just to sustain those resources, at the same time to give extra time for the players being knocked down to just heal themselves back up before the ending of the war, before the ending of the brawl, so they have the time to reset themselves, or even if another third party come in, they already reset themselves.
Yeah, but we're going to end our conversation right now because we're going to pass the conversation over to our host. So let's take on the interview right now. Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome to the interview area. Today I have Sem9 Sly DD, the one and only coach. Coach from Sem9, and I'm really excited because as we know, this is week 3, do or die, Doom's week for the team here, and I'm really excited to see what it's like for them heading into the top 16. First of all, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Wow, okay, so let's talk a little bit about your match day. You started off the day with not only a chicken dinner, but you killed 2 of the Indonesian teams. That is a statement. So is there anything you want to tell them?
Last time, one of your players said that Malaysia lobby or Malaysia teams are not that good. Well, teams can improve and always getting better and better each day. So hope this says something to you.
Ooh, it's getting spicy up in here. But let's talk a little bit more about the other 2 teams. Many people said that the combination of GNX and Sem9 have a good chemistry. But what do you think about that?
I mean, Luyu and Lonsker have always been the good players inside the Malaysian scene. So it's not very surprising for the good players combining with other good players to create a team that is pretty much very, how I would say,
a super team.
Like a super team, something like that. So yeah, I think combining good players is always the way to go.
I'm really liking that. I'm really liking the dynamics between your 2 teams as well coming into this. So do you guys think that you'll be maintaining the consistency of your games today into the upcoming matches?
Well, of course, because PUBG is always about consistency, and that is always our goal. It's not just about getting the chicken dinners. It's about getting all the good games that we can get, and not to mess up all the good games that we can get, and keep on focus on playing our best.
All right, thank you very much. I'm really excited for that. But before we stop, so you know how every team has a ritual before they start a game, right? So we have some teams doing chants, some teams have maybe they have a bantal busu or a stinky pillow. But what about Sem9? What did you guys do today that was different, that gave you guys a chicken dinner today?
Well, we have our Lonsker, who is non-Muslim, actually, who is fasting, actually, throughout the PMSL.
Wait, throughout the entire 13 days
it
to
has
14?
been, I think he has been fasting for 6 days, I think.
6 days, okay.
So, yeah, just don't make Superboy bring him to sahur and you guys are doomed.
Okay, so like coming back to him fasting, how is he fasting? Is he doing okay? Did he complain?
I think at first he was doing the easy mode.
Okay.
Where he woke up around maybe 2 o'clock and something like that. But recently, I think he's been doing the proper way. Like he's been fasting since like 9 a.m., 10 a.m.
All right.
So yeah, to all my Muslim brothers out there, even Lonsker can puasa. So you guys better puasa.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we call the puasa buff or the fasting buff. And here it's going to be for Sem9. Thank you so much, Lady D, for spending time with us here during the interview.
Thank you.
And for you guys over there, go on to caster desk. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Thank you so much, Tash. That was quite an insight. But first and foremost, we have to mention about, you know what, words can really hurt. And these guys really stab in deep when it comes to the saying coming up from the Thai region that why Indonesia is not as strong as theirs. So they're trying to show what they can do. Plus, Lung is fasting. I'm loving that. Yeah. And you didn't know that? We actually do have the easy mode, the moderate mode, and the heavy mode. Okay, the heavy mode is after sahur, which you are eating before you start fasting. You have to finish your feast or your meal before 6 in the morning, right? The heavy mode will be after you're done with your meal, you don't sleep and just work as usual and do whatever physical labor that you used to do until 7-ish and just be as normal day as it is. Like the fast is not affecting you. The easiest mode is going to be usually like how we call it for toddlers. Like you can break your fast at 12 p.m. if you start fasting at 8, you know, starting off slow, that kind of stuff. No. I mean, like, you can't cheat, yes, but these are usually applicable to only toddlers who's, you know, if you are not hitting a puberty yet, it's okay for you to learn too fast. If you're just learning too fast, it's like everything in Islam is actually very, very, how do I say it, easy. So they know for a fact, this guy is quite new. It's okay to give him, you know, a bit of a leeway there. But those are actually been Muslim in entire life. There's no reason not to do it. Come on, guys. You guys can do it. Even Lung can actually pull it off. But back to its our boom swaps. You do have Boo Boo and Hexas again this time. I'm not surprised if they swap in out Keymine as well. Yeah. But usually they're starting off either with first wrangle or not really. Usually it's kind of rare for us to see them at the first swap. Usually it happens quite a number. A double swap happens after the break. After the break. That's where Keymine and Boo Boo Who start to swap in and out. But in this case, I don't know. It feels like back to its week one instead of Boom when it comes to their roster changes. We are back without any skin on the flight today with our second last wrangle of our final week, day 1. 4 more days to go, Cloud. 4 more days to see who will be relegated, but this time the flight path is just perfect, absolutely perfect. Splitting the map into 2 sides equally on the left and the right side, cutting across Pachinki. We haven't seen Pachinki fight for the longest time now. Now it means our week 1.
Yeah, Pachinki. It's been a while, but if only like if it's Pachinki, then okay. Right now, Bacon Time, because they're playing, they normally drop inside Pachinki because they want it over Xavier, so they'll be happy there. Xavier, yeah, they'll be feeling a little bit salty, the fact that they left that, and if they get a Pachinki circle, then they'll be like, oh, that's supposed to be our hometown. But hey, yeah, if we do get a nice circle, consistent nice circle now, I won't be complaining. I'll be really, really happy because we've got a ton of bad circles. But if it goes up to being a nice circle, like goes up to the main peninsula, for example, Team Secret always has a difficult always is caught in a difficult position, and looks like the circle might be the same, somewhere in the main peninsula, in the middle of this time.
Yeah. Very generous one, but I don't know. Doubt it is going to be the same sort of ending like how we saw in the Medusa intersection before, but high chance, yes, it's going to be the center as well. Speaking of, I have a feeling, right, Cloud, when it comes to the grand finals, I have a feeling DX will challenge Bacon Time again in the grand finals for those Pachinki spot.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe even like during the last few days of this week, when maybe the points are already like, okay, we're really, really okay with whatever that we have, then they just really want to like fight Pachinki just because they want it back in the grand finals. So that will be, that could be the case though. Now the fact that Xavier, they're not playing today, of course we couldn't see it, but let's see if that happens like tomorrow onwards.
Yeah, gonna have to wait and see. Sort of phase on the other end, it's gonna be a usual spot for them coming up to its side of Joker Pool. And very calm, and that's a bit of the southern side of a island comprises inside of a circle. This is quite alarming because we do have both bridge inside of this circle as well, so it's very difficult for the teams to decide whether to go south or the main peninsula. Most of us, if we cast it way back then, We're gonna say there's definitely gonna be the main peninsula circle. It's gonna be the mainland circle. The snow is gonna be just shifted down on the south, right? But not so much these days. It's best to actually wait it out for a bit.
Yeah, that's why we don't trust the circle anymore. Yeah, as long as there is still the first circle, the percentage there. I mean, yeah, it's Erangel, PMSL for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen how difficult circles inside of Erangel can be inside of PMSL. So it could really, really happen. So that also means that, like Team Secret, they can have some sort of hope that, okay, hopefully it really pulls down. But if you're Team Secret, like, do you really want to hope for that? Very, very unlikely. So I do expect to see Team Secret still trying to go through the left bridge, in which, if that happens, there is again a possibility that BTR could be gatekeeping.
Well, that didn't fare them very well for BTR last time, we remember. Yeah, the gatekeeping is great, but not if you're not in the zone, not if you're actually being chucked down by the blue zone. That's what happened for the side of BTR. They overstayed themselves too long. As multiple teams that actually made the same sort of rotation, just like how they were in day number 1. We talked like week 1, day number 1. That's going to include UD Alliance, Team Secret, and BTR. They love to overstay themselves too long in the blue zone and gatekeep each other out until both teams went down without any sort of a value from that.
Yeah, and plus they came in a little bit later, so there were a lot of teams like waiting for them later on. To be fair, they did secure.
Side of SM9, Loyu building up his gears as always. SM9, we did have a coach interview just now. It was Sly DD, super tall by the way. Super serious coach. I mean, like, I've seen him coaching right in front of my eyes. It's very strict, but sometimes that's what you needed as a team, right? He knows for every single player. As a coach, it's so important because you are the pillar of the team. You have to know exactly the attitude of a player, how they actually think, how do they actually feel in certain spot, when is their comfort zone, where they can feel a bit of discomfort. Because that's where you get to know the strengths and weaknesses of the players. I mean, like, Pasha is also a coach, which is going to be coming up, my brother of a Sly DD. When I talk to both of them at the same time, who would have thought that coach has been such a big pillar and so much responsibility? Not just revising the teams, not just revising about the rotation. They have to know deep down inside if there are any sort of personal issues from the player as well, so that it will affect his performance. He needs to know inside out of a player so well to put them exactly which role that they can perform best.
Yeah, there's a lot of I would say the job scope for a coach has definitely expanded over time. It's not only about the tactics like what you mentioned, but it's also the mental element of it. So the skill set of a coach really needs to be upgraded. I guess that's the right word. Upgraded, or if you want to be a coach for a pro team inside of PMPL, then you really need to have all those skills. You got to have those that I just mentioned, and then you got to have the people management. You need to be able to manage it. It's not only about like knowing your players and then not knowing what to do about it, but you need to have solutions for all that, things outside of the game as well. And you pointed out right, based on the conversation that the interview when Sly DD he was talking about how his players are. He really knows his players, and that just shows the bond between him and his players, and that allows easier management.
Yep. And speaking of pro players, if you guys happen to be in the chat, want to be a pro player, there's always a slot for you. But the two important thing across two most important points and things that you should really put as your priority is gonna be two of them. First, you know how to shoot. Second, positive attitude. I'm talking about not just we can do this as kind of encouragement, no. They have to have this attitude of willing to learn, very open-minded, and have humility. That's one of the rarest attributes that we have in a pro player these days. Humility. If you have those in hand, you know how to shoot. Just talk to any of the teams. They definitely want to pick you up. Because by the end of the day, I talk to all the teams down there. What do you want to find in a player, and how do you scout your players in any orgs? It's the same sort of answers always. They can sharpen their skills, but you cannot build humility from scratch. But here comes, speaking of from scratch, a bit of a lost journey here for both teams. RRQ Voldemort a bit too much in the front, deep into Sem9's compound. Having a 1-to-1 trade, the rest of RRQ now have to go there just to save his mate. But is it going to be worth it for RRQ right now?
Okay, looks like they're going to try it. Let's see if they can get to the compound safe at least. And Best G will arrive together with Napeko. Voldemort can still be picked up though. So right now, Sem9 still in full squad, but for RRQ, if they don't pick up Voldemort, they'll be losing this fight. And Voldemort finally eliminated by Putra. That's a ban down for them.
And the circle shifted again. This is why we said don't leave your compound too early. But Sem9 RRQ is not done. That taking those DBS to work while Prime Putra, that UMP start to breach indoors. While RRQ tried to flush them out. None of their utilities been dropped right on the spot by Bask. By the side of that finish of 1. Putra feels like RRQ. This is what I worry about. This is going to be worth it for them to take this fight head on.
Ooh, Mort knocked down, and now Long is going in. But he has Mort there in front of him. He will finish off Mort. It's going to be one left. Pre-fire coming in from Long, not allowing his opponent to move at all, and is stuck inside the building, inside the room. And RRQ, first team to go out.
It was really a tough push coming up from RRQ. Because you saw for a fact the angles hold by the side of Sem9. They can see it clear the moment RRQ pushed down those hills. So I start to question, is it going to be worth it or just build it out? Definitely not going to be worth it, as RRQ secures 0 of this fight. No value return. And it's going to be hurting them quite a bit when it comes to the final weekend. But at the same time, they are pretty much secure for the playoffs. But I'm not sure if they'll be able to be pushed down. I don't think so. They scored themselves an overall bonus points standing at 26 points. I did mention earlier on, as long as you got 25 points and above, feels like you're safe to get into the grand finals.
Yeah, RRQ will definitely be okay. Don't expect them to lose out on that grand final spot for sure. But for Sem9, they should be okay as well. But yeah, like your theory says that, okay, you just need a little bit more just to be really, really secure. And with Sem9 coming in from Severny, crashing into the school compound, taking out 1, and then defending their ground from 3, man, they are not stopping. So they really want to go for that as close as possible to the middle circle, which is a different kind of strategy that we're seeing. And we did talk about like that during the first round, that teams might come up with different strategies. Maybe before this they like to play at the side, but this time they like to play in the middle, for example, and Sem9 showing it.
Speaking of middle circle, right now nobody has a clue where is the middle until the third circle shifted again. But here comes Vampire, spotted out. Boom not taking any sort of risk down there. They know for a fact this is a bit too early. Just part ways. It's not worth investing as much resources as they are just on the second stage here. But 5 more seconds to go. I have a feeling you might ended up around Milta Farm area. Yep, there you go. It's gonna be the triangle between Farm Shelter and Milta right now. UDO Alliance will gatekeep this one because Team Secret have to cut across. They'll be swimming over. DBD phase just barely squeezing in. They're all moving at the same time. Look at the farm area. I'm talking about this. Will be only one team survive.
If only Team Secret took the left bridge, which obviously was hard for them to know. The left bridge was clear. BTR didn't gatekeep them. But now they have to face up against UDO Alliance. But now, looking at Hill, getting a couple of knockdowns for themselves onto Alter Ego with Flash onto Potato. Alter Ego, only one player left. And it's going to be this compound where Fnatic is still alive.
This warehouse. Bit of trading done here between the Gatslow. 2 more players, but Alter Ego being finished again. Feels like mission impossible coming up from Rosemary. It's still impossible, but back-to-back for Hill. No problem. This is what I mentioned about you have to make sure your health is more than 50 HP. Because the moment another team happens to rush in here, they are prepared. That case for Hill, they are more ready to take up another fight as Flash has been clutching this by himself.
And we did talk about the timing of third partying. Hale is showing this just when the moment Boom was done. Hale immediately comes in, and Boom has no chance of resetting. And now, with that third party, this compound is theirs. And no other team is going to challenge Hale.
Farm. There's another few teams right across them. Less than 100 meters. They're around 100 meters apart. Flash can see through. I think that's going to be Sam9 just across them, who's still fighting against, I think it's going to be DBD. High possibility. Team Secret, on the other hand, they're going to just hold on to this land. Just lucky enough, Yudu Alliance actually not camping at the end of the bridge. But Kenny definitely saw the movement coming up from Team Secret. They heard the rotation. He wants to stay outdoor to see on the rooftop if there's any sort of players moving out here.
Okay, let's see if Team Secret can survive this. But they can follow like the bottom side into Milta and they'll still be okay. But they seem to be sticking here, maybe because they set up the circle, so they want to see where the fourth phase of the circle goes. Yudo Alliance, on the other hand, they'll be happy to take those points, and as long as they keep eyes on the Team Secret, there's still an opportunity. Now Jumper will expose himself. It's a little bit far. Kenny not taking the shot.
He wants to take up the shot, but there's something in between him. Sam9 and DBD having a bit of exchanges. Sam9 being clustered himself in this mushroom tower. I mean, like, this mushroom tower is great, but you don't want to overextend yourself because you know for a fact there's going to be more than one team rushing into here any time now. So they need to leave the moment they have the opportunity, and that's what Sam9 is trying to do. Right on top of Farm Hill is taking reign over that compound. BTR and Sam9 moving at the same time but different directions entirely, with DBD still at the rim of the circle. Vampires are spreading out, trying to bull those people from behind, but Sam9, they have to hop out. They got shot from afar. It's going to be FaZe, and alongside there's going to be 4 teams right on the spot.
Wow, it was Hale shooting him down, but now focusing on the DBD versus BTR. Let's go here. Can DBD finally secure that chicken dinner? But the nade out to Gen Force. That will be a good start there for DBD. Ziggs will take out Gen Force, but they're not clear yet. They need to take out the rest of BTR in this compound as they're rushing through. Yen goes in. Yen almost getting it, but Yen loses.
Liquid. Squid Juice or Liquid right now have only 13 ammunition left. Not much bullet to spray on anymore. That's going to be the shotgun. Shredded almost his fast, tossing another nade. He didn't even heal himself. He doesn't have any sort of medical utilities. Too big of a risk. A dangerous gameplay by the side of Deuce. He just needs to build this one. I have a bad feeling for Liquid or Deuce if he overstay himself. UI try to stall so Deuce can actually come back to his side. But the problem is he doesn't have enough utilities on that side. Here comes Ryzen to give extra help. But DBD and the sort of BTR having a bit of a standoff. UI too far apart. There's Sam9 on the other hand.
Much needed backup there, because his vehicle is on the right side where DBD can shoot. Right now, Deuce needed down. Okay, this could be an opening here for DBD. But right now, they don't seem to be confident enough to push. Maybe they're aware of the other team shooting in from the outside. Ryzen tosses a nade. Tries to buy time, hopefully to get to his teammate. The smoke will be popped out as well. So he's going in for the save.
Tossing another one. Jimmy OP. Ryzen just tried to clear the corners. Ryzen taking the front line as this bleeding out. DBD start to push. AKM in Echo's hand trying to go for the rush. Or Jimmy OP with the Bison going on the flank side. Putra taken down by Yuhon. There's going to be the support at the back being ambushed. They have to build this. BTR, they cannot overstay themselves because their eyes being shut down from behind. Echo on the other end will force this. They clouded themselves in the smoke. Just stalling right now. Ryzen trying to find a way to get in, trying to at least secure another. Playing around the walls. Jimmy OP knocked down. He saw the silhouette, follow his hunch, and Ryzen still alive. Even the molly's been dropped off, and Ryzen just healed himself back up. And 6 will reset on Jimmy OP, but Echo will be the bane for Ryzen. If he's trying to decide to push alongside with the team here. Lucky enough for Ryzen, there's no window, only a small circle window that is for them to see from the outside. But Ryzen, the moment he jumped down, it's going to be the end because DBD is just surrounding him very hard. Cornered him every way possible.
Yeah, if he happens to end up on the other side, the other team's waiting as well. So Ryzen, he is caught right now. Unless he can pull off a big clutch, or the circle will buy time for him. Well, the circle still bought time for him though. But we can see the movement here. Bacon Time is coming in. Udo Alliance on the vehicle too. So they might be interested to be the third party in this compound. Pick up those points. But right now, Ryzen, oh man, he's really stuck. Whereas Udo Alliance, they'll be happy to pick up the point up against Yuhai. Oh, it's going to be Putra pick up the point against Yuhai. Where's Ryzen going to go now?
DBD trying to finish off everything because they know for a fact so many teams inside here, including Bacon Time. They need to end this and have a wrap on it, but Ryzen slowly being clipped off by those nades. It's really difficult for Ryzen to hang it on. If DBD decided to push forward two at the same time, it's going to be really tough for him to actually spray down PB. I'm not sure what happened, but they got finished off by Bacon Time, who just squeezed in there on the right side. But here comes Ryzen, barely make it out alive, but looking back at the circle as a whole, Vampires coming in very late. They have a different approach this time, playing alongside of the blue zone. They want to push in and bulldoze people from behind instead of going in the center, how they've been playing for the past 2 weeks.
Yes, and at the same time, they've been blocked by Team Secret. So right now, zone is already closing anyway. So Vampire, how are they going to get out of this? And they don't have a full squad. They don't have Tony K, one of the star players. Team Secret still has a full squad. They have the numbers. Bacon Time in this compound. Just look at these three compounds. You have 3 different teams in this. It's going to be interesting if anyone tries to go in. But GE, the team that's desperate for points, coming on to Team Secret.
Secret just too far, but they're spreading out with some of them not having any sort of barricade. But GE will be stopped by Izane. Izane, can he work like how he's supposed to do? But GE obliterate half of Team Secret down to only 1 player. But Vampire's the one stopping the movement coming from GE. They have to stop the transition here. Straps trying to find a back line, and now they're gonna go for the rush. One team out is gonna be again Team Secret with 0 point once more. I'm not sure about going to the grand finals, but Vampires taking the shot from Udo Alliance, even though they are focusing onto a sort of GE.
Well, to a certain extent, Vampire would like to say thank you to GE because they became a distraction to Team Secret. But right now, Udo Alliance, they'll be happy they can take down Vampire. The compound is a good spot now. You can see that Flex is getting closer and closer. The rest of Udo Alliance as well. They're going to rush in. Flex is going to be the decoy. And now Vampire, only 2 players going up against 4 from Udo Alliance.
Kenny is a bit far. But Straps and Vampires down to 2 players there. Outnumbered for now, but if they know how to play the corners around this compound, they can clutch 2v4. It's going to be a tough one. Challenging, yes. But they are the Vampires. They are witty enough to call this true. But look, and Flax slowly making very cautious move towards the approach. Shami coming up from flank side. Kenny on the other hand, keep an eye out in case they're being ambushed. Straps and Tony, Straps and Snoozy holding each of them 1 corner. Snoozy straight, get out from there. Going for a different compound entirely, a small building. But Snoozy, last tick of health remains. Slither, less than 5. Flex, Nate, bounce exactly where it needs to be.
Oh, that's a beautiful angle, leaving Straps alone. And now Ade Look, okay, Straps is ready with the DBS. Close quarters combat, he will manage to finish off Ade Look in time. But not in time to take out the rest of Udo Alliance. And Udo Alliance, they still win this fight. But now the next phase of the circle did move away from them. There will be a next challenge to get on this. Get into the circle next.
SLD versus Box. It's a bit of civil war between SLD and Box right now. But the moment they're done with the fight, it's going to be Sam 9 waiting at the other hand. Goes to always be the entry fragger for the team. Spotted other players coming up across them. It's going to be Box now taking their vehicles, knowing for a fact that he'll be close by the Blues in less than 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Make it less than 2 minutes now. Stage number 6 is no joke when it comes to those blue zones. Can he take it on Winnie? Box 1 knock. Udo Alliance, their next contender here. They just bailed it out against SLD, but Lavi, the moment he pushes himself up, Sam9 making sure they cannot even get in here. Denied entirely for the entrance in the safe zone.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be tough for them. And it's going to be A-okay for the three teams with their respective compounds in the circle. But now it's all about defending the area, and the move in has started. And it's going to be SLD, but Quan Chi goes down, gets slow. Being shot down as well. This could be an opening for SLD, but SLD been traded back by Tiger. Tiger will secure that elimination point. It's already 7 elimination points for Hale Esports.
The side of Sam9 also not going to bow out quite early. Yudo Lions secure himself 6 singers for Sam9. Yudo Lions taking on Sam9 Putra. Speaking of these two teams, happen to be fighting each other now. As LD being pressured by the side of Hale, who got himself the houses, the buildings to work with. While Hale trying to clear out those in the field, right in the line of sight of Sky only. With a Mini 40 and 416, here comes the spray with 200 over bullets. He can spray all day.
Ooh, wow, yes. With that amount of bullets, it's going to be hard, but who needs a bullet when you have a napalm flash to take down Parajin? And it's going to be Gosu all alone, and his position not easy at all. Nate's raided down onto Parajin, and Parajin will be taken out by Tiger. It's going to be another point for Hale Esports. But we got 5 eliminations, dominated for Bacon time on the other side.
Hale trying to hold their compound. Bacon on the other hand, playing an open field. Only haystacks in between. While Sam9 still around the vegetations. Low U. The only one that didn't secure any sort of elimination on this side, but he's giving so much support for the team, so much intel for the entirety of Sam9. They got himself a small shack. But for the side of DBD, they can backstab all these teams if they happen to open fire.
Ooh, yes. Oh, okay. I'm just looking at the circle right now. It still has the 3 teams with their respective compounds in it. And backstabbing can really happen here if they choose to move into another compound. But now Gosu, who really needs to move, fighting against Sky only. Sky only, 60% of health, been naded back, but that shot came in from Sam9 on Sky only. That's safe, Gosu.
Oh, Gosu. If nobody's shutting him down, he's gonna go monster. This guy is a beast if he turn his mood up. Gosu spotted out lungs. He's jump. Oh, here comes the spray. There goes knock. Gosu, the moment you save this guy, he will not show you any sort of mercy at all. 2 smoke, 4 grenade that's left by his side. Trying to find Yudo Lions play. He definitely saw the smoke. He knows there's somebody in the smoke. He tried to finish off Sam9 at the same time, but he's alone out there. SLD, the last player there is. Gosu can have a bit more time to live, but how much longer? The moment Sam9 push in, the moment he'll spot him out, that's the end. But at least he get one more. Gosu!
Wow. Okay, that's advantage taken. Well, if he can get more out of elimination points, that will be great because he does have a vehicle, so it's going to be tough for him to move in. But now, speaking about moving, he's going to be utilized against Bacon Time. Bacon Time now. Can he get them? Yes, he can get one. Can he get a second one? But no, he loses the fight. Yudo Alliance, they still maintain their players, and they took over the compound for Bacon Time.
Successful flush for now for Yudo Alliance, but at a big cost. Almost not entirety of Shamil. They only have 2 players left. The only one that actually have a full squad each going to be Hill for now. But for how much long, I'm not sure. If they can revive, yeah, they definitely revive his teammate. So he'll have the manpower. But can they fight the entirety of this map here with DBD having a 3? Former triangle mode. Yudo Lions stuck with 2. As LD Ghost is still there. The game changer, but he's been burned off by the blue zone bit by bit. He can't push forward, running dry of his health utilities. Now he's just buying and stalling time while waiting for another team to go down.
Yeah, he's probably going to deny himself to the zone. There's no way he's going to get out of this. And true enough, Gosu will be taken out by the zone. That's going to be the end for SLD at number 5, 3 elimination points. And look who has the circle. It's Yudo Alliance, right smack in the middle of it. If only they can hold their ground, but unfortunately they don't have enough players. It's going to be a big one here for Yudo Alliance if they can pull off a chicken dinner.
Unless Skills start to fight against DBD first, while on the side of DBD, they are eyeing out to the side of Samnan at the back line, the furthest one away. Gasler spotted them out too. They steals it away from the side of DBD. Gasler getting on one. Only one last player, Putra, coming up from Sam9. How to get out? It's an open field. The moment he just step and stand up, it's gonna be the end of him being sprayed down by both players at the same time. DBD and Hill keeping an eye close to the side of Sam9. They're having these four walls going for Hill. This warehouse is a very good compound to stand in, but they're not in the center entirely. UD Lions even got themselves an upgrade.
Ooh, yeah, okay. They got an upgrade because there were a couple of boxes there. They're gonna take advantage of that. But like what you mentioned, for Sam9, they're in the toughest position possible. Get slow. Know that someone's there. And Putra, 50% of health. It's gonna be a shot here for a Get Slow, and Get Slow will finish off Sam9. Now it's going to be either Hail Esports, utilize on DBD for the chicken dinner, and DBD not gonna jinx it just yet, but they're in the top 3.
12 elimination in the hands of Hill, not showing any sign of slowing down at all. While DBD do have 3 eliminations, but it's not going to be enough. They need to secure a bit more to make sure that they can secure the slots in the grand finals later. But Hill just taking control over the circle right now. There's no more circle left, but they definitely have the firepower. They have enough utilities to last longer than either of the team. You do line stuck with 2. I'm not sure how much utility they have. They do have themselves. They did actually upgrade with those airdrop. But on the side of DBD, they have to climb out of this wall. Lucky enough, they have smokes. But Hill is super scary right now.
Oh yeah, super scary, especially when they're in the full squad. But look at the nades from Udo Alliance focusing onto Hail. DBD, they have created a smoke bridge, but no opening for them to cross over just yet. Only they have the information of the position of Udo Alliance. So right now, you can see that who's going to win this? It's a 3-way war. Basically, who moves first, they might lose. Right now, Hail, they definitely want the compound of Udo Alliance. DBD is eyeing that as well. But DBD is taking a slower approach as Hail now has Get Slow.
They got their numbers. They're going in for the rush with those vehicles. Double down. There you go. Shamil is the first one. DBS is just super broken. DBS League. Here we go. It's down to DBD versus Hill. Will you have to fight DBS with the DBD? Why not? It's always the case here because the DBS always win DBD.
Oh, here we go. Tiger with the DBS. There you go. And it's going to be Hail Esports Chicken Dinner. And again, DBD came close, but not able to get the chicken dinner just yet in PMSL.
The only way for DBD to win for the last fight, it's going to be making sure the opponent don't have a DBS against them. DBS is DBD's weaknesses. I don't know how, but I don't know why. It is what it is. But hey, we did mention about it's always the ties taking the Erangel before we're heading into the break, and yep, they did.
Yeah, Thailand, well, at least one thing, we're still on track for the variety of regions in a single day. So we had Malaysia region, then we had the Vietnamese region, and now we have a Thai region. And it's going to be Flash breaking today's record at least. 1,167 damage with 7 eliminations. If I'm not mistaken, Hill did get a good amount of eliminations as well.
Oh yeah, I have a feeling they might ended up as possibly 15. That's going to be the numbers that should be up there. But so far, let's count 9, 16, 17.
Well, all towards Flash, and 17. Still not breaking the magic number of 19 though. But it's okay. As long as they got that 17, they'll be happy with that. Flash, Starman indeed. Every stat does favor him. Now let's check out the teams to watch here. So we got Hail Esports, Udo Line 79, and DBD. DBD lasted longest time, but yet still not able to get that chicken dinner.
But when you give out the full squad time, you have to give what a flawless run. Absolute perfection of Hill teamwork. 30 minutes till the end of it, they had a 4. This is just how good these teams can actually get it. Everybody pulled their best place. I mean, like, if you look across the board just now, all of them having average of 5 and above for those eliminations, except for one player. That's going to be their scouter. Maybe that's going to be the one that's giving the support. But of all the other 3, they're playing a huge part, being a fragger for the entire team. They all stayed alive till the end. DBD, they always have this rotation. I mean, like DBD is very witty when it comes to rotation. Why is they're really cool about predicting where to go next. When it comes to firepower, you have to give it. They're just still lacking in some sort of perspective in that way.
Yeah, I know, right? Yes, they did win the compound fight to get that building, but even that took quite a while. That's number one. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it just shows that, you know, the level of firepower versus like KO, who just can crash in and just take over the compound just like that, something like that. But yeah, it's just to the end as well, because at the end it's all about the fights, right? And when it comes to that, it's not their best strength, so it's hard if you don't have that to get that chicken dinner.
I agree. And the cross-app placement, if you look at Ghost, I'm loving how he just sprayed. He never whiffed. He even got himself a couple of more eliminations in the last minute. On the side of Hill, I mean, like, look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. The only one that actually didn't gain as much elimination is going to be coming up from Sky. He did so much work scouting, just marking that parameters, making sure giving as much information as he can, as fast as he can relay as well. But the entire team of Hill giving such a statement that all of them survived and even secure a chicken. You know what? Teamwork is always the best work, and they just show it to us with 27 points.
27. Udol's not too far behind though. 10 elimination points for them. They have been aggressive today. It's nice to see them playing in this way, because I think that's their comfort zone. Taking fights is just their strength. 15 points in total for Udol Alliance. We got 7-9 with 10 points. On the other end, which is of course going to be the main topic for us this week, who will be the bottom four? Team Secret's down there. BTR is down there. PBE is down there. So it's a little bit worrying. At least GE, they got more points than all of them, like with 3 points. Not that much, but some progress.
I hate to break it, but I do see some fans chatting as well that they still have the hope from the side of Team Secret. But I mean, like, Team Secret, they really need to go big, like beyond big, as much as they can for this final week. We're talking about them at the number 20th. For them to catch up, they have to score themselves first place by end of this week. But shown by these teams of how they prepare for the final week, it's just so hard for Team Secret to push forward. As I've Hill, Sam 9, Asadu, these are the same name that be occurring every single week in the top 5, Cloud.
Yeah, again, some level of consistency that we can see there. So I don't know. Plus, let's not forget, we still have a couple of teams that didn't play today too. So, well, maybe that could be that might change everything at the top. But looking at how the trend is after we've seen like the 2 weeks of PMSL, I mean, it's if anyone were to put in like a prediction what will happen in the grand finals, I don't think I need to say it anymore. It's looking pretty nice for a certain region.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you're talking about times, yeah, definitely strong up there. You cannot deny that anymore.
Yeah.
But on the side of DBD, so close again to get those chicken. I mean, like, we have to put up the entire lineup of DBD for a prediction again after. They're so close once more. 3 times since last week, they have been getting themselves second place. And now all they need to do is wrap things up. Can they close the deal when it comes to those fights?
Oh, man. Twice we saw them with a 3rd place finish. So that was the closest that they've gotten. Not even a 2nd place finish yet, but hopefully straight up to a chicken dinner later on, because after this we will be heading into a break, ladies and gentlemen. In case you just joined us for this year's PMSL, our break is going to be a little bit longer in the middle, and then we will go back to back 3 games non-stop action until we wrap up the day. So we're still waiting for the cue from production for us to get into the break. But yeah, that is of course because of the fasting month of Ramadan, so we need some time for our players and everyone else to take a break as well, to break fast. But right now, it will be our timing, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be seeing you after this 1 hour break.
kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
A brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it, for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Erangel and Libet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Erangel. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
T-type metal safeguards the superficial piece. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, AirAngle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Suvin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरी को इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़म है और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PMSL Southeast Asia. I'm Chicha and this is going to be Sekla. I'll be your commentators for today. So far, we have different flags waving of the chicken dinner, and we saw DBD still didn't score any of those chicken yet, so I think we have to put it up later on. It's going to be our prediction, right, Cloud?
Yeah, so we're gonna put it up soon, but of course, as usual, whenever we come back from the break, we're gonna chat with one of the teams or the players first. So I wonder who will it be, don't really know yet. And plus, it could be maybe, I'm guessing it will be one from the Thai teams because of how consistent they are. But of course, like for us, and I'm sure a lot of you out there as well, we want to know what's going through the minds of the teams at the bottom. Especially, I don't think that we have gotten an interview from DBD before.
Yeah, never once, and we're waiting for the coach to actually step in if needed, since Team Secret actually pulled off those shots early on. We're talking about second week letting iShot play. You guys actually haven't been updated. Yeah, Alfredo actually retired. He did retire. I'm not sure how long, if he wants to come back or not. But yeah, waiting for Mosgoku to actually get into DBD. Will they actually start to change? Will bring an impact? We have no clue yet.
Yeah, no idea. Yes, they're starting to like okay, their first two rounds wasn't that great, but at least their last round before the break they got like a third place finish, so it was okay-ish, but consistency has always been the issue for DBD. Like even like last week we saw that okay, you get a third place, that's okay, and then the next round is like you kind of go back to how they were before, so that's kind of worrying for DBD. Yes, I think a lot of the fans would like to see them getting a chicken dinner. On top of the chicken dinner, we'd like to see them be consistent as well. But after this, yes, so we already we're getting the queue for the interview very soon. You want to pick the guest?
I just wish it's DBD for now.
Yeah, I wish to as well, but unfortunately it's not. So we are going to head on to our interview. Let's go.
And welcome back to the interview area, because right now we are hitting the middle mark of the day, the halfway mark of day 1, week number 3, where you can already see dynamics and playstyles of teams start to shift. And with me I have Sea Sky from Team Hale to really break down what happened during that match earlier. Hi Sea Sky, how are you?
สวัสดีค่ะเป็นยังไงบ้างค่ะ
รู้สึกดีครับ
he says like he's happy.
He's very happy to be here, and I'm also very happy to see him here because he had such a phenomenal match earlier. Speaking of that, congratulations on getting a chicken dinner on match 3 with 17 eliminations. That's a lot of kills. Now, during the match 3 just now, there was only DBD and Yudu Alliance, and your team was the last remaining team in the circle, and there was a situation where it's like one Thailand team against 3 Malaysian teams. So could you share with us what happened and what was the communication like between you and your teammates?
ดีใจด้วยนะคะที่เราได้ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์ในแมตช์ที่3เมื่อสักครู่นี้เรามี1ไทยทีมแข่งกับอีกทีมมาเลเซียในสถานการณ์แบบนี้ค่ะช่วยแชร์ให้เราฟังหน่อยได้ไหมว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างแล้วก็ทางเราเนี่ยได้สื่อสารกันยังไงในทีมค่ะ
ตอนแรกพวกเรามีสโมกกันเยอะครับเลยคอบอกน้องว่าสโมกไปเหมือนจะชนบ้านไปก่อนครับแล้วค่อยแบบว่าไปในไทมิ่งที่แบบว่าแกนเนตทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามหมดครับแล้วก็ตอนแบบว่าพวกเรารู้ว่าแกนเนตฝั่งตรงข้ามหมดแล้วก็ส่งน้องไปชนอีก2 คนครับแค่นั้นแหละครับ
He says that he control their teams and leads them, waiting for the other teams, the grenade finish, and waiting for the timings. After that grenade finish, so they can like kill them.
That's actually very, very smart. I did see so many grenades as well as smokes. I'm sure you guys saw that just now. And I was just honestly wondering how they were going to do that. Honestly, well played, guys. Now, coming into my second question here, coming into the 3rd week of 2023 PMSL SEA 2023 Spring, could you share with us what you think has been the most difficult situation you went through throughout these weeks?
ก็มาถึงในช่วงสัปดาห์สุดท้ายแล้วนะคะในช่วง2 สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยค่ะเราคิดว่าสิ่งไหนที่ยากลำบากที่สุดสำหรับเรา
คือการเข้าวงครับเพราะว่าทีมอื่นก็น่าจะศึกษาการเข้าวงของฝ่ายตรงข้ามมาแล้วครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้คือมันทำให้เราเข้าวงยากขึ้นครับ
He says the most important thing is about the how to get into the circle because the other teams they like practice in every day, so now they like getting more harder.
All right, getting into the circle has been definitely harder. If you can see, the games just now have been definitely more heated. Now, for my last question for you guys is, you guys have just overtaken the top spot with 27 points collected from match number 3. Do you guys think you guys have the confidence to maintain this game style and gameplay until the end of this week? And do you guys plan on getting number 1 again?
เมื่อสักครู่ค่ะเราแซงขึ้นมาเป็นอันดับ1ด้วยการเก็บ27แต้มในแมตช์ที่3เราคิดว่าเราจะคงอยู่ในอันดับ1เนี่ยจนถึงสิ้นสัปดาห์นี้ไหมแล้วก็วางแผนที่จะคว้าอันดับ1อีกครั้งหรือเปล่า
แน่นอนครับเพราะว่าผมมาเป็นแชมป์ครับผม
He said of course he came here to be champions.
Wow, speaking of champions, if there is one team you guys can beat right now, who would it be and what do you want to say to them?
ถ้าเกิดเราอยากจะต่อสู้ด้วยแบบ1ทีมอยากแข่งด้วย1ทีมเราอยากจะแข่งกับทีมไหนแล้วก็คิดว่าอยากจะพูดอะไรกับเขาค่ะ
อยากเจอทีม Secret ครับเพราะว่าผมโดนเขา 1-4 มาแต่ตอนนี้เราไม่เจอเขาเลยครับ
He want to beat with secret team.
Secret team?
Yes, because he said like maybe like his team is 1-4 many times, so now he never have a chance to meet them again.
That makes sense. He really wants to beat Team Secret. And honestly, I would love to see you guys do that. Thank you so much for spending time here with me in the interview area. And we're going to pass it back to the casters. We'll see you guys later. And let's see if Team Hale will be able to meet Team Secret or not later. Bye!
It's quite an interview there coming from Hill. Now that's going to be the team with the most chicken last week. 6 chicken just by them within the week. And if you ask them whether they can win or not, definitely it's going to be a yes. You're one of the strongest down there.
Yes, they are. But I was kind of connecting his interview, right? Like, okay, they come here to be the champions as number 1, and then they really want to take out Team Secret. So I think that they want to leverage on the fact that they are on top there, that they can overcome like teams at the bottom. So Team Secret is one of them. But before we head on to our next match as usual, let's check out the head-to-head and some stats here. And we're going to feature Flash and Shamil.
Flash, I have to give it just now. He was such a pivotal player. If it's not because of him, they wouldn't gather as much elimination. But Shamil actually provide the same sort of amount when it comes to elimination and damage output wise. Just Flash having better angles compared to Yudu Lions, who got stuck in between. But I have to say, Yudu Lions, despite they're actually being surrounded, but the trails being used, I have to say this is the most.
Oh yeah, it is a lot. That's like 26 by a single player. I don't think we have reached that number for a single player. This is arguably the highest so far. So it's great to see like Shamil because he's one of the, I wouldn't say the newer players, but he isn't like that long with the team, but yet his improvement is just showing like a season after season. I believe he made his debut the last season, so it's nice to see him up there. And he's taking over the spot of Olio. So right now Olio is taking a break and Shamil coming in, slotting in. It's as if like it feels like an upgrade for Yudo Alliance.
I agree. And Yudu Lions, when it comes to all the seasons down there, for SM9, Team Secret on the other end is going to be a total 360s, or not really, 180-degree flip compared to Yudu Lions' performance. The only Malaysian team, the only other than Thai teams up there in the bonus overall rankings. When you mention about Hale, now Hale, when it comes to first week, they have been very quiet. If you compare it with their competition right now, how they have been progressing, how they've been forming themselves into this third week. Second week, I can see that they start to balance out ranking and elimination. But when it comes to final week here, definitely it's more towards eliminations possibly, or they're just trying to balance how they did in week 2, which most chicken, quite a number of elimination, teamwork flawless.
Yes, and at the same time, they gave a lot of respect. Like from the interview, we saw that the respect was given to other teams, say that, oh, other teams work hard as well in terms of getting to the circle and all that. So they acknowledge other teams despite them being one of the top teams around too. So I think that is a very good sportsmanship move there from their interview. And with that, by respecting your opponents, it just shows that you don't look down upon them. Yet, and that will also want to keep you like, okay, we got to work hard, we got to be on top because other opponents are really chasing it up because of that respect. And it's showing that Hale is really one of the more consistent teams around now.
Yeah, I agree. It's actually a champion's mindset to actually have the mindset of there's going to be somebody better than you every single day. There's going to be a new team that's going to, take down all these big teams including like how we saw just now, including JE in this case, where they actually not down there. They are one of the teams that actually can make it when it comes to grand finals. So whoever that is have this consistency, their mind's not breaking, they don't have the give up sort of a mindset or just having the spirit of fighting all the way along. I think they can go really far. It's down to the player to how to attach the pieces back again when they've fallen from, you know, their peak form. We mentioned including Team Secret. It seems like Team Secret really lost right now, regardless of how iShot playing or not. It's just they need a revamp, but I don't know what, because everything, just so many factors into it, is just so wrong.
Yeah, frankly speaking, I would have liked iShots in the lineup a little bit better, depending based on how they performed last week. I think strategically wise, it gives a different flavor when he plays. So I wouldn't mind if iShots do come back, considering that their first 3 rounds didn't really work out for them. And if iShots do come back, they'll be great. Just looking over at some of the camera shots of the team. So Sem9 is going to remain their lineup. Adibs is still taking a break this time. And this is GE, who will be looking to at least go above the middle bracket by the end of the week, in hopes for them to get into the grand finals.
GE, they have what it takes. The one that's stopping them right now is just themselves. RIQ on the other hand kind of stuck in a lot of three-way warrior the entire day of final week. Feels like a lot of checkpoints they have to reconsider, revise again, just to get into the last few circles. I mean, like at this caliber of tournament, everybody, yes, they have the firepower. It's down to your wittiness. It's down to the minds, the mastermind of the team, the timing, how they rotate, which fight they should engage. This is the one that determines whether they get the champions or not. This is the only thing that makes them a difference or not. Box Gaming today has been a monstrous day for them. We're talking about just getting those eliminations instead of thinking about their rank as a sort of any point form. They don't care about it anymore. They just want to go for those eliminations. They know their strength. It's about firepower. They're going to put it up to good use.
Yeah, they're putting aside the placement points this time, and it's working out so far for them. They have a good possibility of getting out of the bottom 4 too. So, yeah, all out for them this week. Team Secret still remaining with the original lineup without iShots in it. So it's going to be the lineup without iShots, without Mins, and this looks like a possibility that they might stick throughout, unless iShots comes in inside the Miramar map. Then there'll be a different discussion altogether. PBE also another team that we saw a lot of potential in them in the wild card, but now they are struggling down there, and their first few games not that great.
Speaking of the greats, Vampire Esport. You know what? I noticed something about Vampire Esport when it comes to week 1, week 2, and week 3. Week 1 and week 2, definitely they're focusing on center of the circle. They don't care about those coming in late. They just want to be in center. First week, it was all about position. Second week, they start to fire back. And now the third week, we saw a different approach entirely. For Vampires, they're coming in late. They're playing alongside the blue zone and trying to get elimination as much as they can by sweeping the floor from behind, which is showing how adaptability of the teammates coming up from Vampires is just, they're so flexible up to the point if you switch a strategy within seconds, they can actually adapt to it.
Yeah, and that's what's great about like the Thai teams in overall, right? So if you like see like FaZe Clan, they are able to switch it up, and that's why their performance is like they're all up there, but yet what switches is like in terms of placements is between them, something like that. So it just shows that they are really adaptable, not only to other teams on the outside region, but also to themselves. I mean, this is the level of training that I'm curious to know that what did they do to actually be up there. But Sorvel, he looks like he'll be up there as well, as he will be swapping in. This is going to be the first change for BTR today.
Yeah, but swapping with Jamforce at that. I mean, for BTR, it feels like the rotation is quite okay so far. I mean, like, it doesn't actually give so much of an impact. Whoever is actually playing, everybody's actually on the same standard. But on the side of Pasija, definitely they're not playing here today, so I'm waiting if the Twins going to be playing as well or not, because BTR and the Twins, so hard to separate the names out there, right? They've been branded as BTR players back then. Now with Pasija EVOS. Speaking of BTR, they are not too hot as well. We're talking about them actually in the bottom 15-16 so far in the bonus point.
Yeah, they're in a scary position. Not gonna lie about that. They need to perform well. But speaking about hard, so Aum Style is back. So this is definitely a hard player, not only because of his very exquisite hair, but also his gameplay as well. We see that whenever he comes in, he gives a lot of push towards Bacon Time. So this is definitely a good substitution here done by Bacon Time. And as usual, all the high fives are going out, meaning that the game is about to start. So we should be seeing the countdown really soon. RRQ needs to find a little bit more consistency. Yes, we are likely to see them in the next stage, but it's all about collecting the bonus points to have a good start in the grand finals.
Talking about good start in the grand final, we've seen that before. The one in the number one league doesn't mean they are number one in the grand finals as well. Because of the point system, the initial points in the grand final will be reduced to only 50%. Like, that's the most going to be 30 points for the teams that actually up there getting themselves champions every single week. But having this 50% reduction, it just shows that even though the team that actually score as much, as long as they're in top 16, it's reachable. They can play the catch-up game if needed. So if you have quite a long lead in the league itself, it doesn't mean you actually will win in the championship.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Plus, like what you said earlier today, right? Like, teams will do different things today just to mess things up or just to experiment, and maybe they will find their final form inside the grand finals later. So we wouldn't know what will come out later on, but of course that is next week, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finals will start from Friday up until Sunday, so we will have extra breaks in between. So make sure you mark your calendars correctly from there onwards. Boom, the most substituted team, probably going to make more substitutions this week, as this week is also an opportunity for them to try stuff out because they already booked their slot in the grand finals. We might see more of that later on. PBE fighting for their life, representing the wildcard region. It would be nice to see like 2 wildcard region teams actually going through. And DBD still without Mosgoku. Let's see if anything changes for DBD this time around. If they get a chicken dinner, let's head on to Erangel.
We're back here on final Erangel for the day in week 3, which is going to be final week, day number 1. We're down to the last Erangel, 2 more Mirama maps to go. Very similar flight path, like how we started off our early Erangel today. Coming up from on top of Eripia, cutting across Pachiki up to Severny. We had this before in the first map of Erangel, and now will the circle be a Medusa intersection? If that's the case, if it's very similar.
Oh yeah, so far the 2 Erangels that we have gone through, we got both of the circles on the main area, in the middle somewhere. So looks like it's okay. But if you remember week number 1, the return from the break, that circle is wonky. So gonna hold my breath here as we wait for the next circle. But I'm looking also inside our military base. Like, our boy is really close by with the players from Judo Alliance, probably going for a vehicle, but they seem to split up, so it could be okay for them. Other than that, if the circle still goes up, the bridge is going to be really tricky for Team Secret, and they cannot afford to lose more games.
Oh, Team Secret, I don't know. Well, they do have Medusa in this section. I mean, like, this is a deja vu, totally a deja vu here. One that actually going to make a factor of change is down to the players' rotation, as we do have DBD taking Quarry, Vampires, TS and Judo Alliance. We saw how they've been gatekeep before on the right side of the bridge, right by the side of, if I'm not mistaken, it was BTR. There's some other teams there down there as well, but those actually are on SMB. Like we mentioned in the first map of the day, very similar pattern of flight path and circle, almost 100% of similarities, maybe make it 95%. You saw the second circle and the third circle pops where it actually quite late to move away from SMB. So I think you Lions and Team Secret do have the time to loot up first and maybe start to move by end of second circle, because you saw how they move in too late. They've been gatekept. So I hope that's the change coming from Team Secret especially.
Yeah, this time around, after looking at what happened in the second Erangel, they might consider to go back to the left side bridge and back into the circle from there, which is okay as well. And you're right, likely that once the second stage of the circle is over, then we will see clearly that the circle will be on the main peninsula. So that is where they will really need to rush over, and they can play a little bit later, because normally, like, if in early stages, if there's any bridge caping, it would normally be like circle 1, circle 2, until that team that's bridge camping might realize that, hey, okay, no one's really passing by here, maybe they go by the other side. So it's like, oh, it's not worthwhile to really wait, and then they'll start to move away. And that's what we saw early on in round number 2, or the Erangel number 2.
Hopefully that's not the same case for the teams that late rotation did work out quite right for them. Should be realized now. I normally kind of notice that a lot of teams that coming in very late rotation, except for Vampires of course, they are not actually working quite well when it comes to overall across the board. Now, is that a factor that's saying when it comes to this season, it's actually way better to play in the center of a map instead of playing on the outer ones and playing the blue zone? Because it didn't work like how it was supposed to be the last few seasons. Maybe because of the timing factor of the blue zone and the circle happened to be shortened, or the damage being increased, or is it just the format itself as a point system as a factor is actually more prominent to have those eliminations than, you know, playing for ranks?
I think it really depends on what other teams do, and that's dependent on the research that these teams do for themselves, like observing other teams' trend and all that, and then they will see like, oh, okay, the possibility of teams playing on the outside may be lesser versus playing in the middle, and so on and so forth. And yeah, it just so happened that this season playing in the middle kind of works out, but not all the time though, I would say, but a lot of time it does. And playing in the middle also has its pros and cons. Like, yeah, you get the circle, like you don't need to worry about the next stage and all that. However, there are teams who will be eyeing that spot too. So that's where we see that third party coming in, and that's where the Thai teams are really good with that. So the thing about PUBG Mobile is like, oh man, your trend is there's so much variable to the trend, just because of how many teams there are. 16 teams will switch almost every round on what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's how we mentioned about adaptability for the players. Can they actually make it in time? Like, no, intel information is always is the key for these guys to call for that judgment. It's so important for them to actually realize that they cannot afford to lose the scout too early or any time. As we speaking about scouts, Varvel, I didn't mention about them, cannot go in blind, because key is the information for them how to rotate. And Liquid or Deal straight away being tapped down by the side of Eco. And that's not great on the side of BTR. This is definitely not how they want it to now to be.
Yeah, this opportunity for them to rush in. Jimmy, very close to getting knocked down, and finally will be taken up by Yuhai. Ryzen holding his ground. DBD, oh no, they're losing the plot right now. They traded back one, but BTR trades it again with 2 knockdowns. Now Echo's coming in for the other side. Swabel is still alive, and Swabel has a DBS of his own against DBD. Ziggs almost getting Swabel onto the right. Swabel retreats back, gets knocked down, and now Ziggs 1v2.
Going back to the side of DBD. BTR Ryzen cooking up the nade just to clear the corners downstairs. Akko might actually do the same. Try to flush Ryzen out. Akko still cooking it up. Don't want to self-explode there. A bit too long for him. More than 4 seconds possibly. Akko with the Bison. Now swap over to grenade again. Trying to flush Ryzen. The last member of BTR right now. Oh. He jumps down. Jump shot. Whoa. And Ryzen still managed to clutch this one out. Got one. Oh. Secures one, but too much. At least BTR secures one elimination out of that scuffle. But this is a dangerous game they're playing.
Yeah, winning the compound, great for DBD, but losing 2 players in the process, okay, it's quite a heavy trade-off there. But they eliminated BTR, and we all know right now BTR is down there in the overall charts when it comes to the bonus ranking, so this is definitely not good at all for BTR.
Oh boy. I'm not sure how much, but they do have the opportunity to make do of how they will perform by the entire week. If they can manage to get themselves in the top 10 by the end of the week, they are more than safe to be in the grand finals for the side of BTR. But the one that actually really have to push forward is going to be this team, Team Secret. Now they're rotating a bit early on. I think they realize right now they're playing alongside the blue zone or playing it very slow. It didn't work out for the past 3 weeks, for the past 2 and plus 1 more day here in it, week number 3. So maybe the plan now coming out from Team Secret, we saw a bit of improvement with iShot adding in, and they were playing in the center. They're playing a bit early, so maybe that's the case coming out from Team Secret. They want to change up the tempo, playing a bit in the center this time. Maybe there'll be an improvement.
I think it's like when you put on iShots, then yeah, they seem to be a little bit more confident to play in the middle. But when you put without iShots, so probably Jumper makes the full-on call, then he likes to play by the side. I want to add on to that thought about Team Secret's rotation as well, because they saw the elimination feed that BTR got eliminated. The last time we saw them between the 2 teams, they were gate capped by BTR. So by knowing that BTR is out, I guess that's where they know that, okay, it's clear to follow the left bridge.
It's like the same circle, just like we saw earlier today. GE have to give away those points. Not going to get any out of it. Giving away the information, yes. Getting a value of it, not so much. Boom, on the other hand, definitely spotted them out. RQ and Alter Ego. Surprisingly, the Indonesian teams love to have a go until the final weekend. We're talking about they're still sort of having this trail by all the Indonesian teams to cut across. It feels like they're going on the same path here. Every single map, especially in Erangel.
Yeah, there seems to be like a trend at this point, right? Maybe because like what you say, because it's a similar circle, so they'll be like, okay, if it works, we do it again. But then again, other teams will be like, they did something that works, so let's follow. And that's how they kind of like indirectly follow each other. And speaking about following, DBD, not really following anyone else, but they happen to be behind Hale Esports. Not the team that you want to meet, considering that you really, really need the points.
Sky, they're not in dire need, or they definitely have a lot to fight for, but for DBD, like you mentioned, they're in dire need of those points. Every single one should be treated as a dime for them, and they cannot afford to contribute their bodies for the other teams out there to get those points away. So Six and Yan have to be really meticulous about approaching this fight right now, whether to go into the bunker or not. They might get trapped inside. It's gonna be a really tough one if that happens. Or just playing on the outskirts of it, because SLD is marching to a decide. We're talking about might be 4 teams in the same corner. We do have Alter Ego, we do have Hale and DBD. SLD is just closing the distance. Even Boom, we can spot out around the corner. So they have to make sure they didn't extend themselves in the center for DBD. But if they can actually pull it off, it's going to be a big one for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen multiple times, right? If you have only 2 players or even 1 player, if you go like in the middle and then you don't stay at like a compound or a really, really hard spot, you can actually get a good ranking. So maybe that's what DBD is currently thinking, right? Of course, we're still at stage number 2. The circle is still fairly big, but that could be their approach right now. But speaking about the circle as well, we'll be seeing the next phase of circle really, really soon. Team Secret, they are still playing somewhat by the edge, meaning that the next circle, they need to move, and such it is.
It is Medusa intersection again. We mentioned it multiple times. The moment you saw an intersection on top of a circle, it means a lot of an open field, flat plane, and RQ happened to be caught SEM 9, and this has been SEM 9 place for their checkpoints almost every single map of Erangel if this sort of circle happens. And we saw this pit on multiple angles and multiple times. Plus, after this, we do have another team coming in again. It feels exactly how week 2 happened.
Yeah, when it comes to this circle, you're right. It seems to be a trend that Sem9 really likes this location. So maybe that was also expected by RRQ. It's like, okay, Sem9 is going to come anytime soon. Let's be ready. Let's open up a certain formation. And the moment they come in, yeah, RRQ, they lost one. They traded it back. But Sem9, entire team eliminated because maybe it's the same thing that they repeat again. And we did talk about adaptability, right? So if we talk about adaptability, it's about, okay, let's try and make something, do something different, because if we keep doing the same thing, other teams would adapt to us. So maybe that's where Sem9 was punished for it.
Speaking of punishment, GE, the one that actually being punished by Vampires, is coming out from the back. Mini 14 just tapped it away for Tony K. He definitely knows there's going to be somebody there. He was unsure about it before because he saw just a glimpse of it. Now they pop up the smoke coming up from GE Smile. He definitely knows it's going to be somewhere there. So he's not going to let it pass by. The moment you've been locked by this high fraggers player, there's no way you can escape the crosshair lock. Side of Bacon time, we see a lot of players and teams resorting into this pits area because they do know for a fact the moment you pop out of your head, it's going to be a flat plane between the streets. There's going to be a lot of crossing of streets in the last few minutes. So it's best for them to play the outside first. GE will be charged by Team Secret now.
Yeah, as much as Hale Esports want to meet Team Secret, looks like it's going to be GE right now. Let's see if they can defend this area. Kid get naded down. And now Ichi traded back. Looks like a 3v3. But they're all in the next building now. So GE down to 2 players left. Aizen goes up with the DBS. Takes Zai. 1 left to go. It should be okay for Team Secret. And that is it. 1 more player from GE not in the compound.
Oh man. GE
go.
eliminated. That's going to be the entirety of it. But at least is a successful rush coming up from TS. But will it be successful enough for them to defend it with lesser time to even reset? Vampires charge in, coming out 2 angles. Boom passing by as well from a different angle entirely. Surprising, another crossfire against 3 teams there. Tony can spot it out the window, toss it straight into Isaac's spot. Try to fudge it entirety of Team Stricker out. Kit on the other end tried to heal himself back up. But Isaac naded by the side of Tony K. Newsy coming out to his side of our boy. They are surrounded for Team Secret.
Man, this is what we talk about, the timing from the Thai teams. They really know how to third party. They arrive just in time. And now Team Secret, they need to reset quickly. But before that, they will lose Aizen. Our boy in one house. The rest of them on the other house. So it looks like our boy's being surrounded. Our boy needs to win the spike somehow. Our boy gets Schweppes. And looks like Kid naded down by Tony K. Looks like and our boy goes down. Then that only means that Team Secret, only 1 player left. It's going to be Jumper. He can't pick up Kid though, but he needs to buy enough time.
Oh, now he's giving away his position as well. Very small small window right now for him to actually pick up Kid, but that Molly.
Oh no.
We'll burn them both alive. This is a Jumper. Oh, he's the. Oh my God. This just. If only we have an equipment called fire extinguisher that can actually eliminate those fires burning off Molotov in an instant, it would be great. But right now for the side of Team Secret, it's not worth overstay themselves here. iShot just gonna flee, but we do have another rush coming up from FaZe and Alter Ego.
Yeah, FaZe and Alter Ego now duking it out, and Octa will be taken down by Onzens, who's back in the fray now. But FaZe Clan, oh wow. Looks like Alter Ego, maybe because of Rosemary and Potato shoot from the other side, and they managed to take down the rest of FaZe Clan. That happened so fast. Hopefully we'll be able to see the replay later on, but that's a good defense by Alter Ego.
PBE, they will have to crossfire with another 2 teams, including Box and Hill, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. They're waiting on the low grounds coming up from the side of Hill, Tiger and Flash, and that's going to be one of the MVP just now, Flash. But in the forest we go. It's going to be Box versus Udo Alliance, having exchanged fire at the borderline. And PBE happened to be there, just landed themselves after they're rotating, and they decided, you know what, we want to stay in the forest for a bit more longer. And they might caught in this crossfire between these 2 teams, and these 2 teams definitely giving away the position. I'm not sure how PBE will stay quiet. They definitely won't stay long, but Vampires just happen to rotate at the same time. Boom! Spot out Vampires. They pull over. They want to go for the fight.
Oh, here we go. Boom. Maybe they don't want to stay long because 1 player is leaving this area. Oh, he's opening up the flanks. He's U-turning back. wonder do they really want to take that fight? But for Vampires, it does seem necessary because they are just right in front of Boom. Shots being fired on to Yummy. They can take down Yummy, one of the Starman of Boom. That will be the knockdown that they need. But so far, not yet. But I spoke too soon as Tony K knocks down Yummy.
Yummy, one of the main fragger coming from Boom. Have to have help from his teammate Razy coming from behind. Almost clipped a lot on the side of Tony K. Last tick of health there. 1 HP. Never mind. Tony K taken out by Boo Boo Hoo. They're shutting down Tony K all rounder. But Boo Boo finish off Newsy. That's going to be Nate hurting a lot. Double down. It's going to be on Razy. Razy needs help. Pombit have to pick up Yummy and now push forward. Buy stall time. Never mind. Stone clean up the job with traps as well. It's going to be Boom eliminated as fast as we saw just now.
Yeah, and you know what? Vampire Esports didn't lose anyone, so they're still in a perfect condition. But can't say the same for Team Secret as Jumper got eliminated. So they're out with only 3 elimination points. Right now, we did talk about DVD strategy, playing as a duo. They still have the circle.
But for the South Hill, now next contender is going to be PBE. You do have, never mind, Sky. Monboy shoot him down and finish off straight away. What a clean execution. And that's going to be 1-to-1 trade as Raimon next will be counter fire. Tiger Axe open up the smoke, making sure that Raimon to just go back and trying to go for a retake, but they won't allow it. Hail Flash losing 1 more after Sky, down to 2 players. Tiger and the rest of Hail didn't see this firepower coming from PBE. They take it by surprise. Gas slowed down, left with only Tiger to clutch it. Rank it is next as the Momboy versus 1v1 with Tiger. Momboy don't have that much space. He got clipped by the blue next and he don't have that much health utilities.
Oh, and if Tiger wants to pick up his teammates, he got to do this quickly, but looks like he's going to prioritize that because the circle's on the other side. But also it's because Box Gaming Capone shot with the DP from afar onto Monboy, and that kind of saved them. But hey, bacon time, Vampire!
Speaking of the pits fight, here we go again. Vampires, bacon time. If you can defend this, it's going to be your strongest spot there is. The problem is, do you have the time to reset? Like I mentioned earlier on, they have to put in their mind that there's going to be another team ambush anytime inside of a pit because you have no clue what's inside unless you're nearby. It's going to be less than 10 meters when that happens, and you have to be more than prepared if the third party coming in with full HP. But in this case, they don't even have to come near. RQ from afar, they're just going to shot down the players of Vampires.
Oh yeah, RRQ will be happy to take that knockdown, but not happy because they can't secure the elimination just yet. If only RRQ has a full squad, they might want to rush in, but because they're playing as a trio, so looks like they're holding back for now. And plus, they're being shot at from the other side. But hey, RRQ is moving in. Are they going to zoom in? Not yet, but Nebriko with the long range is going to give cover fire for Best G to take his position.
Vampire right now, they got himself quite a number of smokes. Just hope they can actually stall themselves from being spotted by the side of RRQ. Even Alter Ego trying to shoot towards the side of Vampires due to the smoke. It's just the smokes are too attractive for the players. And when you saw smoke, you know exactly there's going to be a player there or nearby the smoke. But for Alter Ego, they definitely have this compound. We have very sort of similar fights early on, but different teams this time. With Alter Ego barely make it into the circle. They do have the compound, yes, but how much longer we don't know. But the teams that realize that, you know what, compounds might not be it. They realize that, yeah, outer fields is way better. Playing outside, you have more space. But at the same time, you don't have much barricade.
Yeah, they're going to depend on their vehicles. But they also depend on their vehicle for the next stage because they're kind of stuck between roads. You need to be prepared to make that rotation. And speaking about rotation, RRQ, they left that fight, not interested, goes up north, up on the clear. But on the southern side, look at the number of teams. 4 teams close by with each other. Absolutely not clear at all. But they still have the circle.
It's going to be bunkers area for the circle. That's the worst part of it. It's going to be multi-level of the brain. Box and DBD both realize this. They got themselves the bunkers to work around. We do have another side. I think it's going to be Alter Ego who got himself inside. Still got 4 walls to take covers for Vampires on there. They're not being favored at all. We're talking about them having the roughest circle amongst all the other teams down there. And if they can make it, it even got themselves a chicken. And that's a big statement.
Oh yeah. Let's see if they can really pull off a surprise. Now, The challenge is for Vampire to pull off the next surprise if they can get across, because look at the crossfire by Alter Ego. In the compound, they can see Vampire. Rosemary on the off angle can see Vampire as well. So Vampire is kind of stuck. Probably the only option is to go down south, and that's their route. But before that, it's going to be Kenny that's going to take out Tony K.
Speaking of Tony K, spotted out maybe by the side of Beauty Alliance, and the spray was remarkable. The tracking coming from Beauty Alliance, that was something so clean. Vampire straight away eliminated. Next, with Alter Ego still staying indoors. Side of Beauty Alliance definitely had a big win on that. 3 eliminations by far. DBD got himself a 6. Again, can DBD secure those chicken?
Ooh, okay. I'll be holding my breath for that, because they're playing as a duo. But now let's put focus onto the southern side. RRQ, still on the outside, they need to cross the road, but similar situation like Vampire Esports. Crossfire from Alter Ego is going to stop them from coming in.
Side of SLD, crushing into box compound or take the bunkers. Hale tried to close in the distance. Now, at least they got themselves bunkers, but will it be lasted long enough for the circle to be favoring them for the longest time? RK have to cross the road. This is going to be a tough one for them. They pop the smoke, yes, but Alter Ego will not give them any sort of entry here. Fnatic just eyeing out to the side. Of the moment they push inside, you're gonna straight line off South Fnatic just now, and not just that, coming from behind, somebody's shooting them for RK as well. Decided, you know what? It's not worth popping out the smoke, but Alter Ego Fnatic still see through everything. I'm not sure who shot on the other end. It's gonna be Octa. Alter Ego scored both.
It's the same road as Vampire Esports, and they had the same fate. But another same fate as well for Hale Esports, number 6 with 5 elimination points. So far, we do see that Vampire Esports the most elimination points in this round as of now with 10 elimination points. But the rest of them will add up still as Udo Alliance and DBD. Udo Alliance coming in from the other side. And it's going to be DBS gameplay by Yen with the DBS of his own.
6 trying to just stall time here. They're being cornered every way possible. Udo Alliance trying to crush in, but it feels like a fail. DBS on Shamil's hand leading out. With Udo Alliance cooking up the nade cancel in the last minute. Now all they need to do with Udo Alliance keep tossing those nades, those throwables, but they are running dry. Canny, here comes another, just to stall enough time for the teammates to be backed up again. But DBD decided, we want to go inside. We want to go into the bunkers. We want to get into the tunnels. It's just so tough for Udo Alliance to find those eliminations there. They're just blocking the entrance with their vehicles, popping the smoke. While the side of Alter Ego, I feel like this is their game to win. Yeah. They are the only one being favored by the circle and the furthest away from the fight. Whoever wants to get into the circle, straight away the elevations of Alter Ego will let them spot out the players running into this.
Yeah, it's pretty much clear shot now from what we can see. So 4 teams will fight it off each other on the other side. Now Boss Gaming coming up onto Udo Alliance, and Winnie wins the fight. And that's going to be another point in the bag. 2 points so far for Boss Gaming. They still have Shamil though, but the nade, that was close.
Canny, AKM. 5 teams to go. SLD a full squad. Singers for Alter Ego, a box. They need to leave. They don't have space here. DBD just gonna go underground, while Box gonna go on the high grounds, on the outside. But Udo Alliance cram in between. Box Capone spawning out. Winnie have to stand as well. Canny shot one down. One more on his right side. Randomly spraying the smoke with somebody else shooting him from behind. He couldn't even stand for Kenny, but Box Winnie, how to get in?
Maybe he needs to take Kenny out, because Kenny is actually looking at Winnie. So Kenny stands up. Winnie definitely heard that. Time is not on Winnie's side. He'll need to stand up at some point as well, but the entire Udo is waiting for him. SLD as well. He'll be caught between the crossfires. But now Kenny will be knocked out by Winnie. But finally Winnie will be taken out by Kwang Ji from SLD.
Here comes SLD waiting on the other end of the bunker. Waiting for DBD to show themselves up, but here goes Yen with the DBS, again with the DBS game. And he's getting 6 firing with that UMP. Giving a bit of a support fire, 1-to-1 trade. Udo Alliance heard those footsteps. He chasing the heck out of DBD, but now trapped himself with
Yes.
Udo Lions. SSL waiting, but 6 minutes to make it out, clutch it out. Udo Lions last member, but Parajin, oh my god, they just passed. They just robbed ticks, but never mind, still Parajin wins that over.
Oh, he managed to recover that quickly. That was good move there by Parajin. But looking at Alter Ego, they're coming in by Rosemary knocked down, so that should buy some time for SLD. Right now, SLD, could this be their chicken dinner? Because now Alter Ego left their compound. Potato looking through the long range. Can he get someone there? He sees Gosu on the left. Shots fired out by Octa. Octa counter fire back upon.
Oh,
Whoa!
Rosemary knocked down. That was so close. His HP happened to be so low. If not, it's going to be half HP down. At least Fnatic got a bit of reset. But it's just such a hard hike for them to be frontliners of Fnatic and Rosemary right now. Mission failed for the side of Rosemary, but it's still fixable for now. But as LD do have the elevation, they're split into 2-2 formation for now to support fire. But the double nade down was huge coming up from Fnatic.
Ooh, nice one onto Parajin. Right now they're just trading it back and forth, and looks like Parajin can be picked up. Doesn't seem that Potato has the visual. Potato only knows that someone's on the left and there's going to be Gosu. Gosu can't move for sure. Right now the zone is closing in. Not sure if SLD has a vehicle, because if they don't, then they'll be exposed to danger. They'll be exposed to an open field.
Blues are shrinking here. Definitely don't have the time. Parajin, he tried to heal as much. Then when they climbed out, Octa did support fire. Potato and Octa been playing at the back line here. As Fnatic and Rosemary try to finish off the front, they will nowhere near to be revived. I'm surprised that Fnatic and Rosemary forced a push. But maybe due to the circle itself. But Potato here comes. He got one. He got on Tranji. Gosu, 40% HP down. Trying to revive his mate. At the same time, there's no more circle after this. They have to force, because the blue zone will not favor either side. And both sides, it's burning out quite alive. Well, Octa trying to save Potato. You got last first aid on him. No helmet whatsoever. I'm not sure how much Potato have, but he definitely only got micro Uzi right now for Gosu. You know what? He's just gonna go in for the push. He doesn't get one to wrap around it.
Oh, could it land? Yo, that was close. Oh my goodness. My oh my, Alter Ego. What? SLD got the chicken dinner. Alter Ego. Alter Ego left their compound. They left the comfort of their compound. They still had space to play. If only they played the waiting game. Wait for SLD to come to them. It could be a different result.
I agree. It was an interesting choice coming up from the side of Alter Ego. You know, putting up Rosemary and Fnatic at the front line. Fnatic got that nade double down, but SLD, they got back up to their feet due to how the distance between Alter Ego players, they cannot follow up with those knockdowns. If only if they want to push, it should have been pushed for as a 4. I think that's the best case scenario, because Rosemary couldn't even pick out. But you know what, SLD, their tenacity, they're resilient, they just paid off for their all effort just now. It was not an easy game for them.
Yeah, definitely not easy, because Alter Ego, they had the compound, that long range shot had to hit, and when they got the knockdown, okay, the rest of it is just coming in to clean up. Man, SLD, and second time they get the chicken dinner today, and it's also second time for Parajin to be the MVP. It's been an awesome day for Parajin.
Wow, look at damage taken by side of Tran G. He definitely thanked a lot for the team, but when it comes to across the board, I'm loving how everyone pulling off their weight here coming up from the side of SOD with 7,800 over distance of traveling. But if you compare with Vampires, definitely they had a long run in that map just now. But when it comes to grenades coming up from SLD, I think this is the most nades, not just throwables, most nade per map for now. It's 30.
I think I've seen it a bit more, but yeah,
it was smokes a lot. The
Yeah,
smokes
probably.
were a lot, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, so Vampire Esports, I just want to point out that if you remember Vampire Esports, they got eliminated somewhere in the middle, but because of the 10 elimination points that they collected, that's why they are in the top 4 of Teams to Watch. Teams to Watch would also mean that the top 4 points collected in that round. And also, on top of that, despite them being eliminated somewhere in the middle, yet they still pull off a lot of utilities. I mean, they have been just going around using everything that they can just to get the elimination points, and it's been working out for Vampire Esports.
Yeah, but so far, today I feel like their final week here, it's all about firepower, it's all about getting those kills and eliminations, and not much of a rank. I feel they want to test their firepower in the last week in the league itself to see if they can bring forward those kind of performance, whatever they form in the 3 weeks of the league itself. Can it bring over to a side of grand finals later within that 3 days of comeback? That sprint is down to the 3 days there, but when it comes to the leagues here, it's more of a bigger matter for Team Secret, for DBD, for Box even. But SLD, they're quite comfortable up there, if I'm not mistaken. They're still in the middle bracket, so I mean, like, they're not under that sort of a pressure at all. Maybe they're just trying to pull off something extraordinary in the week number 3 just to see if they can try to bring it out during the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think SLD, their objective is just to collect as many bonus points as possible to get a better start in the grand finals later on. But I do agree, it's still looking very gloomy for Team Secret, even for DBD as well. So we got to check out the overall points after this. But that was a very interesting finish from SLD. We can see how excited they are to get this chicken dinner, because they know at the back of their minds is that they were in an open space, but yet they managed to win the fight. That, considering Alter Ego has a compound, so yeah, I'm feeling it for them. But looking at the overall now, GE down there, Team Secret 3 points, BTR 2 points, PBE 4 points. Those are the danger zones.
For Alter Ego, that was quite an interesting sort of call coming out from the team there to actually rotate out. But for Alter Ego, we don't worry for this, guys. For DBD, it has been quite consistent for now for them to be in the top 3 so far. But can they make the last push here? We talk about DBD, Box, TS, as well as PBE. We cannot stress enough, all these 4 teams are in the zone of being relegated. And PBE, so far, we haven't seen extra push coming up from them just yet. So far, we saw the aggressiveness bringing into the game, but it didn't work as well as they were in week 2.
Yeah, DBD, they need to push up a lot more, considering that we still have 4 teams not playing today. So it's going to be a different calculation altogether. They need to get something like a top 3 or something like that to get to safety. And even so, they need to kind of depend on what happens on the teams behind them. So now at number 8, yes, it's cool. Is it that far from the top 3? Not really. It's about 7 points difference from the top 3 as of now.
Tony K, Zix, Fnatic, and Paragin. These are the names that you're going to be repeating and listening to them the entire day here, because they are on their peak form. Especially coming out from Paragin for the entire day, starting off first match until now. He popped himself up when it comes to the top performance. But Tony K just was a remarkable play coming out from him. You cannot deny that. He made sure that he found the weakness of the team, taking out their flank first, taking out their limbs, and just slowly paralyzing the push or the transition of the other teams into the safe zone.
Yeah, and he got 5 out of the 10 eliminations that Vampire Esports got. And he's just on his top game now. Well, speaking about the teams that got the chicken dinner today, unfortunately we will no longer have like the different region for every game, because Vietnam SLD got 2 chicken dinners today. But great round for them. Now we'll be heading on to Miramar, so we'll be looking at the top 4 Miramar performers. Voin is taking a break today, but for the rest of the 3 teams that we can see on screen, they'll be playing this.
Yep. FaZe, Sem9, and Hill. So far, Sem9 has been quite consistent, surprisingly, in final week here. Well, FaZe and Hill, you know, when it comes to the ties, there's nothing else that we can say except for they are one of the strongest region out there. You cannot say no to that anymore. It just shows with the numbers, with how they play, with their chemistry and the dynamic of the team, the adaptability about having a bit of a swing here and there. They just incredible. But can these other regions catch up to the ties now? We want to see if that happens, because you know what, we want a change of the flow. We want something that can contest or challenge the tie teams. But how can they make it? How can they change? What needs to be done?
Yeah, it's still a question mark for me, even though we've been seeing a lot of rounds, right? But I don't know. It feels like the Thai teams, they're really on point. Yes, I think we can say a lot of good things about them, but to really answer a question about what does it take to overtake the Thai teams, oof, this is a tough question, because looking at how the timing of the Thai teams to really move in certain situations is just top notch. So it is hard. Even if we talk about like, oh, okay, maybe they don't move in a certain timing to be third parties and all that, but look at Vampire Esports. They can also like just crash into the compound and just win fights. A very straightforward gameplay for them. So they really have a mix of, okay, if it's not this, it's that. If it's not that, it's another way. So they have the level of versatility that this will be a huge challenge for the other regions to really catch up. I don't have an answer yet for now.
I mean, like, the only Thai teams can actually take a Thai team down, it's going to be the Thai team. So far, I'm just going to say at that for now. For how much longer, we don't know, because I'm waiting for the other team to show sort of a contest here. Because you have to think about the region. If you want to think about the region later, okay, great, you're the champions of Southeast Asia. But can you beat up one of the teams out there in the world, like Nova, example? Now, what makes them so different with our region? What is the difference when it comes to the standards of plays between these regions and the other? I think it's all one step at a time for like GE, for like PBE. The difference, where are they stand? Where do they stand when it comes to South Asia, and how do they stand themselves compared with those one of the best in the world, right? It's like one step at a time, trying to take over one. How do I say, one stage to the other. But speaking of the vampires, speaking of FaZe, speaking of like Kill, even, it's just they are just I don't know. They're so hard to find fault from them.
Yeah,
it's so hard to find any weakness coming up from the Thais, really.
Yeah, totally agree with that. A lot of things are on point. Despite them going out somewhere in the middle bracket, like what we saw for Vampire Esports, they still managed to go out with 10 elimination points. And the other day, it's all about the points collected, regardless of whichever method that you use. So sometimes it can be that, and sometimes they can just end with a chicken dinner, or they can get good placements with still a decent amount of elimination points and still get good amount of overall points. Yeah, that's why. Totally agree with you that I think at this point it's really only the Thai teams can beat the Thai teams. I really wonder that if anything would change in the grand finals once there is a longer break, all the data has been collected by even other regions, other teams, to say that we found a way to deal with them somehow. That maybe things will change, but of course that will be left for later on. But as of now, really solid from the Thai teams.
Yeah, I think like the closest one that actually have can give sort of a contest, can give a run for their money for the title is going to be Procedure Evos. So far, out of my observation, I haven't seen so much of DX. I haven't seen, maybe Box, depending if they're in the mood or not. SLD feels like not there yet, but personally I feel like Procedure Evos have what it takes, but they're not playing it today. Because when they are crazy for firepower, Void actually do have those kind of momentum too. If they want to go for the push, they can go crazy as, who knows, right? They're being possessed or something. But that's make a difference. I think the biggest difference is that the Thai teams don't overthink themselves. Whereas when it comes to the region, I realize that sometimes they love to overthink is one thing, doubting themselves is another.
Yeah, I think that's a good different angle to look at it, right? Like the way they move, the way they push is just like kind of like no mercy, and even like the way they defend their ground, the way they take fights is really no mercy. It's like, they would just go at it, and they would take like certain risks, but of course calculated risks, and it works out for them. And if their opponent, like in your theory, has a lower confidence level, then they'll be like, okay, we'll freeze, and then we don't really move, and then, teams will just take advantage of that. And for the most of the time, it's going to be the Thai teams. And, yep, as expected, it's going to be doing boom things.
No, the thing is, I didn't expect Yummy to go out. Of all the people, usually it's Keymine, it's Hexa, or Boo Boo Hoo. But here they're taking out Yummy, which is the second week MVP of overall second week here. He won himself a week 2 Terminator. Yummy. He put Yummy on a bench in Miramar.
True enough. now that I think about it, like the last few days of week number 2, Yummy didn't really pull off. I think it was the last day or the second last day starting from that. He didn't really pull off. Even today as well, like we didn't really see Yummy pull off. Like he wasn't at that performance like what we saw at that time when he was at his best. So yeah, with a roster like that you have so many names that your team or your coach has the trend of switching out players, I guess they would just give you like, okay, a couple of rounds. If it's not working out for you, you're out. So that really keeps all the players on their toes, and sometimes that's not a bad thing.
I mean, that's a cruel thing. It's a lot of pressure on that. But I have a feeling maybe Yummy just super exhausted for now. Maybe that's one of the many reasons too. You know, the players need a bit of a reset in their mind. They need to have a change of pace. They need to take a break. And when they can't focus, it's actually good to actually have subs to play alongside with you in case that happens. But for the others, Genesis, Esports, GE, we haven't seen a lot of them today, but can we see them actually put in action in our first Miramar out of a two more maps to go, Cloud? Here we go, flying over the desert dunes of Miramar, the dry land.
The dry land, as Chuchu likes to call it. Welcome to the first Miramar of week number 3. So let's see if anything changes. Flight path is going to be on the right, so we can expect that Udo Alliance gets a quick drop onto Los Leones. We'll be unchallenged by Void because normally they would share compounds with Void inside of Los Leones. PB, as usual, they like to drop on the southern side. For Bacon Thai, it's going to be a bit of a distance to travel because they normally are drop inside El Pozo, but at least they don't need to worry as much because Xavier isn't playing, so they wouldn't be taking the same routes. But of course, there will be other teams to look out for as well. Gotta be careful with that Miramar.
Now, if the circle just happened to be in Monte Nuevo, that's gonna be a real fun one to watch. But if it ended up right on top of Craterfield, I mean, like those coming out on the side of Los Leones, it's gonna be a long drive for them. We're looking if there's any hot drops coming up from the teams of final week here, if they want to try to challenge somebody. We do know for a fact it's Los Leones. It might be up to 4 teams occupying around LL, but it's within. Wow, the circle right on top of Impala. It just happened to be with 40% of water as well. Of all the lands there is, the biggest map of all the lands out there, it has to be Impala with water in it. Great.
Yeah, still the stage 1 though, so likely we'll move on to the main peninsula unless we get scammed, and then it's still like really at the corner. But I would like that kind of circle. I think its circle is really challenging. We haven't seen like inside of Impala yet. So far the closest to Impala that we have seen is either next to Los Leones, the high grounds, or on top of Impala where there's like high grounds that's like really key areas. I think it was just like the last day of last week or something like that, but not inside of Impala just yet. I do like that kind of circle. It's because like you have like 3 very significant terrains. Like you have the top one just left of Impala, and then you have Impala itself, which is kind of flat, and then you got like the beach side, which is way down of Impala. So there will be a different sort of gameplay that the teams will need to adapt, and that's where we get to see like how they're going to adapt to that sort of situation.
Yep. It's all about adapting. That's a key point here. So many key points and factors into PUBG Mobile. Even the luck have a bit of a part of factor in it. But it's all down to how you want to control what's in front of you. What's going to happen next is down to the players and the team here. Bacon Time, having only pistol working around them, they're just going to take the buggers and get themselves away from whatever there is, going for their second checkpoint. Speaking of which, Hill. There's one scary team here. We're talking about them quite a number. Last week it was theirs to take with 6 chickens, 6 Cloud.
Yeah. Hell, they are currently holding the most chicken dinners overall. And plus today they also got 1 chicken dinner for themselves. So they are looking really scary. Even like Vampire, despite them doing really well like in week number 1, they kind of like fall behind week number 2. And then Hale is like we're still up there. Week 1 was top 5, and then week 2 champion, and then so far in week 3 already up there. 3-point gap, fine, but still up there, still consistent after 3 weeks. So the grand finals will be looking really interesting for Hale.
I mean, like, I just wish when it comes to grand finals, there's going to be a lot of different teams, including DX or Boom, just really finding out there, give it a bit of a challenge for the Thai teams. But it will be a PMSL with Thai finals, who knows, right? It's down to the last day to decide. So make sure you guys jot down your dates. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be 14 to 16 of April. So make sure you have those dates down, because there's going to be only 3 days of finals of PMSL playoff. Alter Ego, they had it just now for the last map. They had it. It's just, I think they have a feeling about wanting those eliminations that are being denied in the blue zone. That's why they force themselves out in the last minute. Maybe that's the case here. But when it comes to Alter Ego, they have the firepower. They have to keep Rosemary alive no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, and the fact that Rosemary got knocked down first during that moment, well, I guess that's where the firepower kind of like decreased significantly. But I do kind of think about it as well. Yeah, we did talk about like I felt that it was really unnecessary for them to come out the compound to really push it, because they had majority of the within the circle, and then all they need, and they had a compound with the full squad. It's like perfect scenario for them. And if they were to push out, like their opponent would have the high ground advantage against whoever who is trying to push, and it so happened to be Rosemary in front. The moment Rosemary got knocked down, there's like, oh, all panic, because you kind of know that, okay, Rosemary is really, really important, and maybe they kind of like send one person out to kind of want to save Rosemary, but it didn't work out as well, got knocked down. Then it was left with the 2 players inside the compound. So from then on, SLD confidence level increased by 200%, and they did what they did, and they got the chicken dinner. So a bit hasty there, I'd say.
Sada FaZe is another team with arguably one of the strongest firepower. But we haven't seen all day long come out from MR5, so I assume that it's going to be the entire day played by Onzen. Now between, we haven't seen MR5 and Onzen on the same roster ever. It's always Mormon, Victorious, and Mela, and then swap Onzen's and Mod and also MR5. Sorry, Mormon is a different player entirely. Mormon, Victorious, Mela, and Onzen and MR5. We haven't seen a lot of MR5 play alongside with Onzen. I do want to see if that chemistry actually way better with Onzen's and MR5 at the same time.
Yeah, we haven't got to see like the both of them like together in the team, right? So maybe there's a strategy that's been drafted out. It's like, okay, whatever position that you play is whatever Onzen plays, or something along the lines, and then the rest of them is like, oh, Onzen cannot really take on other players' position. MR5 can't do it. So strategically, the best combination is like just swapping in and out of both of them, just for fatigue. Unless it's really called for that they need to change up with other players, then so be it. But if not, that could probably be what they are looking at this point. At least they are a little bit more consistent in their substitutions. It's like they do stick to the plan a little bit more as compared to Boom, who swaps players almost every round.
But so far, Boom is doing great with those swaps. If you compare with first week, but it's just, I think it's really crucial for them to have Yummy on their lineup, regardless of how the situation is. Unless he's exhausted, he needs to stay up. But for Team Secret, whatever you swap in and out, it's just not working. It's just, why is it so hard for them?
You know what? It does feel like whether they put eye shots in or whether they put mints in, it feels like, I hate to say it, but on top of my mind is that it feels like the worst of the how should I put it, the best of the worst picks. Like there's still not a combination that they can really find. It's probably due to strategy, but then strategy is also impacted by who you have in the lineup, like whether you get the right comms or you get the right self-sustain in the round. So yeah, there are all those factors that, even as of now, coming back to this lineup, still not working out for Team Secret. If last week with iShots in it, I'm already losing words to talk about them or try to explain why. And by them coming back to this lineup with this sort of performance so far, I mean, I'm already at the point that I have no idea.
Oh man. Now the circle shifted again gladly to see that it's not comprised of any sort of an ocean ratio in that we don't have water playing it. It's going to be right on top of Impala for now. DBD, when it comes to getting those compounds, getting those rotations done, they can actually get into top 5 every single rotation there is, but the problem with them is just closing of the game here. They don't have enough intel when they start the fight, so they need to gain more intel information before they start to ambush or take any sort of compound fights. Alter Ego, on the other hand, they're trying to take as much margins around the center of the map, possibly with RQ. Definitely knows there's going to be somebody around them. You know for a fact when this sort of a circle happens, it's going to be more than one places where a lot of players, but Hill knocking on DBD's door. Speaking of DBD, about there being ready or not, they definitely are not right now.
Oh, Hale is way prepared to do this. So now with DBD left with 2 players, it's going to be Jimmy OP and Yen. That nade for Jimmy OP will get slow. So it looks like a trade back by Jimmy OP. Got 2 for himself. Flash will be taken down. But now the rest of Hill, they are still active for the next compound. But at least now they kind of even up the odds. Tiger will be picked up by Sky only. But DBD is now in the position to push down.
On the side of Hill, is it going to be a fail or successful push? Just now Sky push and he got 2 knocked down. But now Boom happened to be there. Speaking of third party, here we go again. Razy with a mini 14, shoot from afar, might be around 150 meters apart, climbing down. Wow, that's a fast. Never mind. DBD finish off straight away by Tiger. There's going to be 1 nade to rule them all. Instead of DBD, it's done. He'll definitely execute them just like that. But instead of Hill, it's not done and dusted yet for them. 2 teams eyeing them out.
They got some help from Boom there, so someone got to buy Boom dinner after this. It's good for Hale, obviously, because now they managed to secure the compound and they're still in this despite them only having 2 players. But it's all okay for Hale. Still a rush in that worked for them. But because now they only have 2 players, 3 elimination points, okay. But it's also opportunity for SLD to catch that number 1.
SLD taking a bit of quiet rotation right on top of La Bendita. There's nobody else around there. It's gonna be Los Leones kind of circle. Or even La Bendita. I have a feeling it might heart shift on the north, maybe. I don't like the terrain on the southern part because it's going to be a really tough one for these guys. Multiple level of terrains. A box coming into it. They will actually have to face Alter Ego and Semna at the same time. Speaking of Alter Ego, they are the one bringing the fight to a side of Box, and Box Junos want to get out from here. But can he be chased down by Rosemary? You know for a fact that Rosemary never backs out from a fight. Here comes a shot. Half connect, and Rosemary made a U-turn. Realized a bit too far. He tried to reposition himself, get on the flank.
Oh, pedal to the metal, my friend. Managed to get away. Now Vampire Esports against Team Secret. Okay, let's see. Team Secret can take over this compound. So far, they're on the lower ground. Vampire Esports on the high ground. But another team seems to be shooting. Team Secret, they're taking damage despite Vampire Esports not shooting yet. So it could be from the other side. We got FaZe Clan, we got SLD. Probably pressuring Team Secret.
Newsy tapping it out with a sniper rifle. La Bendita do have 2 teams, including Team Secret, how you mentioned before. Newsy, the moment he pops out his head to just see what's on the outside, a lot of teams actually eyeing out onto him. Can't even see where those shots coming up from. PEBE very separated among themselves, spreading out quite thin there. Still within reach if they need help. Box spotted them out. Winnie wants to have a go to scout. Where are they? How many teams are they up there? And we'll relay back the information towards the rest of our roster. But BTR is so close by. If Box not being careful, they might caught themselves in a trap.
Ooh, yeah. We got so many teams close by each other in that area. But we got 2 teams here. 3 teams. Make that 3. There's PBE, they have the high ground. They can still play by the circle to move slowly, still having the high ground advantage, but next circle might not favor them, so that's why they need to plan how they're going to get down. And as we can see earlier on, there's a team right below them. I believe they got the information because they saw the cars moving, so they know that that area is danger zone. They can choose to avoid it, but they choose to take the fight.
Mini 14 that taps onto the side of box. These elevations, Raimon making sure they will not get an answer at all for box gaming here. But for box, all they need is just a couple of smokes and just run around the cliff and at the foot of the mountains. Make sure he will get himself covered by those mountains for a bit, but Winnie have to get out from there. But the Blues are just making it even harder now. Raimon got one job to do. That's going to be eyeing out the advantage of box gaming. He realized he heard the audio could come up from those vehicles, but couldn't see through the thick smoke.
Yeah, the smoke really saved Winnie this time, but the zone is on top of him though, so he can't spend too much time on there, and plus the zone will increase damage now. And the zone, not too bad. Somewhere in the middle, Euro Alliance has one of the best positions, SLD as well, looking good. But right now, challenge is for PBE, because they're kind of surrounded by other teams too.
Raimon still gatekeeping the side of Shunos, but he's the one that actually been punished here. Plays zone finish off Winnie. And Shunos realizes no more time to waste. He need to make a move, but at the same time, the moment he realizes they need to make a move for box gaming, it's a bit too late now. The gatekeeper is sort of BTR at the same time. There's going to be Sam 9 on the other end, but now they're closing in the distance. Alter Ego has arrived. Box more than one team to deal with. Sam 9 is up there listening as well as Lavi being knocked out straight away. Shunos might be next. Rosemary on the hunt.
Just as when they got away from PBE, now they need to face the wrath of Alter Ego. And that is it. Oh wait, that nade? Whose nade was that? Was that a delayed nade by Box? No, it was Octa the Rosemary. Guys, we talked about this multiple times. Alter Ego again.
I mean, like, Rosemary actually did toss out double nade down towards the side of Box just now. But I didn't see Octa coming out that way strong. I'm not sure what's the issue there for Octa, but calm down, brother. That's their own teammate this time. It's going to be Rosemary. On the side of Boom, on the other hand, they will be gatekeepers on the southern part. They did realize it's going to be more than one team due to the audio could given away towards them. BTRU High taking on the side of PBE. Right across him, there's going to be a bit of a shy peeky coming up from both teams here. Both are sharp shooters.
This way is going to be tough for PBE. Look at the amount of teams around them, including BTR. They will push in anytime soon. But speaking about pushing, it's going to be GE pushing on to RRQ. Still a 4-man squad. RRQ a duo here with one support behind. They try to take down one, but it looks like it's going to be... Wait a second. Oh, vulnerable from behind. Taking out West. So that's going to be one out for GE.
They need to close things up. One being knocked down for now. They need to save him. They need every man that is, but RRQ not willing to bow out. They want to take up the challenge. They want to force the fight no matter how hard it gets. And GE have to deny their entrance here by the side of RRQ. But Team Secret, if they start to move, they can take advantage. But Octa and Potato down to Rosemary now to clutch it out. It's going to be 2v1 then. That's it. And Alter Ego will place himself after a 14th place. GE and RQ on the other hand, not ended anywhere soon.
Oh, it might be soon now. Now that we only have Ichi left. He's within the circle though. Can he pull off a clutcher against RQ? He still has a time, but that is it. Napeko with the nade from the side takes out GE. No points at all. And GE at number 15. Not good. They need the points.
Of RQ on the other hand, spotted out by Bacon Time. PBE and Boom taking those elevations right on the southern part of the Los Lunas circle right now. And Sam 9 burned off by the blue zone. And Deuce on the other hand, clipped on every angle. PBE and Sam 9 squeezing both sides to the side of BTR. They are being hammed.
Oh, here we go. Dap is the only man now. Let's see, can Dap pull this off? He does have to circle, but 45 more seconds before the zone closes onto him. But Ryzen will not wait that long as Ryzen goes in, but he's going to be victorious from the other side, taking advantage of it. That his time is bought.
Oh, Sam 9. Singers for Liquid. slither of health remains, but PBE are forcing this so hard for both teams. Make it even PBE kind of in a death trap right now. They're not making a move to a side of the circle, they're going to be doomed. 11 more teams to go with only 10 seconds remaining till the 6th stage of the circle. RRQ, they definitely heard the pin just now. They need to flee, they need to push forward. Lucky enough he evade those nades. More just next to the side of Bacon time, while Hill, Tiger is still alive here. Sky is still in there. I think this is one of the longest fight there is between Hill and Boom.
Oh yeah, it's been a while now, but it might end really soon as Razy comes in. But they're on the lower ground. He's going to go into the room. Oh, he missed the room. He's still focusing on the second floor, but they're all on the ground floor. Razy punished for that, for not checking the ground floor. But now his teammates will come in. Tiger still with the DBS, but Hexas is there to save the day.
Pombit will have a bit of a revival to be done. Finish off Heal just now with Hexas, like how we mentioned them. Down to 8 teams within seconds. RRQ even taking out Bacon time, but for Boom, after done with one team, it's gonna be Udo Alliance next. Can he drop those smoke grenades just to make sure they can cross those streets? But Boom, they don't have time anymore. Here comes the rush. Flash coming in first. They even didn't manage to just revive one. There goes Razy on his feet. Pombit left, but Razy didn't have time to even pull himself up for those HP. SLD happened to pass by, but Hexas burn off those corners by those mollies.
Oh, but the nade for Razy from outside the building. 2 knockdowns back to back for Udo Alliance. This could be the moment for Hexas. Hexas has a nade of his own, but Kenny also has a nade. He's going to toss out to the second floor. Hexas! Short range nade takes down Kenny. Beautifully tossed indeed.
Hexas fighting for his life. He still got himself the fight in him. His last member of Boom with the DBS is the DBS.
Oh,
but it's gonna be the Mini 14 taken up from afar. What is that shot from SLD?
Oh man. Udo Alliance, they got a second lifeline now, but now they need to defend this compound against SLD, and SLD has a full squad. Look at those nades, Choo. They're gonna get someone from this. Then definitely they will, as Paraji will take out Shamil. This is an opening for SLD.
Oh, Udo Alliance leaving with only Flax here. You look too low to do anything about this. Goes to knockdown for now. But the rest of SLD is gonna be 2v3. Flax trying to jump down the windows possibly. Adik look trying to buy and stall time here by tossing those nades on the stairs, but that's just it. Paraji with that molly burning them off. The best utilities to actually flush people out is always going to be the best one, Molotov.
Yeah, he has to come for Paraji, the man himself. And now SLD won that fight. But look at this circle. This is such an open area. We have 2 airdrops though within the circle. And let's see which team will go for it. Definitely not FaZe Clan for now because they have the compound. They're kind of comfortable there. But it's uncomfortable for Team Secret. Look at this. Shrap's got a knockdown.
Rankit and the rest of PB happen to be freely passing through the open field there. Even though they are quite too flat of a plane. We managed to squeeze in with a minivan. On side of Team Secret, they are in the pet. Vampires pushing them and just keep the pressure onto them with those mollies, those burnings of vehicles all around the corners. Don't want to push in for more. They have to cut across Team Secret if they want to get in the center. Stone definitely heard the audio coming from Aisin of how he tracks him down. But FaZe taking on Vampires, turning it from behind. Vampires, they have to deal with 2-way war here.
Ooh, but speaking about dealing with war, Monboy now needs to deal with SLD. Right at the forefront, Monboy all alone. He gets the first knockdown. Kwang Ji comes in from behind. Smoke will be popped up. Monboy 50% of health. He only has 1 first aid, but he has no time to reset as they will come in. But he gets another knockdown to Kwang Ji. Wow! Beautiful defense by Monboy. The rest of SLD nowhere near.
Monboy, whatever he got, he will use it to his best. With this shack and only haystacks, like you mentioned, Trunksy now have it another go. SLD feels like they're willingly tossing over their bodies in front of the side of Monboy. But you know what? Trongzin knows to make a rap out of it. Now he needs to just revive his teammate while Vintori spotted out SLD players. It feels like a walking trap where PBE was at before. And now they're just so hard to get into this. We talk about, yeah, you got the circle right now, but there's nothing else to barricade themselves except for those haystacks and the small shacks. FaZe, on the other hand, provided they are in the circle, they don't even need to move due to the compound.
Yeah, it's definitely an uncomfortable situation that SLD is at. Let's see if FaZe Clan still will have the circle next. But I'm kind of surprised Team Secret still managed to hold on to their ground despite Vampire raining nades onto them earlier on. But the next phase will prove crucial for Team Secret as there's another team beside them.
Travis, not satisfied with this. He wants to go for more, going for the flank side even. DPE do have a full squad. Same goes for FaZe and Team Secret. Having a last push here, nowhere near DBD for today for this map in Marama, but for FaZe on the other hand and Vampires, the Ties have full squad for both of them. And for FaZe, they all have to wait for the right timing here, waiting for the next circle. While Mormon just trying to take out the players coming from PBE. Team Secret, sorry, that's going to be SLD. Coming out from the side of a Team Secret, I think they're kind of in the center as well.
Yeah, they're okay for now. I'll be holding my breath for the next phase of the circle though. Let's see. Ooh, Team Secret has a little bit of circle, but won't be enough to fit all four of them. So the fight with Vampire Esports, well, they might not want to let go of that, but they need to be careful as well because on the other side there's RRQ.
Gosu. I just hope they do have enough ammunition for the start of SLD right now. They can gatekeep as much as they want. Just hope they don't running out of bullets and utilities as they're trying to gatekeep people out. Stone and Tony K trying to scout out the rest of Team Secret. RRQ, they're playing this quietly as they remain as a duo. Newsy on the other hand, transitioning himself, pulled over right in the eyes of SLD. This is a dangerous game that Newsy is playing. I'm not sure what's the interest here, but it's going to be eyes in from afar. He's out in the open just now. Now the rest of Empires rush into SLD. They want to take out the people that's so obvious right now. It's going to be SLD for now. But the one getting those eliminations, it will be Team Secret from afar.
Oh yeah, Team Secret now starting to pump it up. But how does Vampire Esports get away from this? Nade after nade being tossed out. And there's going to be Stone, but Stone counterfired upon Drongzin. Still alive. He can still pick up his teammate and they're within the circle, so he has time. Unless Vampire Esports chooses to rush in. But speaking about rushing in, looks like FaZe Clan is making their move.
The Vampire Stone being knocked down. Now Team Secret taking advantage to eliminate them in this instant. FaZe might actually do the same thing like how Team Secret does now. FaZe is taking on the other end as well. RRQ stuck in between Zangers for Vampires. Crushing these two teams now, compressing them in the center. RRQ the first one to bow down with one more player to go. The Jumper trying to find all those shots coming out from where? There's too many of them.
I know, right? It's just crossfires everywhere at this point. You can't really tell. But Team Secret, so far they've been staying quiet for the most part of this round. And now they're starting to show themselves and they still have a full squad. They're moving on to RRQ. Best G is alone though. But Team Secret, not really interested with the backline because they need to move into the circle. But Best G might be taken out still. Ventura stopping Team Secret from moving in. And the circle will not favor Team Secret.
Selfie taking over the side of Vampires. Can they get a back-to-back chicken with two more players remaining? Strong's in. Taking over the entire team of Vampires by himself just now with the help of Team Secret, a boy. Vampires nowhere to be seen, down to FaZe as a 4. They got the most man here, where Team Secret had a 4 before, but one knocked down. Jumper trying to just distract all the attention, give the rest of the teammate to have a bit of a time to recover themselves, but they're a bit too segregated for the side of Team Secret. FaZe trying to force them out and bait out their fire. Coming up from SLD and Team Secret just to know the positions. But Mormon, look at Mormon. He's outflanking everybody else on the side of SLD.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hopefully he doesn't get knocked down because if he does, it's going to be hard for him to be picked up. But right now, FaZe Clan, they are split between two teams. So their focus is One towards SLD and one towards Team Secret. Team Secret doesn't look like they have a vehicle, so it's a little bit hard for them. But they're still able to get into the circle. But the next stage, it's going to be tough. A lot of open space between them and FaZe Clan. In fact, the FaZe Clan has opened up nicely within this circle. They seem to be holding this position strongly so now. Oh.
Wow. Onsens have one tap. Coming up from my boy to spray to a side of Mormon. Spotting out Mormon to heal himself back up. Kit on the other end bleeding out. 4 eliminations for Team Secret with 2 more players remaining. Trying to work around FaZe Clan, who got himself quite a few there. We're talking about they are dominating over the circle. They have control out of it. Team Secret always got a bit of a tag team, but FaZe right across that pixel shot one more down Team Secret player. SLD goes to try to take advantage on the side of Team Secret as well. They're dominating on the side of Team Secret, but they have 8 on the side of SLD. I'm not sure how much they have for FaZe, but right now feels like they're being caught on both sides. FaZe and SLD both are eyeing out to a certain Secret. They decided, you know what, we need to take this mini event, find ourselves a couple of FaZe sets to take covers from.
Yeah, and they're going to let our boy go, but now they're just going to rush into the middle of the field. Now SLD and FaZe Clan between them, as Jumper will be knocked down to the last man. There's going to be Kid, and Vintorius knows exactly where he is, but before he's able to take him out, it's going to be Mela that secures the point for FaZe Clan.
Vintorius prepping the nade out. 2v2 between SLD and FaZe. They're both having equal ground, but goes and knocked down first. Vintorius make the opener for the team. It's going to be Mela and Vintorius. Is 1-2-1 trip back to square one. Krongs in versus side of Vintorius, but that's it. FaZe. The 1-8 last one popping off at the right time. FaZe take another chicken for the day. And we're down to last game after this, but my oh my. Do we have different flag waving? No, it's going to be 2 Titans, different one, Hill and then FaZe. Who else next one?
Well, Hill, FaZe, then we got 2 SLD, and we got Sem9 today. Yeah, so that's going to be, we got 2 of the same flags today. So yeah, but FaZe Clan, you know what, you kind of think about it, right? Yes, they got a chicken dinner this time, but they also got a lot of eliminations the previous round. That brings it up to the top 4 in terms of points collected. And now, this time, they got like at least 12 eliminations with this chicken dinner. It's going to be a good haul here for FaZe Clan. And the man, the myth, the legend himself, Vintorius, is back as the MVP.
Vintorius have been pulling off a couple of great shots and highlight when it comes to week number 2. And since then, he's been taking those momentum down to even week number 3. Definitely one of a force to be reckoned with. And speaking of the tie, this is one of the strongest. There is FaZe as well as Mela, Mormon, Onzen and Vintorius. So far I have seen a lot of MR5 the entire day, but everybody pulled out equal amount of roll. You have to give it to Vintorius. Look at those eliminations, look at those damage, and look at those knockouts. He's breaking his back for this match.
Oh yeah, all the stats do favor him. Now, and okay, one of the least throwables used as well. Well, nothing can beat that 1 smoke, but then again, it's still 6 smokes and 5 nades and no more leads at all for them to get the chicken dinner. And it's not only the chicken dinner, they did get a decent number of elimination points. It should be about 12 or so. But it's been also a long time since we've seen Team Secret as part of the teams to watch.
You know what? I wish PUBG Mobile one day gonna put another stat which gonna be vehicle use, because I saw just now FaZe were running amok with those vehicles. When they're trying to go for rotation, trying to go for the push, might as well put it in the utility side, right? Because it feels like these days the vehicles is one of the meta. You have to agree, we saw so many teams are actually being denied entry by forcing them to go and back off with those vehicles, plus the splat moments. Yes, I mean, like, that might be as well called as utility, right?
Yeah, that'll be a nice stat to have. How many splats that we've seen? So far we've seen in the PMSL, there are tons of it. Almost starting to lose count now. But yeah, it does show that how important vehicles are in this season and how it's being used, especially with the splat. And this is another example of a vehicle like 9noise using it as a quick barricade there to win that fight. Beautiful fast play there by 9noise.
Yeah, and 9noise never failed to deliver. We saw this guy quite a number when it comes to week number 2. He's been popping up quite frequently when it comes to MVP of the map. So we saw them, we know how he can pull it off, how he has to offer, and how much he can actually deal with. We've seen that before. We've seen it a lot. But on the side of FaZe, I mean, like, when it comes to this caliber of gameplay, when it comes to this tournament, it's down to teamwork, really. And FaZe, they had a 4v4 down to 2v2, but it's just the projectile, the trajectory of FaZe nade was just remarkable.
Yeah, the nade was a beauty. One nade, take out one, and then they know they have the advantage. They just move in. All they need to do is open up the flanks, and it's hard for SLD to challenge. But anyway, SLD, they should be happy with this performance. So far, it's a consistent day for them. And considering that Hale only got like 3 points, meaning that SLD will take that #1 spot. But I really want to know how close FaZe Clan now is to the top, considering they got this amount of points, 22, looking good for them. But I can't say the same for DBD and GE, 1 point, 0 point respectively.
I'm more concerned about GE and BTR, honestly. They're being swapped down or not by the side of DBD, because DBD has been more consistent compared last week. But if they keep this going, they can actually push down some players up there and even some teams in the last minute to make it to the playoff. Now here comes the overall ranking where everything matters here. SLD still taking #1 spot. It's going to be 9 points of a difference between Hale and SLD for now. Vampires staying at number 3, 4, 5, 6 is going to be stagnant for now. But Box at 10, that's going to be the minimum bar for now. But the side of Void, Persija, DX and Geek, they're not playing, in case you guys are having a lot of questions behind it. GE and BTR. Now BTR, worried about them because yes, they secured the top 16 for now. But if they keep this going, they might actually be pushed down here.
Yeah, it's a scary time for BTR, considering that they're such a big brand. So yeah, so BTR. But anyway, yeah, I was trying to process like the other teams as well, but it's okay. We'll look back at the overall charts later on by the end of the day. Now head to head, we got to put Venturas and Strong. So they're going to be compared with each other, because I guess it's because their eliminations are fairly similar. It's just that Strong, he worked a lot more with those throwables used, but the outcome that matters do favor onto Venturas with that amount of damage.
At the same time, it makes me question, are the trays used including smokes? I guess it is, because if you compare with damage output wise, or it's just he been tossing a lot of grenade, but nothing of it actually dropped right on top of it. But so far, we're starting off Malaysia as the first chicken dinner of Sunhawk, and then it's just alternatingly between the Vietnam and the Thai. So far, nothing coming up from the Indonesian team. Maybe we have to wait for Persija EVOS for that tomorrow. But are we having an ending of today with last mirror by another Malaysian team, or it's back towards the side of Vietnam flag, or I ended up with the usual Thai teams?
Oh yeah, really look at the flag pattern, yeah.
Yeah,
I do feel that now that you mention it, I say, oh yeah, I do feel that level of OCD as well. It's like, if there's a pattern there, that'll be nice. But if it does happen, we are still hoping for DBD to get it, because DBD, again, as of now, still no chicken dinner yet, and we're still gonna put this up here. So DBD, come on, you gotta do it for us, man.
And not just that, just now SLD scored themselves a double chicken. That's the first time ever coming up from Vietnam team to have a double chicken in a day. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. And nowhere near to stopping their momentum. As still, there are teams that are not even having any chicken, and while others have 6 or maybe we haven't seen any like straight 6 game by one team, right? Let's put it out there.
No.
And so far, the highest is going to be triple chicken in a day, was it? I think that's the most. So I'm waiting. You know what? The team that don't get any chicken, that actually learn from the team that actually have too much chicken on their side, and try to have themselves a bit of that chicken, just a tiny bit of it.
Yeah, it's basically DVD learning from Hale Esports. Yeah, Hale Esports now still holds the record for the most chicken dinner, and DBD, obviously. Now I'm starting to worry, if we will ever see a chicken dinner from DBD before PMSL ends.
Honestly, I don't know anymore.
I don't know too.
I honestly can't tell, because if they want to do something experimental, it's going to be done within the week number 2. But right now we're down to the final week here. There's no more space for these guys to experiment on stuff. There's no room for error. Right now all we see is just errors coming out from them. One time they're just being bombarded, entirely flushed out. After one tragedy to on top of the other, it's like, it feels like DBD crumbling down. It feels like they don't have space to make that chicken. Even though they can get those positions right, they got themselves at the top 5, top 3 every single time. So it's about the closure that they have problem with. It's like they're not prepared with their firepower. It's not that they don't have. They do. That's why they're here. But feels like they're lacking of confidence. Just shows with how you control your barrels.
Well, like how the previous round they lost the fight with Hale. Of course, Hale got some help from Boom from the other side, but it's still a matter of like, okay, a team crashing into your compound and then you're not able to defend it. So that seems to be the pattern here for DBD. When it comes to really taking fights up front, their win rate is fairly low. So that's something they really need to work out. Looking over at DBD as we're talking about them, no Moss Goku in sight still. So they're still going to maintain the same lineup. But if you talk about the same lineup for today's performance in particular, it's okay. It's arguably better than the weeks before. So yeah, if this is the best that they can give out with this composition, then well, I guess they'll just stick to it.
So out of 7-9, I have to say they're quite okay today. Same goes for Yudo Lions. Got himself quite up to par with the rest of them adapting, but for the side of DBD, I mean, like, all smiles for now, but who knows what's inside right now, how hurtful they are. Comes to not manage to secure those chicken at least once is all we need. They're not rookies, definitely not. They've been here for the longest time. There is how they were R2K, I think, survivors back then. In the Southeast Asia. They've been there, they've done that. Even the one that coming in very new, I mean, like GE has been here in PUBG Mobile for the longest, but when it comes to sea levels, it's one of the first offline tournament. They adapting it way better than the others.
Yeah, a lot better than DBD, especially with last week's performance, which was the potential that we saw during the wildcard series. They were wildcard champions for a reason, so pretty sure that they'll be able to come back up. But whether they can do the great escape, because now they're like at the borderline, that will be the bigger question at the end of the week. I do sort of have this gut feeling that we will see GE in the grand finals later.
I don't know. When it comes to the bottom how do I say, the bottom 20th place, 17th to 20th place is still sort of something that I'm unsure of, something that we cannot see if they can have a bit of a last push, because if they can push themselves up in the top 5 in the last minute in the bottom team up there, they definitely have more than 25 points for now. Now we do have Yummy back in. He got himself a bit of a downtime. I think he just need himself a bit of a reset, just a break, maybe even try to relax himself for a bit, because you know when you're too focused, when you're too tense, you cannot play your best as well. So they have to maintain in between, balance it out. Not too much of a tense, not too much of chilling, where you don't need it to be chill. You need those adrenaline rush still. But coming up from the teams other than we talked about before, right? We haven't mentioned enough when it comes to the side of our queue for today, even Bacon Time. Now, I don't want to mention too much about the Thai teams, you know how powerful they are, but for the side of RQ, I know that they have this. They are one of the teams that potentially can break the barrier within the Thais and the other region. But just sometimes the communication feels a bit off. Feels like a bit too overextend for some, and some are being left behind for the players.
Yeah, probably a little bit of a confidence as well. Or maybe they caught themselves in a tough position. Like if we were to take the example of what happened in Miramar round, Team Secret was below them, just beside them and also below in a ditch, but maybe because they were caught in a tough position, a little bit open, and across them was, I believe, was Vampire. So as much as they wanted to eliminate Team Secret, they couldn't. And Team Secret, because they held their ground really well, they somehow survived the rain of nades from Vampire. And then they'll be like, okay, we have the information, there's another team there. And then RRQ couldn't really defend their ground from Team Secret when Team Secret was always there and they knew Team Secret was there. But yeah, so I guess it was just like pretty much straightforward fight that they kind of lost that with Team Secret, if we were to take that example. It'll be nice to see a few more rounds just to see how consistent they can be, and for us to have a good overall look on how RRQ would play this time.
I have a bad feeling. Are we extending the time or not? Yeah, it feels like we will. Possibly, yep. Speaking of information, I saw multiple times in the last map here in Miramar itself, a lot of teams happen to be crashing into compounds before they're getting any sort of intel, if there's anybody inside or not. Because you know for a fact, when it comes to second circle, second stage there'll be a lot of teams start moving. And high chances of 80% of the teams already inside the circle. So it has to be their priority, their main focus for each of the scouter to just note for the rest of the teammate to see if the places they want to go for the second or third or fourth checkpoint, is it still vacant or not. Because that's the case here. They're always caught off guard. Multiple times, not just once, almost every single rotation happened in last map.
Is that referring to like in general or a specific team?
In general, because so many teams actually happen to be there. Even Hill actually got caught one time.
I'm trying to think in general, right? So I kind of feel that they have the information, but maybe sometimes it's all about like, okay, like, because sometimes some of the compounds have like multiple houses, right? So maybe like, okay, that one house, about 2 people, and then it was like focusing on that house. I'm just theorizing, and then the others were like on the other house, so it became a tough situation. But I think what was the tougher situation is still the on-pointness, if that is even a word, and the on-pointness of the third parties that come in. Like the first 2 teams can fight, that's fine. Whoever wins, that's okay. Then you have the third person who comes in and just wipes everyone out. That happened multiple times. Just shows that how on point the timing is again.
That's true. It's all about timing, really. Impeccable timing for some teams. And sometimes it's down to luck. We cannot disregard the luck side of it, of this battle royale. It's always down to if it happens at the perfect timing. Yeah, sometimes you get to know like there's gonna be this team, checkpoints, and so forth. But sometimes the timing is not always the same. So that's where the luck plays its part. Where the luck, sometimes the circle as well, but it's just down to that 5% that makes such a big factor for the game as well. But for the players, look at how they focus. I think they were more ready to go for our next match, which is going to be our last for our final week in day number 1. We still have 4 more days to go.
I'm trying to think of that point, right? So in practical sense, maybe it's also not only like, from what we have learned like throughout like 2 weeks plus today, is that yes, the compound is one. But if we were to learn from like, oh, there's so many third parties happening after we finish one compound, like another team will come in. It's also like to gather information around there. Like, is there another team that could potentially be a third party, and how they're going to deal with that? Then that might give better planning to whoever who's starting that fight in the compound. So far, that's what I observe. But let's see if the teams do observe the same and do adapt to that situation inside our final game today. Miramar, none other than less.
We are back here for our final map of the day. 4 more days to go. Tomorrow will be one more group not playing. They'll have a bit of a rest, which can be A group, if I'm not mistaken. For Group A, comprised of Hill Esport, Vampire Esport, Genesis Esport, and Team Secret. Now, Team Secret have to have a bit of a push here. They are the ones that will not be playing tomorrow. I won't worry as much for Hill Esport and Vampire, but Genesis and Team Secret. Genesis barely make it in for the playoff. Team Secret, on the other hand, they are the 20th spot right now. They need to make a big impact this entire week.
Yeah, they're rooted down there. So big, as in like really, really big. Yeah, totally agree to that. That's like maybe not even a top 5, maybe a top 3, just to like have some hope of them getting across that 20th spot or that 16th spot line. But yeah, it's been 4 rounds and we haven't seen the best of Team Secret. The best that we saw was the previous round, because they held on to the ground, they were really disciplined, they waited for the right moment, and they were okay from there. But that was that one round. Can they do it again this time around? Considering that now, okay, we're gonna get like not too far of a circle from the previous, but Team Secret, they changed their drop spot into the areas of Hacienda. So this is where the adaptation plays a role.
It feels like it's gonna be sort of, I think Lebanita or maybe around their circle. But Picardo definitely taken by the side of FaZe now. Coming up from Team Secret, I mean, like, they have only 3 more days to go for the run. Each team will play 4 days max in the entire week. For them to actually push back up on today here, it's still doable for them. They are at the 12th place. At least this is one of the most point gathered by the side of Team Secret in a day.
True.
By far.
Yeah, that's a good point. Previously, it was always like 1 digit, 1 digit, 1 digit. But now, 18 points. Okay, it's an improvement for Team Secret. We can't discount that. We got to give credit where it's due. But because Team Secret, they put themselves in the spot where, they need to be really, really up there. And that's where it becomes very difficult. And you pointed out really well that all the teams only play for 4 days. And this is the last map. And there'll be 3 more days to go for teams at the bottom. Not only Team Secret, PBE, BTR, GE, still down there. Box, they are so far okay-ish. That gives them a little bit of hope. So I's looking at the second page, and those on the second page happen to be in the bottom 6.
Oh man. I mean, like, what else needs to be done there? It's definitely easy for us to, we all talk, but these guys are all action. They try their best, yes, but it's just not working out quite right for them. Are they just stagnant, or they're moving backward, or the other team is actually pushing forward throughout the entire league? Because right now, you saw GE, they are just in a trench when it comes to week 1, but they made a comeback on week 2. But it feels like a bit slower when it comes to week number 3, but they are at the 16th spot right now. They have to make it up to the top 10 if they want to secure those playoff slot. I mean, like, if it comes to the grand finals, it's a different game entirely. It's down to, almost an equal field all over again, even though it's not entirely equal with the initial bonus point coming in. But at least it's not too far compared to the gaps. Like how we did in back days. Like, we don't have this kind of format, right? It feels like so dominant now. This team is so hard to catch up with those tally up points. But this time we have a different format. Now they have a bit of a hope there when it comes to the playoff. But GE, they have to secure themselves in the top 10. Inside of DBD, they have to be more than that. Just like how the Secret, how you mentioned like them before, they have to get top 3. There's nowhere near top 5. They can't get top 5. They have to get top 3.
Looking at the gap between Team Secret and the top 3, and it's quite significant. Even this round, it's not going to be enough for them to go out to the top 3. They need to really gain the points like in the following days that they will play. But if you kind of think about it as well, I'm so looking for a different angle, right? Like Box Gaming, so they're by borderline trying to get the escape. If the 4 bottom teams don't perform and they root themselves at the bottom 4, naturally Box Gaming will be safe. So Box Gaming will be looking to try to maybe somehow take down teams like GE, like BTR, like PBE, like Team Secret, just to keep them at the bottom so that they can survive at the borderline.
Oh man, but do you have to resort to that at the same time? Now Box do play up the blue zone, right on top of Los Leones. We've seen DBD, I mean, like this. We're waiting for that chicken to happen, right? But whenever they try to get a chicken, the DBS shut them down. I don't know, it's something to do with the name, or DBD and DBS just don't mix well. Every single time, if you notice DBS, they always lost those CQC fights, Cloud, because it's always ended up there. Multiple times they got a top 3, but always a DBS to shut them down, because it just shows that how much of a distance between them for the last few circles. They lasted long enough to be in CQC, but I think if they actually try to play with long range or long fight, they actually might do have a shot to get them those at least once that chicken.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's about switching it up now for DBD, because they could pull off the great escape as well, but they really need to be up there. And you can't think about it as compared to the other teams at the below in terms of bonus ranks. They are currently on top, doing okay-ish, but okay won't be enough for DBD, of course. They need a lot more than that. Since, like you mentioned, that if the DBS is really their kryptonite, then the only way to counter a DBS is really to stay far away from it and try to take down whoever who's holding the DBS. Like if you can see from afar, like, okay, that guy's holding a DBS, try to take advantage, try to take him out, and if they can get that knockdown on the DBS holder, then the fight will be a little bit more balanced.
Speaking of balance, another team that's quite questionable is going to be BTR. I mean, like, so much expectation coming from this team. So much fans screaming out their names there. We're talking about big names under BTR banner. But they just... I don't know what happened, because it feels like... It doesn't feel like it's a change of era, right? Because if you mentioned about, oh, new blood is way better when it comes to response and reaction, and better judgment call, maybe the veterans have to call it quits this day. That's not the case on the side of Vampires. They're having the veteran players playing again. So why is there such a gap, even though they have veteran players on the side of, including teams like BTR here?
And that's not the case for Prestige EVOS as well. So if you kind of think about it, right, like, okay, BTR with this lineup, they're down there, and Prestige EVOS with the previous partly lineup of BTR, they are doing a lot better than BTR itself. So meaning that the key player has always been like Luxy Zuxi. I think that's the case now, because when they play, generally Prestige EVOS, they do perform. So by them leaving the BTR lineup, coming into Prestige EVOS, performance-wise it downgraded BTR, then I mean the stats don't lie. The numbers and the performance show themselves that they are still the key players despite them playing like since the dawn of PUBG Mobile.
So then probably the same case on the side of Team Secret then. The shuffle. It's all about the shuffle. Then how is it like... I don't know. I don't want this to sound bad, but there's no way to make around it. But never mind that. Udo Alliance and DBD making a bit of a warehouse brawl between these two teams. Yen pushing in, Flax OP bleeding out. 1-to-1 trade for now, but Adik Luke cooking up the nade at the back line. Yen trying to buy time. Couldn't stop Shamil coming in, but Udo Alliance. Flax was bleeding out. Denied a point by Adik Luke. I'm not sure what are they... how their comms are working right now.
I felt that he could still be safe, but okay, maybe they have a different idea of denying the point like what you mentioned. So right now, Udo Alliance have to deal with DBD as a trio. But one player of Udo Alliance on the other side, DBD still holding their ground as Jimmy OP gunned down by Adik Luke. So now they even up the odds within this compound. Plus, Kenny can still provide cover fire from afar. This warehouse has a lot of open space, and because of Kenny's position, DBD cannot play on the outer side of the warehouse.
And Udo Alliance knowing for a fact that DBD is not that confident with that CQC, close quarter combat. So they're trying to force it out here. That's why they're staying. That's why they're not parting ways, because they know it's DBD, know their weaknesses. They left with only 3 players on the side of DBD, Jimmy OP. Udo Alliance the same case, but at least they denied the point of Flax OP before. Now Adik Luke prep another nade. Taking this warehouse. They just arrived. They're taking over the compound. DBD straight away going for retreat. But now they're trying to fight back with Zix taking on with M416. Yen and the rest try to push forward. Waiting for them to pick out. But he needs to reload. Shamu with the DBS. We do know DBS don't gel well with DBD. But hopefully this worked out quite okay for DBD. But Udo Alliance left with only Kenny.
Oh, it is working out well for DBD now. And only Kenny left, but Echo goes down, so it's going to be Kenny. 1v1. Can he pull off a clutch against Ziggs, or can Ziggs do it? Now Kenny, we do see a Mini 14. I believe his next weapon must be an M4. Yes, it is an M4, but wait a second. GE lost to Hale Esports. Oh no, GE. It's going to be a heartbreaking week for them.
For the side of Hill, they won themselves 2 points out of that. But for the side of Udo Alliance and DBD, down to Kenny to clutch out for Udo Alliance. They scored 3, same goes for DBD, 1-1. between the players. Hopefully there's no third party. Speaking of third party, hello PBE.
Okay, PBE passing by, still not really crashing into the warehouse, so that's a little bit of a saving grace there for Kenny. You know, it's going to be a tough position for him. But the PBE, okay, just as we thought that, okay, they're going to let this go. Nope, they're not going to let this go because they want the points themselves.
PBE, then you know when you start to shoot against them, they will start to take up the fight. They don't care. They don't care if they win or lose in this fight. They want to just fight. They want to brawl. Yudo Lions being eliminated at 15. As they say, Balak Bagan fight there today is for PBE. They want to finish off DBD. But same 9 taking on RRQ at the same time in a different compound. They are on top of Fascinati Patron. But in the meantime, the police are shrinking in. They realize that, you know what, we need to flee. They got themselves one elimination and now they start to move. But the fight against PBE, I'm not sure how that turned out for now.
Ooh, okay. 7-9 so far from the minimap is in the clear. But I'm really curious to see what's going to happen here. Okay, we're back here onto DBD versus PBE. But Ziggs all alone. Chances is tough for him. He only has a UMP. But Vampire and BTR, let's rock and roll.
Dio's coming up from behind, but Stone definitely can get those angles guarded. The rest of BTR in a club. Now Svavel indoors as well. I'm not sure that's a wise decision. He make it out anyway. Couldn't save his mate here. Straps already waited on the window. And that goes one player of BTR down, leaving only Dios or Liquid here. Liquid cannot even make a peek. Stone definitely being shot down by the side flanks or off angle coming up from Deuce. Here comes the nade. Being pressured by the side of Tony K. Look at how he just angled himself up there. Look at the high drop. Woo! And that's Tony K counting like an Einstein.
Oh, but Boss Gaming counted like an Einstein as well. In order to come into this compound, they're going to be a third party after the fight between DBD and PBE. And now, the rest of PBE, Momboy and Raimon needs to get away, but on foot. No vehicle, no time to grab that vehicle because Boss Gaming got that area secured. And without a vehicle inside Miramar, still stage 3, it is not good news for PBE.
Winnie taking on PBE, who just won themselves against Yudu Alliance before, and now they won even against the last player of DBD before. Now it's going to be on the side of a different team. Now PBE have to pick the fight. They're stuck in between two teams, either Box Gaming or is it going to be Hill. Hill just got themselves an upgrade of loot after they finished off GE before. Now they're spreading out quite wide. Look how confident they are on the side of Hill. This Cerebral PUBG coming up at this Bass coming up from the ties. And they just boldly moving forward. Their team comms working quite well. Everybody hop onto their vehicles, going in for the push. They're going different angles entirely. Gasto pulled over, just getting on head-to-head versus Momboy with a DBS on Momboy hand. But Gasto still with his rifle.
Oof, gets low, almost shot down. Gotta be careful. And it's going to be Vampire Esports shooting onto Hale Esports from afar. Nade thrown onto Raimon. Raimon still survives somehow. But oh, hang on a second. Sam9 and Boom is duking it out.
Boom can just secure these eliminations if Pombit will be actually being supported by the side of Crazy. Sam9 have no clue which angle to hold on to. It's just too open inside. And there goes another nade drop out. Putra just naded dab to deny the points possibly. I have no clue, but the Malaysian team so far having a lot of self-nade. Yudo Lines before, and this time it's Sam9. Loyu picking up back on Lung, choosing his mate. One side of Putra, trying to see if there's anybody nearby. He's trying to secure those elimination against Ponbet. Just knocked down just now, but Bacon Time is watching like a hawk.
Ooh, and at the same time, Yummy, early elimination for him in this round. I guess he can't wait for the day to end right now. But Boom, they still have Crazy though, so he's going to hold on for positioning points. Back to Vampire Esports versus Hale Esports. And now Vampire Esports, they have the advantage of the circle, but Hale has the high ground. But before that, Onza is going to take out Flash. Hale is going to open up the flanks. Let's see if they can crash into the compound.
Tony K with the 200 IQ toss of Nate again opening up for the rest of Empires. Now Hale start to be in shambles. They're being finished off and Tony K keep on tossing those Nates again. Hill plays himself 11 this time, finish off by the side of Empires. He got himself 6 eliminations across the board, the highest right now and dominating when it comes to the most highest volume of eliminations. But they're not done yet as Box want to take them over. We do have Alter Ego across this crate of La Bendita.
That's the Vampire Esports that we've been missing last week. So far, looking good for them. But Rosemary can't say the same for him. He's been knocked down from afar. But he should be in a position that he'll be able to be picked up by his teammates. For Box Gaming, on the other hand, this time around, still 2 eliminations. He wants to get Rosemary, but there isn't a good angle for him. So Rosemary will be saved. So he'll be A-OK. But I do notice that, Box Gaming, they're going in for a Junos at the front.
That long shot's coming out from behind. They're always ambitious on side of Capone just now. Bold and brazen, they keep it going. But the one pushing is going to front line is Junos and Levy. They have nowhere to run or hide. Levy spot him out straight in the line of sight. On the side of Alter Ego, nowhere to go. They have to build this compound entirely and make a rotation across the crate on top of Minas Generalis. Have to bait out on Octa. There's no more other choice than that because Box is just tailing them closely behind with Vampires. Do want to have a bit of Box Gaming too, but at the same time there's Ventores and the rest of FaZe Clan. SLD on the other hand happen to be moving on the west side of a circle. You do have Minas Generalis kind of circle right on top of everything else. There are a couple of uneven grounds here, so they can make work with the terrain for now.
Just as when we thought, where's Team Secret? Well, they are coming inside from Graveyard. And this knockdown will be their opening for this round. So far, Team Secret, they have an open entry into the circle, so they're okay for now. In fact, they're in a position that they can take long-range shots. So from there on, they should be able to secure a couple of elimination points. But speaking about eliminations, now Box Gaming. They seem to be on the outside of the circle. Yes, they are still. They still have options though. They can go left, or they want to take the fight on the right with Alter Ego. That's their choice. But left will be a clean entry for them.
Side of RRQ, it's a different story entirely. Down to only 2 more players against the side of Boom. There's RRQ around there somewhere. There's Bacon Time watching. Such a cluster here on top of Minas Generalis compound and town right now. Around this factory area. RRQ mod and Voldemort have to have different places entirely. Just to be sure everything is clear behind and the front line. FaZe on there, then on the run. They're trying to transition themselves in the center. They want to get the best place there is in case the circle hard shift. And they will not be pressured 2 sides. FaZe very close by to the side of RRQ. In between Box as well. Ventores is so pivotal for the team. And hello there, Box. Ventores, never mind. Make a big U-turn and just get back up here to see what's happening on the other end. Giving back the intel towards the rest of the team, whether to open fire or not. The Vampires on the move as well.
Panic there for Ventores for a bit as he got stuck by the stone, but A-OK. Looks like Box Gaming not interested to engage as well. Focusing more onto the circle. Some of them already in it, but if they move any further forward, they're going to meet up with Vampire Esports, who's on the roll now.
The anchor is going to be Tony K here again for Vampires. He's the one can actually hold the ground to the side of Vampires to take this area. But one knock from the back line. They have to go back and save him. SLD on the other hand, getting himself in a trench. Taking the slow ground just to take covers. And Hart being spotted out for the teams up there. I just hope they are in the next few circles. The Vampire split it into 2-2 formation due to how Newsy got knocked from behind. Tony K spotted out one player of Box being bleeded out, knocked down for now, but FaZe of Ventores might steal it away. Tony K so testy of getting those eliminations there. He wants to finish off the job, but the thing is, FaZe Ventores, it will be his bane for now.
We got 3 teams here, so it's going to be complicated. But Alter Ego is joining the fray. Now FaZe Clan wants to steal it away, but before that they need to take down Vampire Esports. Shots from afar, beautifully sprayed by Mela. Nice recoil control. That one knockdown could prove crucial for them. Now FaZe Clan, they're moving in. Vampire Esports needs time to reset. Circle shifted, and FaZe Clan is still in it.
Clan so smart playing around the valley between two hills here. They know for a fact they're guarding over the high grounds, and not just that, they just need to smoke on top of that valley. It's more than enough, but it's going to be exchange fire between Levy and Stone. Stone knocked down on one of players of Box Gaming. It's going to be two more to go, but FaZe on the other hand might take this advantage. They're moving towards that side, but Vampires, News and Stone slowly creeping onto this high grounds as well. One nade or that molly will burn them alive, but do they have any?
Oh, side shot here by Schwabs. Can he get it? Yes, he will. Got a little bit of help there from Stone, and now Schwabs will secure another elimination point, and that is it for Boss Gaming. Number 10, 3 elimination points. But you gotta be careful. RRQ, boom, can still catch up to them, and Team Secret as well.
SLD caught himself in a trap here. Managed to flee out. Strong's in and goes to Kid. Knocked down on that nade. Kid got chipped quite a bit. He jumped straight down, but sprayed by the son of Origin. And SLD going to be decimated if they're not being careful. Dangerous game they play. A boy now secures those in the trench, but the rest of Team Secret have to secure one more to shut down the rest of SLD. Goes to be revived back up on his feet. Now Trongzen, how to clutch this? They start tossing out the nades. They start tossing out the mollies. Try to fish them out, but they got burned. Trongzen have to get out from the trench. They are trapped. There's a small space for them, but Venturas, SLDT has taken on Trongzen. Goes on jumper. Now they need a reset, but can they make it? Kid jumps down. Oh, there's a vehicle in between.
Oh no! Oh no, Chichi can't get across! But now looks like our boy is going to come in from the other side, and it's going to be Team Secret winning this fight. That was a close one for Team Secret.
Oh man, I just hope they can get out there alive. How they block their way out of there. But Rosemary trying to do the impossible mission again. Last play coming from Alter Ego. Against the 4 entire teams of Vampire. 4 players against him. Oh, look at the nades dropping. Rosemary definitely a bit nerve-wracking there to stay alone for a bit longer. He needs to get out from there, but I don't think he got himself any smokes for now. 12 eliminations coming out from Vampire. They are sucking the blood out for each of the player alive right now.
Yeah, he got to turn into Beast Mary now if he want to win against Vampire Esports. And Rosemary, at least the good news is that he's in the circle. But let's see what he can do with this nade. Ooh, a counter nade on the Rosemary. 2 nades in fact landed on the Rosemary, but he still survives. His own nade will not land onto Vampire Esports, but he still has another. He needs to reset quickly. And now let's put focus on the Bacon time and 7-9.
Bacon cooking those nades, prepping themselves up. Armstyle counting the time, 4 seconds, and drop it down. Noise giving the pressure to a side of 7-9 to flush them out, but nobody inside of the compound or the small shack in front of them. They just pull back, way back for side of 7-9. Noise spotted out by Long or Loyu from the flank first. Now Armstyle has no clue how much of a distance between them and Loyu right now. But this might be a failed attempt of rush if Bacon Time is not being careful about Loyu. He's the one that anchoring the rest of Bacon Time from pushing in.
Ooh, yes. Because the Bacon Time moves towards the left, or they're right, then they'll meet up with him. But now, FaZe Clan, Vampire is going to be the 2 Thai teams. But 2 knockdowns back to back. Beautiful DBS by Mormon. Can he get another one? It's going to be Mela getting on the stone. And now Vampire Esports, only 1 man left.
But they got themselves quite a number of eliminations. The only one with double digit, 13 so far. They're still not willing to go down yet, and that's the last one. Finally out by the hands of FaZe. It's always going to be the Thais taking out the Thais again. Singers for heal just now. But on the side of FaZe, they will survive for a bit longer. Bacon Time coming out and squeezing the hack out of Sam9. Leaving with only Lung. And also, I think it's going to be Putra. Slither of Health remains. Razy taking on Bacon Ice from afar. Bacon being shot 2 ways here. Those indoors and those outside by Boom.
Ooh, okay. Second floor here for Lung. And he has a DBS. And we know that kind of distance, that kind of angle is always very good. But he's been flushed down with a molly. Now Bacon Time has a DBS of their own. It's going to be Armstyle at the front. Shots can't connect. If only they can. Yes, they will. Looks like it's going to be low, but Lung loses. Looks like it's a trade back here by Bacon Time, and Bacon Time now super duper low. Low, you should be able to do it. All he needs to do is just spray onto his final opponent, and that is it for Bacon Time.
You have to agree the DBS has been nasty for the past couple of weeks. I mean, like, can you put that back in the airdrop for now, please? You don't even require to just aim it. You just jump and shoot with those DBS, and they managed to secure a couple of eliminations from that. On the side of Long, that was a different story, and Lo Yi, they were spraying the heck out of it. For the side of RRQ, on the other hand, they're leaving with only 2 men. None of the teams out there having a full squad for now. Everybody have the equal amount of fair play, except for FaZe, of course. The others can still score themselves the chicken, but Voldemort knows exactly where it is. Here comes Cerebral PUBG as his best. The counting of 200 million IQ of tossing from one nade to a different building entirely within a small angle of window.
Okay, let's see if this connects. Nope, it will not. And if you kind of think about it, Razy have been holding this building for almost the entire game. And now he's top 5. He's getting those placement points for his team. It's going to be a tough challenge for Razy next because he's by the edge of the circle. But now, Team Secret coming to the compound. Team Secret 7-9. We saw this before last week a couple of times now. They're going to do it again this time.
Aizen got clipped off. Quite a bit of damage taken there. Leaving with only 5% HP left. He got himself a couple of bandages and first aid still. On side of our boy, they do have one molly. This is one of the greatest utilities for you to flush people out. The molly plays such a big part. The AoE is covering so much, even though it's on the other side of a wall. But Lung on there, then starting off with replying with those nades against Team Secret for now. Trying to bait out their exact position to know exactly where those nades flying from. Lung spotted out what's happening outside. Mela taking on our boy. Team Secret cannot overstay themselves because the other teams start to close in, and the domination of the circle taken by the southern part of the side of FaZe right now. Getting on our boy, even finish it off. FaZe is not contested at all.
Oh no, nade onto Aizen. Beautifully tossed by Long. And that is Team Secret out at number 5. But this time around, decent amount of elimination is going to be 5 for them. And you did talk about FaZe Clan, they are unchallenged. Yes, they are. They're the only team on the other side. Whereas on the bottom side, on screen now, there are 3 teams. So FaZe Clan just need to play the patience game.
FaZe at the same time is not on their side here. We're talking all teams who will be closed off by the blue zone with no circle left. Less than 3 minutes in. Moment and FaZe have to think about how to cross the road to finish things off. There's a wall in between them. They have to make an entry regardless of how difficult it will be. It will be only one entry point. If Boom just decided to eye out on that entry point, that's going to be the end of FaZe. And the rest of the team are having the same idea too. FaZe Moment start to push in, but Boom occupied with RRQ Mop on the other end. Down to last first 8, 1 being used just now. Sam9 on the other hand have 2 players still. Razy being closed off by the blue zone. He needs to jump down, and lucky enough not being spotted out by Sam9 yet.
Yeah, Sam9 has to move as well, but now Razy, couldn't pull off a double knockdown or double elimination there onto Sam9, and Sam9 finally takes out Razy, representing Boom Esports. Now FaZe Clan, they are still holding it here. But looks like they might need to clear either RRQ or Sam9.
At the same time, lucky enough, they still have the smoke for the side of FaZe. But Sam9, they have to go out. They're being cornered by the blue zone. There's no way you can survive this. FaZe have the patience, and they are so lucky not being pushed by the blue. The blue is not even closing at their side. On the side of Sam9 RRQ, they have to push themselves forward, and FaZe just waiting this out. This FaZe Clan's game right now. As Sam9 and RRQ just duking it out against each other. Now Voldemort's left. He sprays. He got. Lung secures another. 11 elimination on the side of Sam9. While FaZe got a 9. And a DBS, I think. For the ending as well.
Yes, it's a DBS ending from FaZe Clan. And again, Thailand gets the chicken dinner. FaZe Clan, obviously. Well, I mean, again, just shows that the region supremacy, the region gap. FaZe Clan representing Thailand. Chicken dinner. Maybe they will even take the #1 spot.
Well, I mean, like, can stop the ties except for the other ties. Hill taken down by Vampires. Vampires taken down by FaZe, if I'm not mistaken. Bacon Time, I'm not sure what happened there. They kind of stuck in between too many teams at the same time. Look at how excited they were. Oh yeah! What is that chant that they're actually playing? Mela definitely have a lot when it comes to coming into FaZe Clan from the different team before this, Infinity, and now bringing a different sort of a play in FaZe entirely. But for me personally, it was Tony K just now for the MVP. The way he tossed those nades were remarkable coming up from the side of Empires. But they didn't win those chicken, but nonetheless, FaZe, what a teamwork with such impeccable timing. They were patient, Cloud.
Yeah.
Such a patient team.
Yeah, very, very. They waited for the right timing. The moment Sam9 focused onto the other side.
Now, talking about disciplined teams down there, FaZe definitely had it. Sam9, close enough. They got double-digit eliminations. Vampires as well. Quite a consistency. This time we see a lot of TX when it comes to Miramar. So we can see and say that Team Secret do feel more comfortable in Miramar than Erangel, but sadly you have to master Erangel more because it's going to be more skirmishes and more maps on Erangel instead of Miramar. So Team Secret have to figure out that by tomorrow, because if not, they'll be left behind quite far off. On the side of FaZe, on the other hand, like, they have been running down a lot of teams from behind, and we're talking about the most proactive map so far the entire day. Starting off our last Miramar map here today. I'm not sure how the rest of the final week will be.
Yeah, the final week will be really, really interesting. Ooh, okay. But we'll look at the overall charts later on. But let's have a little bit of a highlight here. Team Secret. This is arguably the best round so far. They're confident to take that fight. They push on onto SLD. They won it nicely. And it was good. It was a good round for them overall. It was just a fight with Sam9. I thought that because one of them, I believe, was Kid. Yeah, it was Kid. He opened up on the right where it was kind of open, and he got shot by the other side. Either was RRQ or FaZe Clan. If only like they focused like, okay, let's go in. But then again, of course, you can't think about it. If you focus with one entry point, then maybe Sam9 could have been the one to like just focus on that entry point, and they would have taken out Team Secret anyway. So Team Secret, a little bit tough position, but anyway, it's still good. The fact that they got 8 points this time, the best they've gotten today.
Yep, for the other teams up there, we're talking about Sam9, FaZe and Vampires secures double-digit elimination. There's going to be 2 teams going down without any points there, GE and BTR, and these are the teams that placing themselves the overall ranking bonus point at 15 and 16th place. They're not safe either. We talk about them, PBE, Box Gaming, even on sort of Team Secret and GE. I'm worried about these teams right now. Now, there's no more shouting now about who will get into the grand finals. You do know for a fact the top 10 or even the top 8 at this point when it comes to overall rankings, it's kind of secured and very comfortable for them because they do know they have the slot to play in the grand finals. Now it's down to them to do experiments, right? They want to try out something new. It's doable for them because the gap is just a big for the side of the tie especially. And speaking of which, SLD scored himself 2 chicken singles for FaZe for today. But hey, Vampires, no chicken, no problem. They got themselves in the top 3.
But you know what? I'm liking the fact that a Vietnamese region team is taking that #1 spot. So if not, it would be normally like, for the most part it's Thailand, for some parts it's Indonesia. Finally, something else. So SLD, congratulations, they are winners in day #1. But of course, this will be the question, if they can hold on to that #1 spot by the end of the week, because FaZe Clan, now they're starting to pump up.
Yeah, but speaking of the ties here, I mean, like, first week, at least we do have Indonesian team. Second week, it was back to its side of ties. But the number 2, 3, 4, it's always the ties here. And it's a bit too early for us to celebrate it so far, Cloud, because it's still the first day of the final week. FaZe Mela never failed to deliver. He got himself the last MVP, even got himself the players to focus. It's going to be FMVP run as well. Rosemary still having the most damage out of one certain map. 21,000 damage. I think that's the one he got himself 10 eliminations, but that's it. It's just a one-shot thing. So far, we haven't seen too much of Rosemary today.
Yeah, I mean, if he continues on like this, he could be caught up by someone else, so gotta be careful there. Mela, still unshaken. He's 9 eliminations away from breaking that 100 mark, so remarkable indeed for Mela. Tony K as well, still unchanged there. 53 assists so far, so looking good for Tony K. And plus today was a decent day for Tony K too. He would have pulled out, away from maybe other contenders for that top assist at least. But Mela,
honestly,
good.
Yeah. I mean, like Tony K, he's been pulling out quite a number of highlights with his grenade shots. So if you saw how many times he tossed a nade down to upwards, it's just so hard to land those shots and land those nades due to how you can't see what's above you. But he managed to make it happen. It's not just one time. I saw it across the last Miramar map around 4 to 5 times in a row. And not just that, his knockdown being taken away by the other teams too, but he keeps it going. He got himself quite a number of support and assists as we saw the stats just now. But I have a feeling the entirety of Vampires, they are just monsters, really.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's in the name of their team, right? Vampire Esports. And if you really want to like single out, like, oh, it's Tony K, not really though. Other players, they're doing well as well. So it's like they kind of like balance it out with each other. Yes, we do see like Tony K now just because he's like up on the place to focus. But I think if we like have a breakdown of like maybe 1 to 5 of each of those stats that we saw earlier on, then I think we would definitely see like the Vampire players all around as well.
Yeah, even though we saw Nuzi being shut down quite a bit when it comes to the back line, I saw multiple times Nuzi always being shot behind. Now that's what making it a bit difficult for the rest of the team to actually push forward because of how your watchman and your support being shot down from behind. It means there's another team closing in, so they have to rethink about the position and reassess the situation to make their decision about which way to go next, because that's a lot of case here. We saw not just on side of Empires, there are multiple teams in that case. I think it was Alter Ego as well. Like I mentioned, a lot of teams happen to be moving at the same time at one certain compound. They happen to clash not just once, many times. It's not just 2 teams though, 3 to 4 teams, Cloud.
Yeah, I think it's about other teams like really adapting with each other, right? Like what we hear from the interview earlier today is like, oh, I believe it was from Hale, and then it was saying like, oh, other teams like they are really adapting, really like looking at each other teams, what they're doing, and so on and so forth. And so happened that a lot of teams happen to do the same. So the timing happened to be so. So yeah, I guess that's the case. But after this, we're gonna get an interview. So no spoilers yet, so I don't know who's going to be interviewed, but normally it's that number 1 team. I would think it's SLD. Who do you think it will be?
I mean, like SLD would be great too. I mean, that's going to be arguably one of the most best teamwork other than, I think, Hill. SLD, I did mention this multiple times, SLD and Hill since last week and the week before. SLD and Hill, I want to have an interview from both of them because how they have teamwork. If you look at how they play, it's not like one person flashy than the other, like the other team, right? They pretty much have the same path for every of the players, but the way they approach the game is very different.
Yeah, even though like we can say that, oh, Parjin, whenever they get the chicken dinner, he gets the MVP, but then it's really balanced for them. Actually, everyone played their role really well. And yes, so we're going to get into the interview really soon. So we're going to head on to who we've predicted as the interviewer. Let's go.
We are now at the very end of the day of day 1, week number 3, D week, which is honestly a very scary situation for some of these teams, but not for Team SLD. With me, I have Parajin, and with 2 chicken dinners in their pocket right now, Team SLD is looking great on the first place spot this week. So congratulations for those 2 chicken dinners today. Very exciting for you guys. So was that all planned? And what's the difference between how you played last week and this week?
Rất là chúc mừng đội của mình đã giành được 2 cái cơm gà tối hôm nay. Cho mình hỏi là mình có cái chiến thuật gì khác của tuần trước và tuần này không? Và cái buổi chicken dinner này có trong dự tính của mình không?
Dạ,
cái hai cái top 1 vừa qua thì tụi em cũng đã dự tính sẵn rồi. Tại vì cái sơ suất ở tuần 2 thì do tụi em test chiến thuật xong rồi tuần này thì tụi em bắn có liên kết hơn.
Actually, we have to make our goal to get the chicken dinner for tonight, and our strategy also changed from previous week because we more cooperate in this time.
Well, congratulations on that. Very exciting to see these changes coming through. And I think that I really want to talk about match number 5 with you guys, where just now it was really unfortunate that you guys were eliminated in the last circle, but you guys still managed to get 9 eliminations. So can you share with us what happened with you guys and team phase?
Trong cái trận 5 này á, thì có một khoảng thời gian là mình giống như sắp như là bị đai luôn, nhưng mà đội của mình vẫn giết được vẫn được có 9 kill đúng không? Em có muốn share cái thời điểm đó đội mình đã thể hiện như thế nào?
Cái thời điểm đấy thì tụi em bị Vampire nó công và tình thế đấy cũng khá nguy hiểm, nhưng mà hai người còn lại đã tỏ sáng xuất sắc để giữ được cái chỗ đấy ạ.
At that time, it was quite dangerous. However, the last 2 members still can cooperate and in the schedule and get the result.
Well, they unfortunately wasn't able to do that, but teamwork definitely makes the dream work. Now, for my final question for you guys is, during last week, you saw that Yudu Alliance was using the Fragger meta, and they were able to get top 4. And this week, what is the meta you guys are doing?
Như tuần trước thì em thấy cái đội Do họ đã có thay đổi chiến thuật và họ đã đạt được top 4. Nhưng mà bây giờ đối với đội mình có chiến thuật gì không?
Dạ, tụi em thì cũng có rất nhiều chiến thuật, nhưng mà tụi em sẽ hạn chế để public ra ngoài.
Yes, of course we have our strategy. However, we would like to keep secrets.
Ooh, yeah, we love those secrets, and we like the analysts kind of break it down. So you guys at home have to keep your eyes open. So now let's talk a little bit about your fans at home. Can you share with us what you guys want to say to your fans, and what do you guys want to wish your fans to say to you?
Em có vài điều gì muốn chia sẻ với fan hâm mộ, và em cũng mong muốn fan hâm mộ chia sẻ điều gì với đội của mình.
Trước tiên là em cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã theo dõi và cổ vũ team em. Em cũng mong mọi người sẽ tiếp tục cổ vũ để team em có thể đạt những nhiều thành tích lớn hơn nữa.
I would like to say thank and my best regards to all the fans who support our team and our player. We would like you guys continue support us so that if you encourage us to get more better performance and good results.
Yeah, there you have it, fans at home. Ladies and gentlemen, please do share your support to Team SLD. Congratulations for the 2 chicken dinners for today. And as we end week 3, day number 1, things are getting very, very heated. Things are changing. So let's head it back over to the casters for the breakdown of the day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.
Oh boy, I mean, like, yeah, I'm loving the fact we do have a different flag flying, but I just hope it stays for the entire week. I mean, like, we are having South Asia League, right? It's not going to be Thai League only, but yeah. Speaking of which, we're waiting for the other team to step up the game, and tomorrow we do have another group playing, so Cloud.
Yes, so it's going to be Group B playing tomorrow. So it's going to be definitely a different shuffle, and we'll see how they actually catch up, or how they will push down all the other teams that are at the bottom still. So yeah, Team Secret, despite today, it's been a decent day. It's been their best day in a long while, but like what we talk about, right? With Group B coming in, with all those heavyweights, it's going to be tough. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so that's going to be us for today. We're counting down the days now till we wrap up the week and find out who will be the bottom 4. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. Love you all so much. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.